Right. There we are. Fantastic. How is everyone today? Hopefully excellent. Got three wonderful gentlemen with me today. We're going to be running one shot. Potentially could turn into a three shot, like a trilogy, depending on how this plays out. My name is Heath, the guy controlling the monsters today. The other gentlemen, I'll let them introduce themselves, and if you have any channels that you would like to plug or promote yourself in some way to YouTube and the viewers, feel free. We'll start with Joe.
I'm Joe. This is like my second game now with 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons. I don't have a channel per se, but I'd just like to let you know that I'm trying to be awesome, and hopefully my character Leon will impress you all today.
All right. If you would like, would you like to give a little description, perhaps, of your character? You know, let the people know a little bit about who Leon is.
Yeah. Leon is a 8th level paladin. He's been a healer most of his life, and he advanced to the rank of knight. And since then, he's been prowling the land, trying to make good the evil in the world. He's been trying to save people and make them feel good about the world. But as he does that, he likes to let people know of the power and the love and the healing that is of Pelor and the might of Pelor to further his power and his influence over the world.
Fantastic. That's awesome. Next, we'll go to Robbie.
Alright, I'm playing Nazalin Moonbeard. He is a elderly dwarf druid, level 8. He's, I would say, significantly older than the other of his companions. They call him Moonbeard because his beard has just been turned almost white. Not quite white, but pretty much the exact color of the beard of the moon, due to his druidic roots. And he, unlike the other two, with their devotion to Pelor, he is devoted to Saloon, the goddess of the moon. Hence his name, Moonbeard. Yeah.
All right, fantastic, Moonbeard. And how about you, Paul?
So first I'll get the plug out of the way. My channel is called Hollow Wonder, and there I discuss various my thoughts on D&D, some insights and ways to improve it. That's about it. The character I'll be playing today is an 8th level cleric. His name is Ratan, and he is the brother to Leon. And today he is joining his brother in a quest to rout out another group of people who don't quite share the same beliefs of Pelor. It seems kind of the one that's not too interested in combat, a little scheming, but yeah.
All right, excellent, fantastic. So, like I said, you guys have been on the road a few days. You're spreading the word of Pelor to the different settlements you come across. And it's been a minute since you found one, but sooner or later the road's got to lead somewhere. So you guys find yourselves on a long dirt road heading to the town of Hamlin to rest for the night. You see it start to crest over the horizon in the distance, and as you near the town, the fog begins to creep in. It's a large town surrounded by fields with the deep woods off in the distance behind what appears to be a small castle sitting on a hilltop that overlooks the town. And gray clouds just hang perpetually overhead, blotting out the sun. So only ambient light is seeping through, just kind of further adding to the gloomy atmosphere that is starting to creep in on you. And the fields lay empty, and the fog is thick around them, and that's a little odd for this time of year. It would be perhaps summer, where there would definitely be things growing in the fields, and the only thing you notice would be just the silhouettes of scarecrows that remain there to keep vigil, though there's nothing for them to keep away from the fields at the moment, since there is nothing there. And the dirt road, which uh, was once relatively lively with travelers, just lays pretty bare. There's no signs of immediate tracks uh, on coming or going. So it's almost as if just nobody's been here. And a few vultures circle overhead in the distance, but no other signs of life are evident.
How far away is the town of Tamlin from us, approximately?
It would probably be about an hour's walk, say, through from the dirt road up. Like I said, the fields are pretty expansive around the town, so without any means of speeding or hastening your pace, it'd take about an hour to follow the road into the town. And like I said, it's the closer you get, the thicker the fog is, and it's just clinging to the ground and starting to make the town as you near just almost a shadowy silhouette in the distance.
Well, brothers, I do think that we should head forward, do you not?
That would seem the best approach. But it does seem odd how these fields are bare, wouldn't you agree?
Yes. Are you sure you know where we are, guide? Looking towards the dwarf.
Aye, I'm sure. This is Hamel. I've heard lots about it recently.
Well, do please share. I look quizzically at the dwarf, wondering what he has to say about the town that seems bare with the field with no crops growing in them.
Well, I know that whoever has lived in the town, most of them have run off or disappeared. And no one's really quite sure why.
So you know that it was definitely, being familiar with the area, it was usually relatively busy, a nice place. So this definitely seems odd to you.
Okay. I know the farmers here. Looks like they've just abandoned their crops and left.
Well, I say we make haste to the town, but keep ready. I don't like this.
I'm
And
sure that we've been sent here for good reasons, brother. Trust in Pelor.
Awesome. All right, so do you proceed towards the town? Is that what we're doing?
Yes, sir.
All right, so you guys make your way towards the town, and as you're going, you're about halfway there now, and the fog is thicker, and you see a bit of light in the distance, the street lamps of Hamlin. So if I could have everybody make a perception check for me.
$16.
16, okay.
3.
3. All right, you're oblivious completely.
26.
26. All right, your keen druidic senses. As you're heading into the town, you just get an uneasy feeling, almost as if you're being watched. You don't know from where, but something's peering at you, and you know there's danger in the fog. If
Are you sure this is where we're supposed to be?
If you bother to look, you'll notice that where there were 8 scarecrows, now there's only 7, and it almost looks as though their heads have turned, as if they're watching you.
Wait, sorry. Say that one more time. You said scarecrows.
Yes, there were with a 27. You know there were 8 scarecrows that you picked out in the fog, and As you got halfway into town, you started to feel that unease as if you were being watched, and you peered around and you noticed that now there's only 7 scarecrows, and where some were looking, directly down the road, it appears as if they've shifted around on their stands and are watching you, but there's no sign, no immediate sign of life about them.
How far off are they?
In the fog, like I said, as you move closer, it got thicker. So right now you can see 4, but one is gone. It's not there anymore.
Okay. Hold up. Looks like there's scarecrows. I believe that's what I see. And they look a bit off, but I don't know if we should proceed any further at this moment.
Ah, do not worry, man. They are there to scare crows, not the likes of us.
The light of Pillow guides us, as my brother says. And I'm going to cast light at the at the front of my mace, my silvered mace. See?
Okay, so you cast light, and it noticeably gets brighter around you, but the fog is very thick, so it's probably going to illuminate another 10 feet. I would say. What exactly? What does the spell light do exactly? What's its illumination range?
20.
20 feet. All right. So yeah, you can see 20 additional feet around you, and like I said, outside of that, it's just silhouettes and shadows. The scarecrows around they are caught in the radius, and nothing seems amiss about them.
All right, I think like this is the first time I played druid, so I'm not sure. But you said I could change into an animal pretty much whenever I want.
Yeah, you can do it so many times a day. I can double check for you if
You
you'd
can
like.
transform into a new wild shape twice a day for up to an hour at a time.
Is that even at level 8?
I believe it's either 8 or 10. You can use 2 uses to become an elemental. Yeah, at level 8 you can use both uses to become an elemental, but that's still only for an hour a day. I'm sure.
Okay, yeah, I see that. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and turn into a giant eagle and kind of fly forward to kind of scout it out and just take a closer look at all these scarecrows that I'm seeing.
What are you choosing to do again? You're taking animal form?
Yeah, I'm gonna turn into a giant eagle,
Okay.
and I'm just gonna kind of go up in the air and fly over the scarecrows down the road just to see what I see.
All right, so you take the shape of a giant eagle and ascend into the air, and from your perch on high, you can definitely make out a little more. Um, with your keen vision, you'll notice that all around the area, the fog is only seeping out so far and getting very thick. There's definitely something off about it. However, you'll notice that there were the 3 scarecrows, and from on high, taking wing, you do see the other 4 that the fog has now enshrouded, but it's more silhouettes than actual definition of shapes. Where the other one's at, you still can't quite make out, but it's gone. So you can go ahead and make a perception check if you want to see if you can pick it out.
Yeah. It's 15.
All right, you see a shadowy shape moving around just outside of the radius of the light. That oh damn, what's his name? Paul, what's your character's name again?
Return, I think.
Rattan, just outside of the light, shining off of Rattan's silver mace, almost stalking them, using the fog as cover. And you guys hear, as he leaves, takes flight, and seems to flee. You just hear like a maniacal cackle, just from in the fog, and you just feel real uneasy, and you see from on high, Druid Moonbeard, another one of the shapes that the scarecrows leave its post and dart off on the other side of the group as they begin to circle them. And yeah, you guys hear that, so.
Alright, so I'm just gonna go back and land and turn back into my dwarf self.
Okay.
Ah, these shapeshifters and their gods. Have you led us into a trap?
There's definitely something out there, and that's coming our way. I think we best prepare for a fight.
Leon, I think it's best you ready a weapon.
My weapon
Howard
is always
towards
ready.
him, shaking.
My weapon is always ready. Pelor is always at my back. You should know this, brother.
Yes, Pelor will save us.
Nazelin, you always make me uneasy when you do that. Could you please tell me when you're going to do that next time?
Alright, sorry, it just kind of comes over me.
And I'd like to draw out my sword and my shield and sort of take a bracing stance.
Okay. So you unsheath your weapon, and he comes down and lands, and you hear the maniacal cackle again, and you see dark shapes flitting around you in the fog, just, from left to right, almost from all angles, and with that, then suddenly you see breach the cover of the fog and come into the light. This horrid burlap visage with red glowing eyes, and from the front, and we will roll initiative.
Let's not go towards. Maybe if we go towards the village, we'll find it's safer over there. Four.
Who got a 4?
Me.
All right.
Here, I'll start typing them in chat from now on.
Yeah, that if you could just put your initiative up in chat, that'd be fantastic. All right, so 4 minus 1, is that a real thing?
I've got -2 to my initiative, and I rolled a 1.
It's safe to say that you're going last. And 17, Druid, quick on his feet. All right, let me get that up here real quick.
Don't worry, guys. When it comes to hitting things, I will be your man. And getting hit by things, probably.
Alright, I'm gonna go with not getting hit as much as possible.
That's always a wise decision. And let's see here, what did they get? Looks like you'll be going first, Robbie.
Alright.
So you see from the left just this horrid burlap visage burst from the fog and leap with taloned hands outstretched at I feel like a damn idiot. The cleric. I'm just gonna say the cleric until I remember his freaking name. Rattan. All right, Rattan. Yeah, third time's the charm.
So good, man.
Alright, so how far away is this scarecrow thing?
I'm gonna assume you guys bunched up a little bit, kind of circled each other. So as it comes out of the cover, it's about 20 feet away and closing.
I'd like to think that I was nearer the front.
Okay.
Yeah, I would just since being a druid and all, I think I would kind of be standing behind them.
Perhaps leading into the town, you was in front of us because you were familiar with the area, whereas we were less
Okay.
so.
Yeah.
But you flew up and landed back, so and you knew there was danger, so I think you would know not to be near the front or near the danger.
Alright, so, Moonbeard is going to cast Produce Flame.
Okay.
So that's one of my cantrips, and
How does it look?
it's just kind of like
You do it.
standing there, and just almost out of nowhere, a ball of flame just appears in my hand, and it shines a bright light in a 10-foot radius.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if that's going to make us be able to see any more through the fog or not.
Is it? No, if he's casting it in a 20-foot radius, and that's yours is less than his, so his will definitely the light from Pelor and his mace will definitely outshine this
Okay.
flame of yours.
You're throwing it though, right? At the
Yeah,
creature that's 20 feet away.
Yeah, I'm going to be throwing it towards him.
Okay.
The scarecrow.
All right. Go ahead and make an attack.
All right. Is that the same? Am I gonna roll just like a d20? And it'd be like
And
Then you
yeah,
add your spellcasting modifier, bonus attack, spell
Okay.
attack bonus.
It would be your proficiency
and that will
bonus.
be the total.
Add your spell, modifier. So I think it'd be wisdom for you.
yeah. So
Yeah.
you add your proficiency bonus from whatever modifies your spell. So wisdom.
okay.
So wisdom plus, I think it's 3 at this level,
Yeah.
and then whatever you roll.
I got 16.
That is a hit.
All right.
Tell it. Roll damage.
As the flame passes my head, I mutter some words under my breath and just smile as the flame whirls past.
What is it that he mutters?
He mutters, "Holy flame is the only flame." And as it whirls past and hits the creature, I smile a bit more.
Fantastic.
All right. So that's gonna hit for 8 damage. And
All
as soon
right.
as it leaves his hand, he's just gonna he's just gonna scream, "Saloon guide you."
All right. So you see Moonbeard unleash this ball of flame onto this scarecrow, and it catches fire, and it starts to go up a little bit, but it's still coming forward, even despite the consuming flames on its burlap and straw body. And that will be after him will be Rattan.
So seeing this inflamed, red-eyed, burlap sack kind of creature just moving forward in the mist towards us, and our comrade unleashing this ball of flame, I sort of regain a bit of strength and move to the side of my brother instead of behind him. Yes, the flame will protect us. And I'll charge at him, just and with the mace, aim at the head of the creature, trying to wound it in some manner.
Okay.
18.
It's a hit.
6.
All right. So yeah, you see Rattan just bravely rush forward and start to swing on this thing. Do you have an extra attack as a cleric, level 8?
I don't believe so.
Really?
I can double check. Either way, I think it'd be fine at this moment to skip that, and I'll double check. But at the end of that smack to the creature's face, I'll turn around to my brother. Kind of.
As I see him giggle, as I see him do that, I giggle slightly and say, "Back when we were children, I remember when you did that when we were fighting with pillows. Now it's scarecrows."
Scarecrows and maces.
Imagine pillows with maces. It didn't end too well.
Pillows filled with rocks. All right, so that would he charges in. That would be the scarecrows now. All right, so the one is in a frenzy, on fire and getting clubbed, and it's just going to attack the closest person, which would be Rattan, and see if it can tear at him, do some damage. Let's see here. All right. Question is, you got your shield on
Yep.
right now?
Actually,
All right.
I didn't say I took out my shield, so it's actually 15.
All right, so that will hit then. So you see it just lurch forward and start to rip at you with its claws, and it slashes once, and it'll take another slash. The second one will miss. So
Yeah, with these flurries of blows, I'm on the ground. Creatures lashing at my side. Ah! Leon! Leon! And I'll try to club him at the next opportunity.
so you see it lurch in and just slash wildly, and it hits you for 6 points of damage. Nothing terrible. And then you see another shadow burst forth from the fog and rush another one of your crew. It comes at Leon and makes an attack on him.
As it's come running towards me, I say to Rattan, look, it doesn't hurt so much if you just stay still. Stop squirming.
How can you stay still at a moment like this? And looking down at the creature who's made this gash, and there's pretty much nothing on my hat plate. Just a bit of scuff, and the chain's been pulled aside.
All right, so it also flails wildly at you, and it succeeds with one attack, and hits you for a grand total of 3 damage to you and your glistening full plate. And a third scarecrow bursts forth from the fog, and this one comes at Moonbeard.
Oh, fuck.
And as it comes through the fog, you see it just a menacing just grin creep up its burlap face, and its eyes glow, and flames almost seem to lick along it coming from its mouth, and you need to make a wisdom saving throw.
Alrighty. So 21.
All right, yeah. This it tries to intimidate you and strike fear into you, but you don't seem bothered by it. You've seen worse in the vicious wilds, and that'll go back to the top to Moonbeard.
Can I
All right.
move?
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. You're negative. You're negative
Negative
one.
one. Yeah, I go on the third turn.
Yeah, you go on the third round. I'm sorry. Yeah, Leon, it's your turn. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Sorry. How close is Moonbeard relative to me and this other scarecrow?
Well, where did you land? Did you come back and land with exactly where are you?
Moonbeard?
Yes. When he came back, where did he land? Did he land right in with the group?
Yeah, he landed right in, like right next to him, kind of. Pretty much
Alright.
where he was before.
So it'd be safe to say he's adjacent to you.
Okay. Then I'd like to raise my shield above my head, and the emblem of the Flame of Pelor glows brightly, and then I bash it 3 times, and then sparks just emit from my shield, and I cast Bless on both my allies.
Awesome.
And then I would like to the scarecrow that tried to scare my comrade. I just like grin menacingly at it and says, "Even I am more frightening than you, fool." And then I just like to try and take off its head with my longsword.
All right, that one is about 20 feet away. It
All
just
right.
it burst from the fog and tried to terrify Moonbeard.
In which case, could I? I've got my longsword, but could I pull out a dagger and try and throw that at it?
Sure, absolutely.
That's 16 to hit.
Definitely hits.
Awesome. That's 4 damage.
All right.
That would be piercing if you need to know.
Yes. All right. For piercing, for what it's worth, they do have resistance to damage. So you see the knife hit it and just kind of, it doesn't seem to puncture too deep. The burlap sack and hay just almost like absorb the blow, and it just kind of flops, hanging off of its chest.
Would I think to switch tactics or just?
You could probably say it's a safe idea that dagger throw was definitely true, and something made of flesh would have felt that blow more, and it doesn't seem overly bothered by it. Again, just how the burlap and hay just kind of absorbed the blow, and it's just hanging there, not really pierced into it at all.
Okay. After that, I'd just like to ready my shield next to Moonbeard.
Okay. All right, then we'll go back to the top, back to Moonbeard.
All right. Going to cast Bark Skin.
All right. How does that
So,
look? When you cast Barkskin, what's it do?
Pretty much, you guys are just gonna look at me and pretty much just turn into a little 4-foot tall Groot.
Awesome.
Fantastic.
And what that does is takes my AC up to 16. And I'm trying to look up real quick to see how long it lasts.
I think it's like a solid minute or something, isn't it?
It's up to 1 hour.
1 hour. Oh, that should be plenty enough for the encounter.
Yep.
Is it concentration?
It does have concentration.
I believe you can only have one concentration spell active at a time. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. So if you cast another one, you're going to have to stop Barkskin.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm just gonna kind of stand there but be holding my staff, and yeah. So that's one action. So yeah, I guess that's kind of all I'm gonna do then.
You could cast a cantrip if you wanted to.
Cantrip. Okay. Yeah, I'll do another produce flame.
All right.
Just to let you guys know, you all get a D4 on your attack rolls and saving throws because you less.
Yeah, when he casts the bless, you just kind of feel, inspired, a little invigorated.
Cool. So yeah,
cast another
just
bolt of fire,
pull
right?
up another ball of fire, and 12.
12 will hit.
Okay, cool. And do I add the 4 to the damage or the attack roll?
It's the attack roll.
The attack roll. Okay, well yeah, I guess I hit either way.
No, you can save it. You don't have to spend it right away.
Okay. So 6 damage.
Okay. So yeah, you see Moonbeard draw back and hurl another ball of fire at this thing and just take it in the chest, and the flames start to consume it and eat away at it even more. And
that's a different one than I attacked.
Oh, it's a different one. Okay, what one are you attacking then? The one that was
there was one that the first one we encountered, right? I'm just trying to make sure I got this right. And then another one came behind us.
One burst out and ran at the group, and Rattan met it head on, and you struck that one with a bolt of fire. So he's a little ways away wrestling with this. Another one came out the other side and just burst out and tried to terrify you.
Yeah, I'm gonna shoot the ball of flame at that one.
All right, so yeah, you see it take him in the chest, and the fire start to consume and eat away at him, and he seems a little concerned about this. He kind of looks down and sees the flames, and He's not happy.
And Moonbeard's just gonna be like, "Back, you vile beast!"
All right. So Moonbeard, it'll go to Rattan, brave cleric.
So is this creature lurching over top of me?
As far as height is concerned,
Height, action, space, just
it's I don't know. It's not tall, I guess. It's probably an average of 6 feet, so I guess it wouldn't be lurching or towering over you. And you know, it's not occupying the same space as you, but I mean, it's definitely right on top of you, writhing in flames and flailing at you, trying to shred you.
all right. So with that, I'll scoff just at my brother and go. Well, let me show you what the flames of our sacred deity have shown us. And I'll take my hand and thrust it into the torso, or aim to thrust it right in that general chest cavity, as sort of tendrils of orange and red tendrils flare up around my fingers and suddenly burst into like an orangey flame. Just so I'm casting
Awesome.
sacred flame,
Awesome.
trying to push him up as I am standing up, so that I can. I'm no longer prone.
Excellent. Okay. So, see
That's
if you can.
24.
Absolutely. You just thrust your hand right through the sack and into this thing.
And that will be 9 damage with Leon's blessing. Why, thank you, brother.
Is that
Just
is
to let
that
you know,
fire damage?
This is radiant damage.
Okay. All right.
I just let you know the D4 isn't to damage; it's only to attack
Oh,
roll.
to attack. Sorry, I messed up.
It's
So
okay.
that's 5 damage then. Apologies.
Okay.
But the bonus to attack it would have been something like 28.
Oh, that's more than enough. The number you're looking for is 11.
We don't need to know. So with that, I think we'll move on.
So from Rattan, it goes back to the enemy, and the scarecrow. As you stand up and thrust into it, and just let loose this radiant light, this flame into its torso. It's going to start to try and just tear at your face. It's getting a little concerned as the flames start to consume it more. And it'll flail, and one of its blows connects, and will hit you for 3 damage, I believe. No, I'm sorry, 6. And the other scarecrow, the one that burst forth from the fog and tried to terrify you, Rattan, not Rattan, Moonbeard. It's going to rush in now that it's been assaulted and starting to catch fire and attack you.
As it tries to attack Moonbeard, I'd like to say, "Not on my watch, foul beast," and I'd like to attack it as it charges towards him.
Did you ready an action? Or,
I'm trying to use my feat where if a monster within 5 feet attacks.
your sentinel.
Yes.
All right. So yeah, you see this thing rush in at you, Moonbeard, and it's just flailing. It clearly has no real martial prowess, and it completely misses as you see Leon interpose himself between you and this creature, and just shirk it back with his shield and lash out at it. So go ahead.
Okay, I roll. Okay, so I rolled a 16 to hit it,
Absolutely.
and as I hit it, I aim for. Has it got legs?
What could be considered legs? Yeah, it's
Okay.
burlap sack with almost like dense animate straw that it's walking on.
Okay, I swing my my longsword towards where his legs should be, and then I bring it back up round and then slice directly across his torso, and I do 7 points of damage.
All right. All right. So yeah, you again, this thing just seems really absorbent, resilient to these attacks, and it slices into the sack a bit and pierces it, and some straw pokes out. But otherwise, it doesn't seem too deterred by the blades. But you notice that it's definitely concerned about the fire. That's doing a pretty effective job at wearing away at these flammable materials it's composed of. And then the third scarecrow that was on top of you, Leon, is going to attack you.
Awesome.
And it's bouncing, it's trying, but it just can't penetrate that full plate as it just basically just shakes on you, trying to get around and get a hold, but it just can't find one.
As it starts hitting my armor as nothing's happened, I laugh out loud, and with the pommel of my sword, I start hitting myself as well. Just hear rings of mocking metal hitting metal.
Awesome. Yeah, he's mocking. You're mocking it heartily. And it'll go back to Moonbee. No, Leon. Didn't forget this time. So it's your turn.
Right. So this thing, this creature that's been trying to attack me, I get up close in its face, and then again, my smile that I've had on my face, it turns to a grim grimace, and I look at him and I say, "What's it? Pelor deems you unworthy, vile creature." And then I raise my sword above my head, and then it glows with righteous fury. A 3-foot cone of fire emits from the end of the sword, and then I just bring it down, straight down the middle of the creature, and I use Searing Smite.
Excellent. Beautiful.
Hit first. And I roll 14 to hit.
That will hit.
And I do 2 points of slashing damage and 7 points of radiant damage. Fire damage, sorry.
Ouch. All right.
And it is engulfed in flames even more.
Absolutely. You come down and you shear into the burlap sack that makes up its head with it's got these just illuminant red eyes and just an unearthly red glow coming from its mouth, and a maniacal just grin, cynical. And you shear into it, and that kind of wipes the grin off of its face as its head bursts into flames. But it is still coming at you, but it's definitely not pleased about that righteous flame eating away at it. And that'll go back to Moonbeard. So you see Leon just come down with this flaming sword on this thing.
All right.
And the other one ran up to attack you, but he interjected himself, so it's right in front of you now.
Yeah, I guess I'm just gonna kind of step back a little bit, maybe 2 or 3 feet. No, like 5 feet, just to kind of make some more distance between me and him.
All right, if you step back, it will get an attack of opportunity on you, unless you use the disengage action.
Okay.
And I believe that will, unless you have an extra attack, I think that'll take up one of your attack actions for the turn.
Never mind then. I will. It's working so far, so I'm just gonna keep shooting flame balls at him.
Okay.
If it's not broke, don't fix it.
Right.
That is a 23.
Definitely will hit.
I think you must be rolling a D100.
What? They don't use D40s in this game?
That one only does 4 damage of fire.
All right. They do have vulnerability to fire, just so you know. So all fire damage is doubled against them. So it'll actually be 8. All right. So that is that all Moonbeard wants to do? What do you do? Just thrust your palm into this thing? How do you set it further ablaze?
Yeah, I guess it was just kind of because he's holding his staff in one hand, so his in his left hand, and so his right hand is free.
Hmm.
He's just gonna more so instead of a ball of fire, his hand is just gonna be coated in flame, and he's just gonna like grab the guy around the neck.
All right.
But as soon as he does that, the spell ends. So yeah.
All right. So you thrust out and just grab this thing and let the fire leap from your hand and it and be on to you, Rattan.
So seeing the flurry of blows, my inspiring flurry of blows my comrades are making against these creatures, I turn back at the foe facing me, um, and I guess at this point, I have my hand in its torso, my
Yes.
free hand that's kind of glowing at this moment. I'll twirl it around. May the light of Pelo condemn you, and just whack him over the head.
All right.
19 to hit.
Now definitely will hit.
6 damage.
All right. So yeah, you're working it pretty good. It's looking it's on fire and its head is getting misshapen from all these blows raining down on it from your righteous mace. And with
I'm
that,
certainly glad, guy, that you are on our side. Looking over at Moonbeard over here.
all right. And with that, the scarecrow will try to keep just tearing at you and bring you down, and it will attack and it will hit 2 times.
Okay.
And so it slashes at you with both of its taloned hands and connects, and it does 13 points of damage.
Alright. So I'll say it just breaks my nose at this point. Just with these slashes. The light of
Yes,
Pelo
and one,
stronger.
yeah, one breaks your nose, and then the other one comes in, and it'll come across and just draw a nice wicked scar, just across your eye, down as it rakes across your face. A little blood creeping in.
As I see this happening, as I see this happening to Rattan, my demeanor changes completely from mocking, joy of the thrill of battle, to just being stern and completely resolute in knowing what he wants to do. He just wants to destroy this person, this scarecrow attacking his brother, because there's only so far you can go.
Absolutely, and he's attacking your blood. So with that, the other scarecrow is going to slash at Moonbeard as it gets starting to get consumed in flame as well. Not happy about you lighting its throat and inevitably its head on fire.
As it tries to hit him, can I just shout out loud, "No more! This ends now!" And then I just hit him with my sword as I start to disengage from it. Again, using Sentinel because it's not attacking me.
Sure. Like I said, it comes in and to just do just like a double-handed just clap, trying to get you in the head, Moonbeater, and it falls short. Doesn't have very good depth perception. Just kind of clasps its hand together as it misses both times, and you see the Leon once again move to your aid.
Brother, I wish you'd said that sooner. With blood spewing out of the broken nose as I'm just
and dripping down his eye with what would definitely be a jagged scar, but ladies love scars.
I roll 17 for to hit.
It definitely.
And 3 slashing damage.
Alright, so 3 slashing damage to this guy. Alright, so you interject yourself, and the other scarecrow that's on you, Leon, goes to attack you. and it'll hit once, come in with the slash, and try to thrust in, get in the cracks of your armor, and it manages to get a claw through, and hits you for 5 points of damage. And then it'll go to Leon's turn.
Yeah. As this monster hits me, I just ignore it as though nothing had happened, and I charge right on over to the flaming mess that is harassing my brother. And instead of attacking it with the sword, I just charge headlong into it with the shield between me and my body, and I just charge into this creature and just try and smash it to smithereens. Just put my whole weight through it.
As you go to disengage and leave the one, it's going to make an opportunity attack on you and try to swipe at the back of your neck. It's one of the only exposed things, I would imagine, barely so in your glorious full plate, and misses terribly. It just flails at you as you leave to go to Ratan's aid.
Okay, what would you like me to roll for charging into this creature and just trying to like force it off of my brother?
Yeah, are you actually trying to attack, or are you trying to grapple it off of him?
I'm just trying. What I'd like to do is just like charge and just push it as far away and maybe prone or something.
Okay, bull rush.
Just make an attack roll.
Strength versus strength. Yeah.
Say that again. Sorry.
Did you want to know the? Sorry.
Yeah. Go ahead and make a strength check.
Okay.
And we'll make an opposing strength check. Yeah, and if you succeed, you'll throw this.
26.
26. Well, I'm just going to say you win. Definitely. Yeah, you go in and bull rush this thing. So how do you manhandle this off of your brother?
It's basically like lurched over him and it's got his claws on him. And like I say, I completely disregard my sword. I'm not brandishing it towards the creature or anything. I've just got my shield between my body and the creature, so there's no gap, so it's not going to press against me. It's flush against my chest, and I just run straight into it, and I just ram the shield straight into its chest. Its head ripples forward with such force, it just collapses to the floor.
All right.
And then I just mount it.
All right, so you go in and you bull rush over this thing and knock it prone and straddle it.
Could I also like hit it with my shield like in the face or something?
Absolutely. That was fantastic. Go ahead, make a shield bash on it.
I just rolled a natural 20.
All right, so you crit this thing with a shield bash, and we'll say as you straddle it and come in with your shield, it's going to kill it. So describe how you kill this thing with your shield.
With the fire in my eyes, I just keep repeatedly just hitting the face of this creature. The face doesn't exist anymore. I just keep creating a larger and larger dent in the ground where I keep striking. And then as I realize the creature isn't moving anymore, I just slowly stop and I just stop panting heavily. And then I look over to my brother and say, I have to save you all the time.
That's I know. And I'll raise my hand out to him with the blood all over it from my broken nose to help lift him up.
Excellent. So he comes in and kills it, just beats it down with his shield, and you just see hay just flying and straw out of the burlap sack that was once its head, as it just becomes a flat, dust-encrusted piece of fiber embedded in the ground. And it'll go to
Moonbeard, I think.
Yeah, I believe Moonbeard. I think all three of them went. So Moonbeard.
Alright. Alright, so with his next turn, Moonbeard is going to cast Thunder Wave.
Okay.
So let me roll for that. That's 16.
Definitely hits.
Alright. So basically what that does is it just like a huge wave of thunderous force sweeps out from you. Each creature in a 15-foot cube originating from you must make a Constitution saving throw. On a failed save, the creature takes 2d8 thunder damage and is pushed 10 feet away from you.
So it's got to make a saving throw, you say?
Yes, but on a successful save, it takes half as much damage and is not pushed.
All right, so your spell save is DC 13, and it's Wisdom, correct? All right. All right, so let's roll. See what happens here. Yeah, it fails to save. So so you wanna, how do you strike this thing down with thunderous concussive force?
He kind of just takes his staff back, which, do you mind real quick if I describe that? Because it's a pretty beautiful looking thing.
Yeah, no, of course,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Do it!
This staff that Moonbeard carries with him, it is always in his left hand, and if he's not holding it, it's always at least like within a foot of him. So he holds on to this thing. It's just kind of made out of like a whitish wood. It's not painted. It's just naturally white. And it just kind of spirals around. But once it gets to the top, there is a moon carved into the top, and it just has like sapphires all over it. So that is his beloved staff.
It's definitely a quality piece of craftsmanship.
Oh yes. So yeah, he
So
kind
where
of
does the
just
Thunderwave come from? Does it come from the staff?
yes.
So what do you do? Do you do a Gandalf and just hit the ground? You shall not pass, or how do you strike this with your Thunderwave?
He's kind of just gonna hold it in front of him and like push. So like both hands just kind of like sweep forward, like bring him to his chest, and then just push forward.
All right, roll
And
damage.
when he does that, there is just this enormous crack of thunder. It says it's audible out to 300 feet. So
Oh yeah.
definitely, oh yeah, it's definitely loud and extremely loud. And that does 2d8 thunder damage. Do you want me to roll for that?
Of course.
Alright.
When you do this, the visor of my helmet just flies off, and I've kind of lost my helmet with the sheer force of the wave.
My curly hair will just be flung right to the side in awe, and I'll look over at this massive amount of force that's just being released into the realm.
And that does 11 damage.
All right.
And it's
you say
also thrown back 10 feet.
all right, absolutely. You finish this thing. Tell us how you kill it.
So, yeah, as the kind of wave of thunder shoots out from the staff, Moonbeard just screams, "The might of Saline banishes you!" And, yeah, so he just kind of pushes this thing back, and the thunder waves just kind of hit it, and his whole body just starts to go slack, and then he just drops to the ground.
Yeah, definitely. You strike. You call out and hit it with a thunder wave, and his body goes slack. But you see, as you strike it with that great force, it just kind of bursts, and hay and just confettiing to the ground and all over the place. And yeah, it's another one bites the dust. Moonbeard, bringing the pain. All right, Rattan, you see Leon just destroy one of these things, in anger, and Moonbeard just blast one to ribbons, calling out to his god. And there's still the one left standing over where Leon was before he rushed to your aid, about 15 feet away, we'll say. Still about right next to Moonbeard, though.
Alright,
Wait, would that, the second one, would that have been hit by this thunder wave? Because it does hit every creature in a 15-foot cube.
Oh, does it? Then yeah. So yeah, you see that too, and the other one gets caught in the aftershock, and
Does that one also take the 11
Yep.
points of thunder damage?
yep, and this one gets lifted up off its feet and just thrown 15 feet away, dashed against the ground, just kind of rolls along, and lay there in a heap. It's still active. It's trying to get back up and further assault you guys. So what does Rattan do?
So seeing this force, first of all, I'm shocked just staring over at him. Hair full pushed back, my brother's helmet flung to the side, my arm outstretched to my brother. I hoist him up and look over at this man who has conjured an amazing amount of force and just wiped away, eviscerated one of these creatures. Um, and um, from that, I'll pat my brother on the shoulder. Um, Not only does it seem like many of the gods possess power, but we do know Pelor has the greatest of all of them. And I'll outstretch my hand before me. Reference. Oh, I stretch my hand outward, and I will attempt to conjure a spectral being, a weapon with its own divine sentience, in kind of turquoise and blue ribbons that go back and forth and sway to form a large hammer, like a two-handed hammer that floats about.
Okay,
So I'm casting spiritual weapon.
awesome.
And
What is this an attack?
no, it is. I am simply calling out something that can attack.
Okay.
Call for spirits to protect you, or you create a spectral weapon within the range, which is 60 feet. And when you cast a spell, you can make a melee attack. It can make an attack to a creature within 5 feet of you. As a bonus action, you can move the weapon, you can have it perform an attack, and it can take whatever form you want. And the damage increases per level. So right now it will do 2d8 plus spellcasting modifier.
Okay, and this is a magical, a magical weapon for all intents and purposes.
Mhm.
All right, so it will not have resistance against this.
And with that, I will move towards this other creature as far as I can, so long as there's a 5-foot difference between us.
It's about, say it was about 15 feet away, then got hurled another 15, I believe, by the thunder wave. So it would be 30 feet from your current position.
Okay. I would have that in terms of movement. It would be just at the end of my ability to move.
Okay.
So I'd like to walk through the mud, the dirt, the fog, and once I'm within range of this creature, to move my hand about with a big sweep, and in aims to command this thing to just club this creature across the head.
All right. Yeah. Go ahead and attack. You guys just see Rattan just stoically move in and conjure this radiant magical hammer that he's commanding with his will.
So 22.
Definitely.
That's 2d8 plus 6.
Plus, oh, this thing is probably toasted.
That's 12 damage.
All right, you kill it. Tell us what happens when you strike this thing down.
So the first blow, I would like to try and hit it and pull off this scarf, revealing whatever foul vermin or filth lie beneath it, and then to do a thrust downwards to try to sever the cloth into some different sections.
You'd have a hard time severing it with a hammer.
That's the amazing magic part.
Amazing magic part. All right, so you see Rattan just rip the burlap sap from this thing's head, and what lies underneath is just a mass of straw and hay with insects crawling through it, and just two burning holes where its eyes would be, and crimson glow just kind of seems to radiate from between the cracks between the hay. and brings his hammer down and somehow, against all logic, sever this thing in half and just cut it to ribbons with a hammer.
Then I'll carefully stomp down, get close, but then stomped on one of these insects and turn to my brother. I don't always need protecting, do I?
All right, that will be the end of the combat. Yeah, you have successfully slayed the scarecrows, and you're still about half hour or so from the town. You guys got about halfway up to the town when these things assaulted you, trying to use the cover of the fog and their frightful presence to lay low this band of people intruding on their fields.
Alright, so Moonbeard's gonna walk over to Raytan. Is it Raytan or Rayton or
Rattan.
Ratan?
It's all good if you mess up. Don't worry about it.
Alright. So
Would you guys
he's-
mind if we just take a quick 10-minute break? Because my girlfriend's getting ready for work and I don't want her to like disturbing or anything.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, that's fine.
Sure. Yeah, sure.
Robbie, would you mind? Your mic's acting up again.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna do. Wait till we got out of combat. I didn't want to miss anything exciting.
Yeah. So go ahead, you guys.
Exciting when
you
you're here, man.
What's that?
Everything's exciting when you're here, man.
Right, absolutely.
Let me make sure I get the link. Go back to the link real quick before I do disconnect.
Sure. All right, so you guys been harassed by the scarecrows.
How do you feel
Yeah.
things are right now?
What's
Let
that?
me know if I step out of bounds. How do you feel things are going right now? And let me know if I step out of bounds.
I think they're going pretty well. I'm definitely loving the amount of role play I'm getting from you guys. That's excellent. I love to see that. I don't mind so much the interjecting a little to help with some of the rules or clarifications with questions. It's not a huge deal. There might be some things though. Ultimately, I will fudge just for role play and dramatic effect.
So
I mean, who doesn't want to be a cool guy and never look back at an explosion? So everything's great. That Scarecrow's a little tougher than I thought.
Have you run 5th edition?
5th edition, no. I ran a lot of 3.5, so I said they had like a really low challenge rating, and I did see they have the resistance, and nobody has anything really to cut through the resistance. So I was like, they'll stand up for a little bit.
It definitely had a dark fantasy vibe from my point of view, and I don't know. Yeah, going from another edition. See, I went from 4th to this. I've been able to play all editions or GM all editions in one form or another, and 5th, in my opinion, is the most brutal.
It's definitely one of those things I've noticed where the danger is real. It kind of heralds back to 1st and 2nd edition where like monsters would kill you.
Oh yeah.
And even low challenge rating monsters can still prove difficult to take down. While they might not be a huge threat damage wise, I know it could add up. Bear in mind, being 3 people as opposed to the 4. There were going to be 8 of these things, and we'll just see how 3 works out. And I think that was okay.
That felt fair. I mean, if you wanted this to be a really challenging encounter, you would have thrown 5.
Right.
5
Yeah.
would have been a lot more, especially if tactfully played well. If you had us flanked a few times, I'm not sure if you've gotten the DMG, but they have a few optional rules in terms of actions you can do. Flanking is one of them.
See, I have the DMG. I didn't check out the flanking. I should check that out. But I was going if I opted to use more of them, I was definitely going to while a few were harassing you in melee, I was going to have some try to use their frightful visage. One tried, failed horribly, and figured it'd be a better idea to just try to shred you. So yeah, that was good. I think that combat went well. So if I ever run this one shot again and get more people, I'll definitely want to throw in. I might be able to get to use all 8 of them. See how that works out.
I think you did get the flavor across, though, in attempting to scare or use the fear status against players. So you definitely set the scene well, and having the creatures attempt to scare one of the party members was a good way to bring out some of the flavor of the scarecrow.
You see, did you say I needed more flavor, or?
Know that you set it up well, and that you brought the
Okay.
flavor out. And even though you weren't successful in scaring one of them, you attempted to. And the very act of doing that made the players aware, even in a metagaming way, that they have this ability, and it kind of represents them better than just going, "I'm going to attack you."
Right. That's what I was going for. So I'm glad you enjoyed that. Like I said, I wanted to use more and kind of have like the sharks in the water kind of feel, just these black shapes just stalking you in the mist, and start trying to burst out and use their visage. But yeah, I didn't want to. It could have definitely taken a while if you guys fought all of them. I'm sure you would have won, but their damage resistance is a bit of a nuisance.
Yeah.
Considering and it would probably end up eating away all of your magic, and we don't want that because honestly, they're probably might be able to take a short rest like once in this adventure.
Mm-hmm. Well, the rules would consider this moment that we're having after the game, after the battle.
Yeah, we could probably intents and purposes.
But I don't know. I'm very mixed on that myself. I like to make short rests in advance.
I'll definitely let you guys gather, steel yourselves for what's ahead as you make your way into the town and be able to recuperate your exhausted spell slots. But your hit points right now will remain at what they currently are, unless you want to expend healing to fix that. So what is how are you guys looking right now health wise? It shouldn't be too terrible. They didn't do a lot of damage, I don't think.
Health wise, I think I took the biggest blow.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised.
I'm at 55 out of 80. It's still not too shabby, considering that I have a ton of healing ability left, like an absolute shit ton.
Okay.
I think we're good. I didn't touch healing at all. And since they're spread out from different levels, the spell slots aren't necessarily all applicable to specific levels of spells.
Right.
So it's not like I expended all of them.
Did you say, how much health did you say? Just for a note so I can put this in my...
55 out of 80.
55.
But,
so make a note of that. Unless you're going to heal up, fix it. And I'll get Joe and Robbie's as well.
Is my mic working better now?
Absolutely. Robbie, how many hit points do you have left? Did you?
I don't think I got hit once that time.
Okay, and I think Joe's missing a few. But Joe's got a plethora of hit points. And his massive armor.
Yeah, I don't know if I did it right, but I have 96 somehow. That seems like a lot, but maybe not.
If you're a mountain dwarf, stout dwarf. If you're a stout dwarf, then it totally makes sense.
I'm a mountain dwarf.
Okay.
A mountain dwarf, you get an additional point for every level you are.
Okay, so you have an additional 8 hit points as a mountain dwarf, plus your constitution mod per level. And then I gave you max die, so whatever your die size is, you would times that by your level.
Yeah. So. 64.
I mean,
I'm not complaining with it, but.
No, I mean, even if that's not entirely accurate, I don't care. It makes sense. You're a dwarf. Dwarves are tough. They're resilient little bastards.
It's not absurd either.
No, not really.
Yeah.
I mean, if you were, if the math was off and you were like a halfling, like 96 hit points,
For a halfling, yeah.
For a halfling, even though race doesn't matter really, but it'd just be like you're tough as a coffin nail. Yeah, it's fine. Don't worry about it. You're gonna need them, so.
Great.
I think I'm about ready, if you guys are.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
So I was discussing with Ratan or Paul um, during your time going up to Hamlin. You have enough time to kind of steel yourselves, and you can recoup your expended spell slots, but your hit points will remain the same unless you are healed via potions or spells. So you get your expended spell slots back, but your health will remain the same.
I actually did
And
want to do something real quick before we get going.
sure,
I'd like to. Moonbeard's gonna kind of walk over to Rayton and just kind of smugly look up at him, and he's like, "Ah, Rayton, broke your nose again, I see."
Ah,
yeah,
yes. Well, it does seem that you have some powers you weren't telling us, hey?
he's got a nice scar, not a scar yet, but a slash running down across his eye, and his nose is busted.
Do you
And
want me?
I'll
Oh,
grab it, just. Ah! I thought this was easy last time.
When I see him do that, I almost like shuffle over to him and then unceremoniously grab hold of his head and then do it again and just like wiggle his nose and but then I look into his eyes and say, "What's it? You're a mess, but let me fix this." And then I cast Lesser Restoration on him.
Okay. Real quick, Joe, what are your hit points at after the combat?
101.
101, still pretty tip top.
Yeah, I took 8 points of damage.
And I think you took one solid hit, and then it just flailed against you.
Yeah, I think I took a 5 and then a 3.
Yeah, well, nothing excruciating when you have 109 hit points.
Exactly.
All right, so
How injured is everyone else?
Cures death, blind, paralysis, or poison. So I'm going to cure his like the slash across his eye.
all right.
And then fix his nose. So he looks as ugly as ever.
So yeah, he bends your nose up and heals your eye, but it's going to leave a scar. So you look like a badass, and you have a story to tell.
Does everyone else look?
What's that? Yeah, how
injured does
exactly?
everyone else look?
Say Leon looks pretty fine. He's got superficial scratches, and his armor might need buffed. Moonbeard doesn't have a scratch on him. Maybe a bit of muck now from the tussle in the dirt and mud.
I will say Moonbeard's hair is a little disheveled right now, which
From his thunder wave.
Yeah, his beard is looking fine. He always has his beard braided with silver rings all throughout it. But that's fine. But his hair is usually kind of pulled back in, not necessarily like a ponytail, but just pulled back behind his head, and he's kind of tucking it back in as they keep walking.
Yeah, so if you guys want to give a little bit more description as to what your characters look like, put some features to the names as you're heading to the town. Go ahead.
Well, I'll say that after you've just messed about with my nose, I'll shove off some of the grit and grime and dirt from walking through the mud, and go, all I need to do is pray, and Pelo will take care of everything. And I'll start to pray with my hand turned inwards, and I'll attempt to use Cure Wounds on myself. I guess Caucasian is, as I see it, half plate, a bit of a half cape with a sigil of the chantry we belong to. Holy symbol strewn about my neck on a chain. Blonde, or we'll say dirty blonde, wavy hair, shoulder length. Nasty broken nose, clearly has been broken several times. New scar across the eye. Green eyes, and gaunt, but kind of walks with a bit of an attitude. He thinks highly of himself.
Got a surly gait about himself, huh?
Yep.
All right. What about what about Leon as you're walking up? What's he look
You
like?
you can't really see him, his features very well, but when you do get a chance to look at him, he's very very regular. He's got no discernible features apart from his head, which is cleanly shaven. So he tends to do every day. He tries to keep his face clean and his head clean, of no hair at all. He still keeps his eyebrows though. He doesn't want to look too weird. Yeah, he has no facial hair. But as Ratan described the symbol of our chantry, I don't have anything like that. It's just my shield. I just have it embossed onto the shield, and I always keep that on me.
What about his build? How big is this full plate wearing man?
He's about 5'11" tall, but he's got a very stocky upper body, and his lower body it's not slight, but he's not massively well built there either. He's more of all his strength is in his upper body. He can lift himself in full plate.
So he's thick of chest, right? Broad
Yeah.
shoulders.
Broad shoulders, thick arms, but
All
he's
right.
got very slight legs.
All right.
He's not too good
he's-
at running. He's very good at lifting himself or lifting weights or pushing or pulling, but not too good on the legs. He skipped leg day.
Leg day's not his thing. That's what I was gonna say. And what about Moonbeard? What else does Moonbeard got going on? So he's got this beautifully primped, extravagant beard.
The beard and the staff are Moonbeard's Moon and
Signatures.
Beard. It's his two most beloved objects that he owns. So yeah, like I said, he's not only rings, but he just has like just a random assortment of trinkets in his beard. Almost like Jack Sparrow's hair, just like some
Right.
wooden beads, some colorful glass beads. He even has like a little moon-shaped bead that is kind of like right in the middle, about like an inch below his chin. That it just looks like a moon, and it's actually made of moonstone. So he's got that, and then his face. He's got the beard covers his entire bottom half of his face. The top half of his head is silverish hair going back. He has kind of like dark black, almost obsidian colored eyes. He also is wearing just kind of like a leather jerkin almost. So not necessarily armor, but like a jerkin, and he has a dark blue cloak that goes down, and it's trimmed with silver, and right in the middle it has it's a pair of eyes surrounded by 7 stars, which is the symbol of Saloon. And then he also has a scimitar stashed into his belt, but he does not use that as often.
Love me scimitars.
They definitely-
Gotta say it.
He also has a
Definitely.
shield on his back, which has
Wooden shield.
a wooden shield made of it has the same symbol of the 2 eyes surrounded by
Okay.
stars.
So it definitely looks druidic, kind of wise or something, sage-like. All right, so you guys make your way into town under Rast.
His build too, he's
Oh yes.
a little bit over 4 feet tall, so a little bit taller than other dwarves, I guess. And he's not exactly like fat, but he's got a bit of a beer belly going on. He is a brewer, so he
Okay.
enjoys his drink.
Awesome.
So yeah, other than that, his arms are not. He's not super muscularly or
Okay.
muscular. Sorry, word's
Okay.
hard.
A little, not quite as stocky as the average dwarf would be.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, his body is still pretty stocky, but
Yeah, but not as thickly corded muscles. I
yeah,
guess
he's
you'd say.
not.
Not living under the hills and throwing.
He's not
rocks
used to
and-
swinging a pickaxe like all the other dwarves are.
Right. All right. Awesome. Beautiful
Do
guys.
you want me to give some of those details too? I think I missed like build and a couple other things.
Sure, if you want, absolutely.
Um, so I'll say he's a bit shorter than his brother, around something like 5'10". Um, yeah, probably has like a slim build. Not used to seeing combat. While he does think highly of himself, he doesn't shave too often, so he always maintains a bit of a rough beard,
Okay.
and almost a constant sneer. So yeah.
Okay. Fantastic. All right, guys. So you've handily dealt with the scarecrows and cleaned yourselves up a little bit. And as you near the town, again, like I said, the fog just seems to get a little bit thicker. And then there's a slight break in it as you come up to, as the road leads into the town. And let's see. So as you get in there, they said the cobblestone streets are they're eerily quiet, and the sound of squealing metal can be heard as establishment signs swing on their hinges, and shutters clatter randomly, and the street lamps shed an orange glow through the foggy streets, still lit even though the town appears abandoned. And as you guys come in, you just see different buildings and establishments. Not really run down looking, but they could use some attention. And it's fog's clinging, and it's got a it doesn't feel nice. And you see a vagabond kind of peek out from one of the houses, and he approaches and asks. He says, "Are you gentlemen? Are you gentlemen all right? Is the road safe to travel?"
Moonbeard at this point, I mean, assuming you guys are okay, he's gonna kind of take the lead, as he's vaguely familiar with his town, and he's just gonna kind of put one hand just kind of playing with his beard and be like, "We had a bit of trouble with some scarecrows earlier, but my two companions here and I dealt with them fairly easily."
We're simply looking to move on to Cantaline. We didn't intend to stop here.
Says you'd be wise to leave while you can. You say you dealt with the scarecrows. The road is safe to travel.
Aye. Those scarecrows won't be getting up anytime soon.
As soon as you say the road is safe to travel, he begins to hastily just shuffle off past you guys. Just a bit of a look of fright in his eyes, a little bit as he peers back. Not really looking to insert himself in any more unnecessary conversation. If he can make a run off.
Do you, perhaps, I guess as my duty, I must ask you, whether you know of the light of Taylor? This place certainly seems in need of it. Point out into the mist-laden village. Where is it? Oh,
So you're speaking to the vagabond as he goes to leave, right?
yes.
All right. As you say that, he kind of stops in his tracks and looks back at your mention of Pelor, the light of Pelor in this town in need, and he says the town of Hamlin was once a quiet place, where comfortable lives were led. There was fertile lands with plentiful farms and trade caravans coming and going. Yeah, but that was some time ago. These are dark times now. The town is but an echo of its former self. Dark things have come, evil things, and I fear it is the end for us. And as soon as he finishes, he takes off along the road, becoming a black silhouette in the fog as he hurries away from town.
I turn to my brother. Perhaps it is due to the lack of faith, brother. Maybe they have not prayed. Well, I guess we could rest here. If we could find a place to rest. Just scan the area.
Moonbeard pats his belly, and he's like, "I need some whiskey."
Whiskey? No whiskey will be passing my lips tonight, I assure you.
That's because you're not as stout as a dwarf.
So as you bicker amongst yourselves and search the town, there's no real signs of life, and you might. What's your passive perception?
Mine's an 18.
Yours is an 18. What about should have got that earlier. 18. What is?
How do you figure out your passive perception? Sorry.
It'll be
You add
10
your
plus.
proficiency. If you're proficient, then you
If you're
add your
proficient.
skill, and then 10.
So 10 plus, what's it? Your wisdom modifier, sorry, if you're proficient.
Wisdom modifier.
And then you add your proficiency if you're proficient in
Okay.
the skill.
So 14.
14. And what about you,
I think
Raton?
it's, I've been typing it in the chat. 16.
Okay, I must have overlooked that. Or I should have got that earlier, but all right. So, Raton and Moonbeard notice as they move through the town. They see a glimpse of some faces peering out from behind curtains through windows or shutters. And you catch the sound as you move along the street of shutters closing and latching and doors locking, and you find what appears to be a tavern or an inn, but the door is locked, and there's just a large cross nailed to the front of the door, and there doesn't appear to be any signs of life from inside of it.
Does the cross appear to be of a religious nature?
Yes, and yeah, it's a religious nature, and there's just like I said, the only eminent real light is just the ambient orange glow of the street lamps, and you seem to be the only folks out. Your footsteps echo on the cobblestone, and fog swirls around you.
Can I do a perception check and take a look through the window and see what I can see inside of the bar? Or the tavern?
No, the shutters are closed and it's boarded up pretty tight.
Okay.
So there's nothing to really see through.
Okay, well, considering I can't see anything, I'm just going to keep walking through the town.
Okay, so
I will follow my brother.
okay.
Give a very despairingly look at the door of the bar and just kind of wipe a tear away and hustle off after the other two.
All right, yeah, you guys, as you walk around the town, like I said, it's the same thing pretty much greets you everywhere you go. It's just real eerily quiet. The sound of Leon's plate mail clatters, Moonbeard's staff clanking off the cobblestone, and there's all the houses. No light shines from inside. Again, the only light being the street lamps as they just spread a weak ambient glow through the fog. And the occasional face or something like Raton and Moonbeard would catch peering from second floor windows down at them, and when you guys go to look, they just quickly back away, or the shutter closes or the curtain comes back closed. And
Did I gain back that one slot for changing into an animal, so I can do it 2 times now?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Even if we wanted to help these people, I wouldn't know where to start.
Well, for a start, it would be nice if we saw any people. This place is a ghost town. The only person we saw ran off as soon as he saw us.
Hopefully it's not your stench. And I'll give him a friendly shove.
I smile and I run my hands through his greasy hair and say, yes, my stench, that must be it.
Well, guy, you seem to know the way.
And says, always arguing when there's ale to be drank.
Yeah, your voices echo off the walls of the buildings. It's the only thing to really break the silence.
At this point, Moonbeard's just gonna kind of sit down on the ground, just shaking his head, looking very sad.
Okay.
Something the matter, my friend?
I'm thirsty.
I pull out my gourd and I offer it over to Moonbeard, and then he as he takes it from me, he'll be shocked as he smells what's inside it.
All right, I guess Moonbeard takes a sip. What does he find?
What do you find?
He kind of just takes it one sip, and then just slowly turns it and drinks it all. And just kind of wipes his hand across his face, and he's like, "I didn't expect you to have such good ale."
Ale, my friend. No, that is no ale. That is the drink of Pelor's finest. I'll let you make of that what you wish. And then I just smile and take the gourd back from him.
Moonbeard just kind of starts coughing and trying to spit it up. And he just kind of looks at him. He's like, "How dare you trick me like that? Seven would be ashamed."
All right. So you guys share some pleasantries in the street. Um, so you hear a slight clattering on the cobblestone as a low-hanging black shape starts to come up from through the fog, and what you see emerge is basically it's a dog that looks like it could be in better shape, and it kind of takes notice of you and actively kind of circles around you guys, and then starts to move back away and keep going down the road where you guys came from.
Okay, I'm gonna use my animal handling skill and
Okay.
just kind of try to whistle and kind of like, "Here, boy," get it to come towards me.
All right. Go ahead and roll animal handling.
That is a natural 20.
Yeah, so this dog, just despite everything that's going on, it thinks of you immediately as just like its new master, its new best friend. And then it comes up and starts licking your hand and looks at you and whimpers a little bit, like it wants something.
I wish Dandry cared more for me like this dog does to him. Never did like me. Eh?
Moonbeard's just kind of talking to it like, typical, like, "Oh, you're a good boy, aren't you? Look a
Does
little
this
hungry."
does this dog look in a bit rough shape?
Yeah, it definitely looks like it could use to eat, do with a meal. Its ribs are sticking out a little bit. It's coming down with a bit of the mange. Some fur. Is missing, a little patchy. And
I guess I'll go ahead and give it a little bit of food that I have in my pack.
All right, so the dog takes the food and starts to kind of scurry off back the other way, and stops and kind of looks back at you and starts barking a little bit.
I'm gonna just follow it.
Where's he off
Alright.
to now? Looking at my brother, looking at the dog. Might as well follow. And I'll follow us in pursuit.
It's the most matter of life we've seen so far.
So you all follow the dog.
Yeah, I'll follow the dog also.
All right. So yeah, it goes back the way you guys came, and it ends up leading you back to that tavern, and starts just kind of scratching at the door, like it wants in.
I look over to the druid and I say, "This isn't one of your friends, is it? You're not trying to tell us something."
I only just met him, but I love him already.
Well, he seems like an alright pup, and I'll extend my hand to pet him and attempt to cast Minor Restoration. so that he's no longer ill.
All right. So how's you cast minor restoration on him? How's that look?
So as I'm petting him, I hope that his coat would shine down the streaks that I pet him. And as I do so, his shaking the pink spots with no fur start to become more natural, grow a natural coat. Um, Along with any kind of open mouth and wagging tongue and foam or anything of the nature dissipates.
Oh yeah, he shies away a little bit at first, from your hand, and as you touch him and let this healing energy flow into him, he feels soothed, and he starts to look 100 times better, and he starts gallivanting a little bit happily, and continues to scratch fiercely at the door and bark. And as he does this, you hear a voice from inside says, "Leave us be."
I'm Nezalin Moonbeard of the Circle of the Moon. Please let us in. We are weary travelers.
I don't think you heard. I said, "Leave us be."
Kind sir, please, we just wish to rest. Please just let us in for a while. We won't take much of your time.
And we'll buy your whiskey.
So as you say, kind sir, the second floor shutters burst open, and there's a rather stout woman standing there with a rag tied over her head, and she's got a crossbow leveled at you, and says, "You should leave us be, lest I let my quarrel fly. We don't need any more trouble here. We already have some."
Okay. When she does this to me, I don't have my sword and shield is sheathed, and I just put my hands up in like soothing tone, just say, "We aren't here to cause trouble. If anything, we'd like to try and help you. Just let us in, and we can talk. We can see what's going on, and maybe, just maybe, Pelor can help you bring light to your village again."
She starts laughing. She says, "Let you in. Invite you in. What do you take me for, a fool? Say what you gotta say. Make your peace and be on your way."
Could I attempt a persuasion to try and get this woman on my terms of thinking?
You can certainly try.
Okay. While I was trying to persuade her, I slowly pull out my shield and show her the symbol of Pelot and say, "Yeah, I will try, and with your help we will succeed. We again can make your village strong again. You don't need to live in fear." And I roll 19 on persuasion.
Okay, you see her tentatively lower the crossbow, and she still looks a little gruff at you, and she says, "Okay, even if you are who you say you are, what brings you to the god-forsaken town of Hamlin?" From through the window.
We were on our way to Cantaline, if I may interject here. My brother and I, from one of the chantries far south of here, had come to spread the word of Pelor, and noticed that your settlement had befallen some ill of some sort, and we wish to aid you.
Yeah, you could definitely say that some ill has befallen the once peaceful town of Hamlin.
And what is this ill? We came across some fiends of sorts been entering this city, and while we were able to fend them off, we found nary a soul to meet us.
Ha! Found nary a soul, you say? That's because we can't leave.
What stops you from leaving, madam?
He says, "This town is damned. The devil lives here now." And
Then
as she
maybe
says
it is
that,
our
you hear...
duty.
What's that?
Maybe it is our duty as servants of Pelor to bring rest and order to this place of chaos.
All right. As she says that, and you start speaking, you hear the sharp howl of a wolf just pierce the silence far off in the distance, and an ominous roll of thunder across the sky when she says the devil lives here now. And a look of worry comes over her face, and she tells you that she says you best be off. Though your intentions may be good, uh, you should leave while you have the chance. And she starts to move to close the shutters when she's saying this.
As she's moving towards them, I'd like to throw her up like a token of some kind, and say to her, what's it? You may not want us here for now, but know this: if you trust and believe in Pelor, he will help you, as will me and my brother and my companion. And then I throw her up a little knick-knack, like almost like a little wooden object in the shape of a sun disk.
Okay. She catches it, and she looks at it and almost scoffs, sort of, as you say, Pelor, help and protect, and she just kind of mutters under her breath, if only. And she closes the shutters, and as she does that, it's getting darker out, and it's gotten noticeably darker as the sun, already hidden behind the clouds, starts to sink over the horizon. The street lamps just seem even more ominous than inviting, as the shadows cast seem to dance and take the shape of dark things in your peripheral vision. Though should you actively try to look and focus, as soon as you do, just the image is gone, and the simple shadows in its place. And off in the distance, atop the hill where the keep is, you see lights flicker in the windows of the hilltop estate, and the fog seems thicker yet around its high walls than it was in the town and the surrounding area.
Well, guide, it seems like there's nothing for us here. Although it does concern me this talk of a devil here. We were sent to dispatch fiends, and it seems like there are plenty here for us to take care of.
Whilst you're talking, I interrupt you and say, devils, there is no greater fiend than a devil. We must find it, we must extinguish it, and we must make this place a holy place again.
I agree, brother. But where to start? We have not a clue.
So it's definitely evident, again, as the sun sets and the town darkens, that there appears to be something, form of life in the town. As the only light you've seen so far, other than the street lamps, is the coming from the windows of the small castle, the keep, up on the hill that overlooks the town of Hamlin.
Moonbeard, do you know anything of this town? This keep, even?
Do I need to do like another the first time? Just a passive perception? Was that what you went off of, how I knew the name of the town?
No. So you know the name of the town, and you are familiar with it a little bit in your travels, and you would know that, like I said, it was once pretty lively, and people led decent lives. They did okay for themselves, and the mayor or governor, who was a fair man, lived up in that estate. You don't know his name exactly. Like I said, you're probably just passing through, gathering some supplies, and going on about your business. City life's not for you.
All right. So Moonbeard just kind of starts again his hands go up to his beard, and he's just kind of stroking it and looking. And he's like, that castle does look familiar. I believe the mayor used to live up there.
Well, it seems like we can't find rest here. Everyone's too scared. But there's light coming from that keep. Maybe if we travel, well, how long would that be? Do you happen to know? And turn towards our guardian or guiding friend.
To the keep. Am I able to? Do I know how long it is up to the keep?
Yeah, it'd take about a half hour's walk to along the road to pass through the town and hit the trail that leads up the hill to the keep.
Okay. Yeah, I'll let them know that. Yeah, half an hour.
What are your thoughts, Leia? Do you think that it's wise that we go towards this keep?
I think right now it's our only option.
Well, I think if there is a devil here, we're better placed to be than a keep. Have you not read stories from our childhood?
Ah, yes. Ah, yes.
The 7 intelligence is mocking your reading prowess.
This is true.
I'm
You're
going
thinking of
to.
the maidens with long hair.
I'm going to cast Speak with Animals.
Okay. You can cast it, but so there's no immediate animals other than that dog around here, and
Yeah, well, I want to use it on the dog, or
yeah.
to talk to the dog.
Okay.
So
go ahead and cast it. If you'd like to put some flavor on it, feel free.
yeah. So once he casts it, he just kind of looks over at the dog, and he's like, "What do you know about that keep, dog?"
Not a naturally intelligent creature. It kind of understands what you're saying, and it just kind of sends back, the mental image of, lights in the windows being, the only light around here at nighttime, and dark shapes coming and going through the fog, heading towards the keep and up the road, and the occasional shrill scream from somewhere in the town as one of the dark shapes, in the mental image it sends you, heads to a building, the scream following, and then it leaves, within a matter of minutes, with one of the villagers. You can kind of tell it had made out as, the silhouettes noticeably bigger, almost 2 people, and darts off hastily back towards the keep. And that's about what it sends you. It wasn't too keen on sticking around, finding out.
Alright. Yeah, Moonbeard will look back at the others and just be like, I think that's the way we need to go. Seems like that's where this devil they speak of lairs.
And as he says that, I start moving a lot more hastily towards the keep, with holy fury in my eyes.
We don't have to
Never
go that
ceases
fast.
me. Your tricks never cease me, journeyman. Wait, brother! And I'll run off to his side.
I try to run really fast, but really I'm just like still just chugging along in my full plate, just tripping over my feet almost.
Like day was not your day.
Makes a good show of wanting to move hastily.
Yeah, I'm kind of like the person that's like, come on guys, everyone hurry up, but then you're the one lacking behind.
All right, so yeah, you relay the information, Moonbeard, and Leon just goes to make with as much haste as he can muster in his glorious full plate, up the road towards the keep. Ratang, his brother in tow, And
Yeah, Moonbeard will just kind of go off as trying to keep pace with them.
all right. So as you guys move through the town, again, it's just dead, and the only sound piercing the silence again is your footfalls, the clank of metal and his staff off the cobblestone. And as you guys move, you kind of breach the town, and there's the path leads up a hill with a bit of woods on either side, and the fog's getting thicker, noticeably thicker as you start to near the keep. And you start to feel a cold chill just run down your spine, and the air, your breath when it comes out is leaving puffs of fog from the heat of your breath, and you're barely able to see more than 10 feet in front of you. The light from the castle is just a beacon in the godforsaken shroud that threatens to consume you as you approach.
Alright, at that point, Moonbeard's just gonna cast Produce Flame and just hold it and just kind of look over at the other guys and be like, stick close with me. I have a feeling I'll be needing your shields.
So as you cast Produce Flames and shed a little bit more light, you can see about another 5 feet. The fog is getting very, very thick, unnaturally so, and you see the fog almost coalesce and just take the shape of talons just kind of sweeping forward and just dissipating back into fog, and the visage of a maul just kind of appear by your sides in the fog and again dissipate. And let's see, and as you guys get closer, who's in the lead?
I would guess that kind of like walking 3 abreast right now, with Moonbeard in the middle with this flame, and the 2 of brothers on either side with their shields out. Does that sound good?
That makes sense with how thick the fog is.
Yeah.
All right. So again, as the fog's getting thick and go ahead, and since you're 3 abreast, everybody make a perception check.
$16.
Nat 20.
This guy.
24.
So it was a 16, 20, and you say a 24?
Yep.
All right. So as you come up, you see Rattan kind of pull up short and gesture for you guys to stop, as the ground, which was pretty hard to notice with the fog, just kind of stops, and there's a sheer drop about 15 feet. And upon looking closer, you can tell that this is a moat that runs around the keep, and you can see a little better now that you're on top of it. And there's about a 15-foot wall and a large portcullis with a wooden drawbridge that also acts as a door, barring your path any further.
Well, that's down the line.
This puts a damper on our situation.
Damn it. Foiled by a door again.
Not the first time, eh?
But no, at least I
Well,
didn't
I'm
break.
not one to. Sorry.
Well, at least I didn't break my nose walking into it for the 7th time. Although I may have had a hand in that.
No, I'm not one to enjoy sewers, but is there another access? Just kind of looking around, inspecting the walls, seeing if there's some kind of way that we can enter.
From what you can see, no, it's thoroughly surrounded by a moat about 15 foot across and, another 15 foot down with water of unknown depth, with high walls surrounding it, again, about 15 foot thick stone walls in height. and yeah, you can just kind of make out, a little bit more of the keep too. Like I said, the windows up in the second floor are spreading light, as there's some form of light source coming from inside of there.
Who knows? Maybe you can fly us across. Just looking at our dwarven friend.
Hold on, I'm trying to look up something real quick.
I don't know how big's that giant eagle.
So could I do use one of my cantrips and do Thorn Whip and try to lash out at the drawbridge and kind of like grab it up at the top and try to pull it down?
Sounds reasonable. Why not?
Alright.
So yeah, you see Moonbeard summon forth a thorny whip, a vine, and send it out and start to curl around the top of the gate. Are you going to try to manhandle this thing down?
Yeah, but or yeah, should I do like roll for an attack?
No, it's not
Strength check.
trying to. It's not trying to dodge. We're going to strength check. And
No, I
we'll
meant
see.
for damage. That's what
It's if you want to try to shear through this thing, you can. Like I said, it
just to
looks
kind of get a better grip almost.
that wouldn't be an
Leon, I think
issue.
you should help him. I'm pointing at
Getting
Leon
a-
and the whip.
Getting a better grip wouldn't be an issue. Like I said, you can have this vine just kind of work in between the stone and curl around what it can. But it's a big. It's obviously 15 foot in height to span the moat,
Yeah.
and it's iron bound wood. It looks
Oh.
quite sturdy. It's been here for some time and hasn't been breached yet.
As the whip is firmly like gripped onto it, I walk over to Moonbeard and I say to him quite snarkily, "Are you ready for this? Would you like me to pull you or the drawbridge or both?" And then, have you got is your hand holding onto the whip?
Well, the way it kind of just sprouted from the top of his staff.
Oh, okay.
So he's holding onto his staff with both hands, kind of just holding it in front of him for right now.
Okay, so you got both your hands like gripped onto the staff.
Yeah, and he's just gonna kind of look at you both, and he's like, "I think we should all just grab a hold and pull."
Yep. So I wrap my hands above and below yours, and then I sort of like count down. Ask you if you're ready. Are you ready?
I'm always ready.
And then I count down from 3, 2, 1. I look over at my brother and sort of shake my head, and then we just pull.
I'll do this to him. I don't want to get any. I don't want to harm my precious hands.
He's feeling strong. All right, let's get a strength check. And since Moonbeard's helping,
Well, wouldn't Moonbeard do the strength check and just me help him? Because he's the one controlling the whip, I'm guessing.
however you want to do it.
No advantage.
Yeah, say bottom line is you're going to have an advantage on the throw
Cool.
with the assist.
Now, would you like me to roll, or do you want to roll, Moonbeard?
I guess you should probably roll because your strength is probably a lot higher than mine.
Cool. So a strength check, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so 14 plus 7, 21.
Yeah, you feel the viney growth strain under the pressure as you yank on it, and you feel the door give a little bit and kind of the chains rattle that are attached to it that would otherwise lower and hoist the bridge up, but it's otherwise staying where it's at.
I have a better idea. Before we go and lose our limbs, why doesn't one of us go over there? And I'll look over at the shorter person in the group. And you could just pull the lever, let the bridge down for us.
You want me to fly over this wall alone?
Can't you climb?
I don't feel very at home in trees. I'm a dwarf.
Druid dwarf doesn't feel at home with trees.
Climbing in jungle gyms instead.
Like what? It's like the biggest oxymoron I've ever seen.
Oh God, sorry. I'm gonna. Oh, this is terrible. Please, can you just like turn to me and say, "Toss me. You'll have to toss me."
Good thing we don't have any elves with us.
Don't tell any elves.
Well, would an eagle be big enough to carry a human?
Probably not. Even a giant eagle.
It is definitely a giant eagle.
Oh, do you have the size category for the eagle in here?
Large beast.
Large.
Yes.
Yeah, I suppose that would be possible, but you'd have to do them one at a time.
Okay. Alright, yeah, I guess I'll just, again, without saying a word, just kind of, my cloak just, or all of my clothes just kind of drop to the ground, and I fly out as an eagle.
If you want, your gear can polymorph with you if you don't want to make a third trip to pick your stuff up.
Okay. Yeah.
And I believe you can choose to have certain aspects of your gear if it's reasonable that what you're turning into can wear it, not polymorph, and still be active.
Go get your cup out of your mouth.
Yeah, I'll just say that it all morphed with me, I guess.
Okay. Just
And
to save you a little bit of trouble.
Pick up Rayton and just take him over.
Alright, so yeah, you see the Moonbeard just turn into this massive eagle as he outstretches his arms, and they just kind of grow and take the shapes of feathers, and his head coalesce and a beak sprout. And, within a matter of seconds, he's a giant eagle, and without even asking for any form of permission, just kind of come over and these large talons just grasp you on your shoulder on either side and start to make haste with hoisting you into the air.
Men were meant to fly!
As he does, I point towards him and sort of like step back, and it's just like, you did that on purpose. I told you to tell me when you was going to do that. And then I sort of like shy away from him.
Alright, so yeah, Moonbeard's gonna fly Raythan over and just kind of set him directly on the other side of the wall, or of the drawbridge.
Okay.
And then go back for Leon.
I'd
Okay.
like to look for a winch the minute I'm dropped off to see if there is some kind of lever that I can pull to drop the drawbridge.
Yes, there is a lever you notice adjacent to the gate, built into one of the stone pillars that is part of this portcullis to lower the gate, release the lock.
I'm still gonna go try to pick up Leon.
Okay.
I'm still going to try to pull
I'm
down
still
the
pointing
drawbridge.
at him, and as he starts going towards me, I keep moving away. I'm like shaking my head sideways as if to say, "Don't you do it! Don't you dare do it!"
Yes, he's actively trying to avoid you as you come in, trying to get a hold of him. So as he's doing that, as he's trying his damnedest to grab you and just bring you over the gate, Rattan pulls the lever, and you hear a clanking. It kind of picks up pace for a second as the gate comes and just slams down. And as it does that, you would kind of notice, Leon, that the gate just, for a second, it just looks almost like the jagged stones and the silhouette, the backlight of the moon. It just looks like a gaping maw, just inviting you in, and the door almost seems to appear slick and wriggle like a tongue searching for its next meal. And almost as soon as this happens, the image is gone from your mind.
So the drawbridge is down now.
Yes.
Okay.
Moonbeard as the eagle still kind of lets out a annoyed kind of shriek. Not necessarily angry, just kind of like a, darn it.
Okay.
And then he changes back into the dwarf.
Okay.
Perhaps you could have scouted around. If that's what you did.
I guess, actually, yeah, can I scout out before I turn back in real quick?
Sure.
Just kind of fly around up like the towers and stuff like that.
Flying around.
And he tells me he's going to have a look around. Could I cast Sanctuary on him?
Sure.
I like put my hands on his beak and then run it down his back, and as I do that, like a thin layer of that almost looks like ice just covers his body, and then it sort of dissipates into nothingness.
Awesome.
Alrighty. So what does Eagle Moonbeard see as he flies around?
So as you circle the keep, you'll notice a lot of things are hard to make out with the thick fog. But you see there's a large courtyard out front of the front of the estate. Right through the gate. Rattan would notice this as well, as the fog is not nearly as thick in the keep. It's more clinging to the ground. And a few statues and ornate bushes line either side of the cobblestone leading to the large oak double doors at the head of the keep, while an empty stable sets on one side of the courtyard, and a few buildings in a bit of disarray and need of repair sit on the other. The moon hangs low overhead, and the cover of the clouds that were previously just blotting out the sun are gone, though a few remnants, wisps, blow past the moon, and stars dot the sky. And as you're doing that, flying around, a sharp howl just pierces the silence, and the light from the windows in the keep seem to flicker for a moment.
Alright, I'm going to kind of fly closer to the windows just to see if I can look through them and make anything out inside of the room.
So as you approach the windows, you notice they are stained glass and opaque, so you can't really see through them. You just know that there is light coming from the other side.
Alright. Yeah, so I guess after a few minutes of just flying around looking at stuff, then I'll go back down into the courtyard where Rayton is and there.
Alright, while you're doing that, while you're flying around, what is Leon doing?
Whilst he's flying around, I suspect I'm just still standing with Rattan, just trying to keep an eye out, look out for danger.
Okay. So you're in the courtyard as well?
Yeah, he's not going off alone. He wants to stay with his brother.
Alright, so yeah, as you're standing there kind of keeping vigil, you'll see Moonbeard come and land next to you guys. And I would assume change back. How does he change back? Is there anything special about his metamorphosis?
Not really. Just kind of like, as he's his wings are flapping as he gets to the ground, and he just kind of, almost in midair, changes back to a dwarf. Not midair, about a foot or two off the ground. He just changes back to the dwarf and just kind of drops down with his staff in his hand. And
All right.
Kind of starts telling them about what he saw.
Okay.
When he lands, the shimmery liquid that was covering his body, as he lands, he sort of makes like a splash of puddle, and the liquid just falls down.
All right.
So what do we see from the portcullis staring into the keep?
You guys entered, so You would see basically the same description, from your vantage point as well. The empty stables and disarray buildings off to the side, and some ornate statues and bushes just kind of lining and leading up to a pair of ominous yet almost inviting, just large oak double doors that lead into the keep. But other than that, it's about the same as the town. You're the only souls there.
After as soon as I land, I'm gonna be like, ask them, did you guys hear that howl?
Yes, beast howl. Mm.
It was coming from the keep. I know that's where we need to go now.
It ain't the keep. The keep itself is, like I said, part of the walls are like built into, like, coming out around it, to this top, this flat hilltop. So it's probably distance-wise, it's probably about 50 feet across from where you're at. If you just kind of just went in to through the portcullis.
Well, Leon, I don't think it's quite smart for us to run right into this keep. You remember what happened last time? Let's try going around the sides. This way you don't get shot with an arrow in the back. Or 20.
What if we lure it out? That way
I'm sure I recognise that howl. I'm sure I know what that beast is. Could I make a roll to see if I recognise what made the sound?
Sure.
Or what would you like me to roll?
It would be nature.
Okay.
I believe it's nature. Wisdom, I think, is what it's based off of.
You could do history if you wanted to be like something that you remember.
It's okay. I'll do nature.
See, it's not so. I wouldn't say it's so much a historical thing, as something, nature-based, like a natural kind of thing. I'm
No
sure
need to justify that.
I'm sure there's lore of it, but unless they have audio books, I'm not sure if that matters.
Bro,
I rolled a 19, so that's 17.
audio books all the time.
Right. Back in the day. A 19.
It comes to 17 though.
So it's a 17?
It's a 17. Right. I've got -2.
That's right. Yeah, it's some type of lupine creature. It sounds like a wolf howl off in the distance. So that's about all your character, I guess, would know about that particular sound.
I look over at both my companions, like, darting back and forth, and I say, that was definitely a wolf.
For sure. Could have been that dog. Who knows?
Oh, I'll be right back, guys. Just go let my cat out.
Sure. What would you guys like to do? Take any actions?
Do you happen to know of this creature? By the way, thank you for your help earlier. I'm sure this will help. And I'll pull a little tiny, sort of in metal vial that looks like an ornament or some kind of symbol, and click it open to reveal that it's actually a flask.
Okay. So yeah, Todd hands you a flask of some liquid.
Moonbeard's just gonna kind of punch him in the gut, not like super hard, not trying to do any damage, but just
playful.
Yeah, just kind of sock him in the gut and be like, "You've been holding out on me."
I'm back.
And, yeah, just
Well, it's a cardinal's trick to always carry something holy on them.
Yeah, I'm gonna go. Moonbeard's gonna want to go look in the stables to see if there's anything in there that they could use.
Okay, if you check out the stables, go there. It's definitely run down. Hasn't been used for some time. There's supporting beams smashed or rotted away. It's mostly just dirt and dust and some cobble in there. There's not even, like I said, there's not even the smell of manure. It's been that long since these stables have been active. You might find, a few, like a pitchfork or something that would have once been used for moving hay and feed and cleaning, but outside of that, nothing.
Are there any like supplies or anything like that anywhere else other than the
Uh,
pitchfork?
There'd be you'd say there's say there's a whip in there that would have been used to corral whatever beasts were in the stables, and perhaps a length of rope. There's about a 50-foot coil of rope sitting in the corner.
Does it look in good shape, or is that just as bad as it like molded and just?
Yeah, it still looks usable. It was a thick, sturdy rope, so I mean, yeah, it doesn't look brand new, freshly braided, but it looks like it could be used. Probably, it'd be a little sketchy to maybe rappel extensively with it, but it's possible.
Well, I think we best move on at this point, and I'll make to one of the sides of this keep and slowly, move carefully along the sides of it, sides of the walls, looking upwards at the possibility of being attacked by anyone.
So yeah, you guys hear Rattan say, pretty much you guys should move along.
Yeah, I draw up my my sword and my shield, and I press on with him.
All right, what's Moonbeard doing?
Moonbeard's just kind of gonna like. These two always rushing in. Just kind of follow them.
All right. So as you guys make your way up the keep, where are you going? Like through the courtyard when you do this? Are you going? Are you just walking directly down the cobbled walkway, or the stables is on the left, and just a length of wall that leads up, and the ransacked, rundown few buildings on the right.
So I'm carefully along a wall, trying to head towards this door.
All right. So as you guys move up, as you approach the keep and near the double doors, about halfway there, you hear that shriek howl again. It's howl, but much closer this time. And you see a large hunched figure kind of lurches into view atop the stone right above you, if you bother to look up. And you see red eyes staring with hunger down at the group, salivating tongue. And suddenly the doors to one of the rundown buildings on the right burst open, and another one of these furred beasts leaps out and begins to charge hastily at the group. And you see the gate, the portcullis, seems to suddenly get a mind of its own, and it raises up and slams ominously shut, chains clanking, sealing you guys into the courtyard. And we will roll initiative. My daughter's up, if you can hear her.
So good.
It's okay, I've just had a cat walking around in my living room with a piece of chicken in its mouth, so...
At least it's quiet.
Well, the mic probably couldn't pick it up, I could just hear him nomming away.
I love cats, man. I love them. They're great.
I recently bought a new scratch post for him. I was expecting it just to be like a decent sized scratch post, like 13, 14 inches. But then when I got it in, it was like 3 times the size. It's about 3-4 foot tall. It's crazy.
Glorious.
Yeah. My cat, I was going to take it back, but the cat absolutely loves it.
Oh yeah.
He,
What did you guys get for a niche? See,
Tell him the
10, 8,
chat.
and 10. All right. If Ratan and his brother Leo would just roll again just to break that and see who goes first. Who's going to go above the other?
I think that you'd go first because I'm a bit sluggish in full plate.
All right. Well, if you just want to concede and let him go first, that's absolutely fine too. So, all right, let's see here again. So, Ratan will act first, followed by Leon, and then Moonbeard, and then the wolves. So you're up. You see again one burst from one of the buildings, Ratan, and just come charging across. Well, there's another one just looming above you atop this 15-foot stone wall, ready to pounce down on the three of you and look to make you its next meal.
How far away are these creatures?
I guess the one's right above you, so it would be a 15-foot drop to the ground, and the width of the courtyard is probably about 40 feet. And the one burst out and started making for you immediately. So we'll say it closed at least, a 10-foot gap by the time you guys readied yourself from its sudden appearance. So it'd be about 30 feet from you.
And that's the 30 feet up or 30 feet across. So I missed that.
Across. Like I said, the courtyard will be 50 feet long by 40 foot wide, and then the 15-foot surrounding wall. So the one would be immediately 15 feet above you, and the other one's closing in now 30 feet away as it just burst out and started running at you.
Okay. I just want to look at that spell quickly. Shield of Faith.
Could I do a quick perception check to see if these are indeed werewolves?
One second, please.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
What did you say you want to make a perception check for? What?
Actually, now I'm looking at it, could like an Arcana check be able to determine if they're werewolves or like magical beasts in general?
You can roll history or nature, whatever you would feel like, as I'm sure there is historical text of these creatures, and also being a druid. I'm sure in your druidic circles they speak and know of these lupine beings, so whatever you feel would work best for you.
I'll do a nature check. It's a 17.
Okay, yeah, you know that these creatures that you see, the one looming over you and coming at you are werewolves, and they're one of the most fearsome of all the lupine races. Definitely the most savage, and very rarely, if ever, do people who are affected with this curse, as it's considered a curse, control the transformation, control the rage. Most just become mindless beasts, who hunt by night, and especially on the full moon. They're especially ravenous, and typically those who survive a werewolf attack soon become one themselves, if there are survivors at all.
You don't have to answer this, but it's kind of metagame. But is the contracting, becoming a werewolf, is it classed as a disease? You don't have to answer, don't want to.
Let me check real quick. No, it's believe it's a curse. More almost supernatural in nature.
Alright, Moonbeard's gonna be like, brace yourself, boys. These are no mere wolves. They're werewolves.
Sorry, I'm just fiddling over channel divinity,
Alright.
divine strike.
Okay, Rattan, by the way, is feeling fairly confident about striking these creatures with his silvered mace. It's a mace you have, or what is your weapon?
It's a silvered mace, just a standard mace.
Okay, yeah, so your silvered mace.
Yeah, so I will first, seeing these creatures and in fear of getting my nose broken again, I will cast a shield of faith upon myself and mutter, while grasping onto this holy symbol on my neck, with my shield in hand, just Pelo guide us, Pelo protect us, before I open my eyes and then rush to meet this foe and hit him with my mace. And aims to ignite it with a holy flame caused by divine strike.
Okay.
Sorry.
So your mace burst with magical sacred flame. Is that what I'm getting?
Yes. Shield of Faith gives you a +2 to AC, just for note. So,
What's
and that's
the duration?
duration up to 1 hour.
Okay, so you'll be good for this whole
When I'm
combat.
hit, I have to make a check. Unless I'm hit, then I have to make a saving throw to see if I can maintain the spell. And the first will be the hit. And sorry. So that's 15.
All right, so yeah, you charge at the wolf that burst forth, and you meet it head on, and your mace will strike true.
Okay. And with that, sorry. I just lost it. So 4 plus 2, so 6 there. And on impact, once per each of my turns, so I've hit it. I'd like the mace to just ignite in a glow of let's say, a translucent white gold kind of color shimmer. It'll have a big like the impact.
Okay.
So that is an extra 7 holy damage or radiant damage.
All right, so it was 6 plus 7, so 13 total. Yeah.
And it is a silver grenade, so I'm not sure what you're going to have work with that.
Mechanically, what that does is they can't ignore the damage. They have to take it because they have immunities. So at this, after Rattan, is that it then for you?
That's all I can do.
All right, after Rattan is Leon.
Okay, Leon will close his eyes and he just seems to like just be in a trance for a second or two, and he senses the area around him for any evildoers or any any righteous people around him. So I'm using my divine sense to sense if there are any evil creatures near me. If these creatures are evil in nature, or of just poor souls that have been cursed.
Oh, they reek of evil. There's just an imminent black aura that just enshrouds them as you go to detect that with your magic.
Okay, when that happens, I sort of like snap out of my trance almost instantaneously, and like recoil back, and then a grim grimace appears on my face as I charge toward the wolf that Ratan just attacked.
Okay. So yeah, your brother follows you into the fray.
Ooh, I rolled a natural 20.
So you crit this thing.
So is that just attack dice twice?
The first attack will be maxed, and the second one you will roll.
Okay, so I only add my modifier once, don't I?
Correct.
So 19 damage, slashing damage.
All right, you see Leon come in and just leap at this thing, with just a mighty chop and bring the blade, down across this thing's head, and he just waylays it. It's crack. You hear the steel on bone as it just cracks throughout the courtyard. But even despite that monstrous blow, the wolf seems relatively unaffected. Just superficial wounds, a break in the skin, and perhaps a slight trickle of blood seeps down over its maul, and it licks it up.
If any of the blood is still on my sword, I just wipe it off almost instantly, as not to be tainted.
Okay.
Then,
go ahead.
No, I'll just say that's my turn, because sensing evil is an action now.
Ah, okay. So after Leon, it will be Moonbeard. You see Ratan and Leon just charge at this thing, and there's still one looming overhead at you, just kind of curling up, getting ready to just jump down on this delicious little morsel that's been left by itself.
Shit. Let's see. Okay. Moonbeard is going to cast Fog Cloud.
Okay. Because there's not enough of that.
Well, I want to disappear from this thing's view.
Okay.
So how far away are the other guys from me?
It would be 30 feet from the wall.
This won't affect them, but yeah, it creates a 20-foot sphere centered on me.
Okay. So yeah,
it lasts for an hour.
So how does Moonbeard cast Fog Cloud?
So he just kind of raises his staff up, and from the top of it, just this fog just kind of escapes from the top of his staff, and then just kind of comes out until he's just completely enclosed in this cloud of fog.
Okay.
And then, yep.
All right. So yeah, you guys see Moonbeard start to spew forth this thick, voluminous cloud of fog from his staff and shroud himself. And in turn, it kind of, you see, since it's 20 feet, it actually comes up and kind of rolls over the wall and envelops the wolf perched atop as well.
Don't you think we need to see them?
Don't you think you need to help me?
Alright, is that all Moonbeard can do?
I believe so. Yeah, I think
If you need help, my friend, come join us.
my stout legs can't take me that far.
Alright, if that'll be it, then the wolves are going to retaliate. The one directly in front of Leon and Ratan lets out a low growl and lunges forward. and with one hand it's going to slash out at Leon, which is these just large, gnarly claws. See if it can hit you. Oh yeah, natural 20.
Awesome.
Isn't it? Fantastic.
Awesome. Gotta love the way that works out.
So,
Hit me, I hit you.
right. He's like, I'll crit back. Alright, so Leon, from that attack, will end up taking 12 points of damage. And then it's going to snap out and try to bite at Rattan. And it falls short and just snaps at your jaws closed in front of your face and just viciously just kind of trying to get at you.
As it does that, I put my sword, I just point it directly in its face and says, "You're not done with me yet." And then
Sentinel.
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
And then I just jab at its face.
All right, go ahead.
19 to hit.
That hits.
And 9 damage.
All right, you stab at this thing, and again, try as you might, your sword just kind of hits its flesh, and you feel it start to dig in, and it kind of just turns its head and slides along its face as its unnaturally tough skin just kind of deflects the blow. And again, superficial damage at best. You know, you cut through some of its fur, it kind of falls down, and maybe there's a scrape on its hide, but it seems relatively unbothered by your blows. And with that, the other wolf will pounce down. It's going to leap down at you, Moonbeard, and we'll give it disadvantage since it can't quite see you yet. And yeah, so it'll jump down. And you hear it more than see it. You just kind of hear like the whoosh as this beast hurls itself to the ground. Right next to you and starts to just snap and claw at the air right next to you, and otherwise, you know, it completely misses, but it's right there, and you can kind of make out too that it's starting to raise its head up a little bit and start to try and sniff you out in this dense fog. And with that, it'll go back to Rattan.
Okay. So seeing my brother both charge into combat to help me and then give a few jabs at this creature, with it kind of being focused on him, I'll come around with a backhanded lash of the mace.
All right.
+15 +5, so 20.
That'll hit.
So that's 7.
What's
And
that?
7, and then the weapon on contact becomes again this glowing white object that just shatters and explodes on impact. Just this.
Okay.
And that's 3 radiant damage.
All right, 3 radiant damage. All right, so yeah, you see Rattan again just come around with a great backhand smash and club this thing across the face, and the silver mace bursts with holy light. And you see the wolf start to bleed a little bit from the mouth, and the light seared the fur a little bit, so you can see some exposed burning flesh. And if ever this thing could just look more evil and enraged, it does, and it noticeably turns and sets its piercing eyes onto you, Rattan. And with that, it'll be Leon's turn.
This may be the greatest people we come across, brother.
Yes, it is a great foe, but with the 3 of us, we shall defeat it, like all the other foes that have stood before us.
What of your sword? But Your sword has never caused it a wound.
Do not worry about me, brother. Focus on yourself. And I would like to. Leon puts his hand over Ratan's head and places his thumb in the middle of his forehead, and then just utters several words under his breath, inaudible to anyone. And then a little, like a thumbprint, a silver thumbprint appears on his head, and then as he pulls his hand away, it turns into like a small flame, and the flame just gets brighter and brighter and brighter, and then just an aura just appears around Ratan, and he seems to be glowing gold. And if you don't mind, I'd like him to be glowing like a 5 foot, radius aura, if that's okay.
Absolutely, that's beautiful.
And you're now protected from evil. And
Nice.
then, from all the fighting and wrestling that I've done with my brother over the years and with many other people, I'd like to try and wrestle the dog to the ground and hold him still.
Sure. Go ahead and make a strength check.
Ooh, I rolled a 19, natural, +7, so 26.
All right, let's see if we can beat that. Come on, 20.
Yeah, correct.
No. You see Leon just rush in and grab this thing, and if you want to describe how you manhandle it to the ground in the face of this vicious foe.
As I'm stood next to Ratan, I got my hand over his head. With my hand still there, I look over to the wolf, and I dive straight over it. And then I sort of, my body is on its back, and I pull it over, so I'm laying back on the floor with the wolf on top of it. And I grab his front legs and wrap my legs between his lower legs, and then spread them apart, and then spread his arms across. So his front legs are in a cross shape, and his bottom legs are open. So like his stomach area is completely exposed.
Okay, he's got them wide open for you. All right, if that is it, we will move on to Moonbeard. Again, you got this hulking, ravenous shape in the fog right next to you, actively searching. You now starting to use its keen senses of smell and hearing to pick you out. And it respectively towers over you, hunched down on all fours. It's probably about 5 feet.
All right. So Moonbeard is going to kind of straighten up, and his eyes, which are normally black, just glow with this like white blue light.
Mm-hmm.
And he just starts chanting in Druidic or however, and he's going to cast Call Lightning.
Okay.
Which let me go to that real quick. All right. So yeah, that puts a. I mean, like I just summon up this giant storm cloud that is 60 foot. It has a 60-foot radius, and I can.
All right.
It's just 100 feet up in the air. So we're standing out in the courtyard. So I'm just gonna.
So you guys see the clouds just start to coalesce and churn overhead as some druidic chanting is heard from this dense fog that was conjured up. And a little thunder roll echoes out as they shape.
So how far is this werewolf by me?
It's 5 feet. It's right next to you. It just missed because it couldn't see you.
So am I able to like move another 5 feet away from it without it being able to attack me?
I'll give it disadvantage on the attack of opportunity because it will hear you move with its keen hearing right next to it and lash out. So if you want to move away from it, it'll roll with disadvantage.
All right, yeah, I will do that. Just kind of try to get even further away from it.
Okay. So let's see here. First attack, second attack. Good. All right, it misses thanks to that fog cloud.
All right. So now that I am 10 feet away from it, I'm going to do the attack with call lightning.
Okay.
And so yeah, I'm just gonna have a bolt of lightning flash down from the cloud to the werewolf that's about 10 feet in front of me.
Mm-hmm.
So every creature within 5 feet of that point must make a dexterity saving throw.
Right.
And if you fail, then it gets 3d10 lightning damage. And if you have a successful saving throw, it's half as much.
That's heinous.
Sounds fantastic. Bad news for him, potentially.
But it's all creatures, so it affects us too, right?
So he
Well,
just
only within 5 feet of me. You guys are pretty far away.
that's why he
This is the wolf that's jumped out.
Yeah, this is
Yeah.
the wolf that jumped down towards me.
And yeah, you got so he just makes a save for this. You know, there's no attack roll.
Okay. Yeah.
That's what I'm asking. It's just a save.
Oh, yes. A dexterity save.
All right, let's see here. Your save DC is 13. So let's see here. Double check this. All right. It fails. The crack of thunder comes down and it starts to turn towards the sound, not knowing where it's coming from. This just thunderous cloud appearing out of nowhere and takes it full on in the chest. So
Okay,
roll damage.
Alrighty.
Do Hogan proud, man.
Alright, so does 23 damage.
Damn. Yeah, it's you hit it and it kind of knocks it down, to the side, and there's a noticeable smell of singed fur, and a sharp whimper emits from the cloud, and you guys see as the lightning strikes. If you happen to look in that direction, it just illuminates, pierces the cloud almost for a second, and you see the silhouette of this wolf just flatten down for a moment and cry out in pain as Moonbeard calls on the elements to fucking smite this stuff.
And also, I would say, I'm checking real quick, but I think once I cast Call Lightning, my fog cloud is gonna go away, just because I'm not concentrating on that anymore. Let me find that real quick.
It's Call Lightning concentration.
Yeah,
you can. Call Lightning is a concentration spell.
Yeah, they're both concentration, so I'll be putting all my.
Yeah, that would end up dispelling, I believe, the fog cloud.
Yep.
So yeah,
have the lightning cloud.
Yeah, that thing's just chilling. Oh god.
10 minutes and I get to attack with it every turn.
Oh Jesus! Maybe I should have added the other wolf. Yeah. So as this happens, you see just this bolt of lightning just strike it, and as that happens too, with such force, the fog cloud just disperses, and whiffs up from the concussive force of this thing. Is that all Moonbeard will be doing? As if that's not enough.
He'll just kind of start laughing.
Give us a hearty dwarven laugh. There we go. Now you just need that sort of whiskey.
All right, so we'll have that wolf you just hit attack first. That's going to stand up using half its movement. Really don't matter because you're only 10 feet away, and it's going to pounce at you in rage that you just struck it with lightning. First attack. And it pounces and just misses. It comes in and falls short again, kind of snaps and slashes out at your knees and chest, but to no avail. Still a little on edge, teetering, getting its wits about it after just being cracked with a bolt of lightning. And the other wolf.
I see that from the corner of my eyes, and I go, "Ha ha! The old man is too nimble for you."
The other wolf, being held down, it's going to try to rake at Rattan with its hind legs, but it's got disadvantage. It's going to attack with disadvantage, I guess, to do that. If you want to make a strength, we'll make an opposing strength check real quick. We'll say if you win, it's only going to get one of its 2 attacks.
20.
Okay. Yeah, you're manhandling it pretty well. So it's going to only
With
attack
my
one.
sentinel, because it's attacking, would I be able to like twist its neck or something, or just like dig in my feet just to like do some damage?
I'll say you can make an unarmed attack against it to kind of wrench at it. So
I just want to try and make it not want to try and attack and just try and break free, sort of thing.
Okay. Yeah, it's still going to rake at him, but yeah, you can still try to do that to
What do you want me to add for the roll for an unarmed attack?
It'd just be your strength, a d20 plus your strength.
Cool.
Oh, I need to go
19.
fixing the ladder real quick.
Sure. What did you get to wrench on it?
19.
Yeah, so you successfully wrench on it. You can roll damage if you want. It's not going to hurt it, but we'll say that in doing so, too, you kind of turn it away. So next turn, you have to make a successful strength check to even attack you, Rattan.
Cool.
But in the meantime, the one attack that it did get to make will hit. And it will do, as it kicks out its hind leg at you, kind of squirms free a little bit of your brother and slashes out at you with its hind legs. And does 8 points, I think. Yeah, 8 points of damage as it catches a hold of your thigh with its talon feet. And that would be both the wolves, so it's back to you, Rattan.
Did the
So you
wolf
see this?
hit me in the thigh, or was it my brother?
It was you.
So
like I
he
said,
got my 19 AC.
he
I just
did.
want to be clear on this because now I have to do a check on my concentration spell to see if I can maintain.
He did. He rolled a 23 to hit you. 19 plus his modifier.
So I did lose my concentration on my Shield of Faith, which means my AC is now 17.
Okay.
And with that, getting this big laceration across my thigh, you son of a bitch! And just wail at this creature who's already restrained. And just,
So you will
but all the-
definitely get advantage to attack this thing.
The first one's 4. Second one is 15 plus 6, 21.
Yeah, the 15 will hit.
It's 21 total. I'm just telling you what I rolled.
Oh yeah, the 15 alone was good.
So that's 7 with the Silver Mace alone, and that'll be 8 total. Again with that divine light and explosion on impact.
All right, so you said a 7 and an 8. Is
Total
that correct?
8. Total 8.
Total of 8. Okay. So yeah, you come down and you bring the mace to bear Where at? You crack it in the chest, midsection, while your brother's laying there. You feeling froggy and hitting it in the head right by your brother's head.
It wouldn't be the first time it's hit me in the head with a mace. However, this time it would be accidental.
Hey, Robbie, you might want to increase your mic volume. I'm having trouble hearing you.
Oh,
Who
that
are
was
you having trouble hearing?
is it better now?
Yeah, much better, man.
Okay, yeah, I just had it put up.
So Ratan, would you like to describe how you blast this thing while it's sitting there helpless?
So I guess I'll just savagely keep pounding at the back of this creature, and then look at my brother and give him a kind of nod to move his head, as I just laying a final blow to crush its skull all over the cobblestone.
All right, it's not dead, but you're definitely giving it a savage thrashing.
Sorry, I thought it was dead. Sorry.
Oh no, we'll definitely say that you're working its face over good. If it survives, it would need a little work.
Did you
So
want me to use the left or the right?
Oh,
Your left or my left? I still
Yeah,
haven't figured out which is which yet.
So Leon, it goes to you. Your brother just coming down with this silvered mace with righteous energy, just laying into this thing, and it's noticeably taken a beating. A scorched fur is just smoke emanating from its body every time it cracks into this thing, and the smell of burnt flesh and small whimpers of pain, and it noticeably in your grip is tensing, trying to get up and kill this man who's beating it.
Okay, I'd like to try and euthanize this wolf now, because I think we've tormented it enough. I'd just like to try and squeeze the life out of it by just choking it. And just keep pressing against its neck.
That sounds reasonable. I'll sure. It didn't say anywhere that it's immune to choking. So yeah, go ahead and try to make a strength check to try and choke it.
Oh my
Okay.
god. I'm re-rolling that. It wasn't natural 20, but I'm re-rolling that. I rolled too many today. 17.
Did you said you rolled a natural 20 though?
Another natural 20, yeah. That's like the fourth one I rolled tonight, so...
We'll say
I think he's getting within the realms of, what's it, he's a dice fudger, so...
Right. If go ahead, absolutely, you can take it. Honor system, I trust you. Or do I? And you'll do max damage for an unarmed attack, which I think is a D4 plus your strength mod.
So that'll be 8 damage then.
Yeah, so that damage actually sticks as you just crank in and start to crush on this thing's windpipe and viciously twist its neck.
Okay. Is it not dead yet?
No, but it's not in good shape. It's definitely wanting to get up and make itself scarce, or at the very least try to kill you guys. More than likely try to kill you guys.
Do I feel that it just wants to get away now? It doesn't want to harm us. It just wants to head for
Oh
the hill.
no, it wants to make you a meal, and it certainly is straining against you. But you're surprisingly powering this beast that is a solid, almost foot and a half taller than you, and definitely girthier.
Okay, I'm going to torment the beast even more, and I'm going to channel divinity, and I can't remember what it's called. I think it's Turn Undead, I think it's called.
Turn Undead. Not sure how that'll help you.
It's only going to work with half. No, I'm wrong. I'm thinking of Destroy Undead, sorry.
Hold on a second, guys. Sorry. Turn the Unholy, sorry. As an action, I present my holy symbol and speak a prayer. The fiends, undead, or anything of that ilk, evil creatures, within 30 feet of me, make a wisdom saving throw, and if they fail, they're turned for 1 minute.
They're turned what again?
They're turned for 1 minute. They don't want to try and attack. They just want to get as far away from me as humanly possible.
Okay, sure. Go ahead. So your spell save DC is 15? And
I told you at the beginning.
six.
Yeah, 15.
And you said it is wisdom based?
Yes.
Alright, so the first one, we'll say the one that you're holding is going to go first. And yeah, the one you're holding, it got a natural one. So
Okay.
it is actively trying to break your grip, and it's whimpering now.
Okay.
The
The little prayer that I say, I whisper into its ear, and I just keep whispering over and over again that there is no escape for you. There is no ascension. There is only death. You shall be
Okay.
cleansed in the holy fire. There is nothing you can do.
So yeah, like I said, if you were to release it, it would definitely flee. The other one is fine. It makes its save, and it's wanting to get itself a nice dwarven haunch for dinner.
And before I return, I just say to my brother, what do you think? Should we let it flee, or do we end its miserable life?
After what he's done to me, he should die. Just look down at this probably measly cut in my thigh.
Okay.
Taylor would not have spared him.
All right. You see, you hear them, Moon Mirror talking about Leon's considering releasing this beast as it's whimpering and cowering as it's being manhandled by Leon, and Rattan is just looming over it threateningly with his mace and wanting nothing more than to kill it. And it is your turn. And you still have the one, it's right in front of you now. It's that you struck with the lightning.
Yes. Right. So, how far would that one be? Is he still kind of far away, or did he come back towards me?
No, he leapt at you to try to seek vengeance for what you did and missed. And so yeah, he's right in front of you. So if you were to try to leave to do the lightning again, it would threaten an attack of opportunity. And this one would not be with disadvantage since the fog is gone.
Yeah.
You feeling strong? You ain't been hit yet.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. I'm thinking I'm just gonna, go back, try to disengage, and let him attack me if he can get me.
Okay. Yeah. Well, if you disengage, that is your action. So I don't think you'll be able to make the cloud strike. So you'll have to. I believe you'll have to risk the attack of opportunity if you actually wanted to actively use the cloud. Okay.
I don't want to disengage. Just kind of try to move backwards.
All right. So yeah, you go to scurry back to make some room for the imminent bolts, and again it lurches forward to bite you and just nips at your heels and misses. Should be Moonbeard the Untouchable.
Alright, so now am I far enough away to do that call lightning without...
you can use whatever movement you want now at this point. If you want to put at least 5 feet of space between you, how much your remaining movement is, you can use.
Yeah, I'm going to use... Because I can use my full movement and still have an attack left, right?
Right.
Yeah,
maybe you should come towards us.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I'm going to go ahead. I have a movement of 25 feet or speed. So I'm going to get as close to the other guys as I can. And then
we'll say if you moved initially towards them when you backed away from the wolf, that would be enough to get right next to them. Otherwise, you'll be 5 feet short. So.
Okay. Yeah, I'll do that. So that the first move away from the werewolf was towards them, so I continue that way.
Okay.
So yeah, and then again, I'll just kind of. This whole time, my eyes are still glowing like a pale blue.
Right.
And again, I'll just call this lightning down towards that other werewolf.
All right. So you call lightning, and again, it fails. It fails its deck save, so it's going to take the full brunt of this blast.
And that is 24.
Jesus Christ. All right. So again, a bolt just arcs down from the sky and cracks into this thing's back, and noticeably, scorching its fur, and you smell cooked meat and singed hair as it yelps out in pain again as you blast it, and again it kind of just shudders and sways under the dominant force of nature.
And Moonbeard kind of looks over his shoulder at the two brothers and he goes, "Ah, Selun is with me tonight."
Who's Pelor?
And yeah, with that I'm done.
So you see Moonbeard again just call down the fury of nature, the storms, and just assail this thing with another mighty fucking crack of lightning straight into this thing's back. And it's not looking too good.
Is it like kind of sprawled on the ground now, or is it still standing?
It's definitely cowed, it's lower to the ground and kind of actively kind of looking to sway around and hopefully avoid the next blast that comes its way, because it's just taken two of these full on. And yeah, like I said, there's cooked flesh and singed hair emanates from its chest and back, as you can see exposed skin just burning, sizzling. So with that, it'll go back to Rattan. And yeah, the Moonbeard will probably get the title Untouchable.
So with that, I see this wolf before me, wolvine creature, trying to escape. There will be no escape for you. And just bring
you're going
down.
to attack the prone one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, since it's both helpless and completely fearing for its life and wanting to escape at this point, you can coup de grace it. Let's see if you roll high enough and you'll instantly kill this wolf.
Halor is not kind.
We'll see.
I turn into like
And you do, since it's prone, by the way, you do have advantage on the roll.
he has advantage because he's protected from evil.
He has advantage against attacks from that.
Oh, all right, yeah, sorry, yeah.
16?
Is that with advantage?
That's as is after advantage. Like
After
total.
advantage. All right. Yes, Pelor does not smile upon your blow this time. If you'd at least beat its AC by double, which doesn't seem impossible, you would have instantly killed it. So it's still hanging on. After you pummel it, it's going to be by a thread. So roll damage as
Okay.
you bring your mace.
Then I'll lift my hand out to my brother. Get up! Get up! And try to yank him.
He's just mad with bloodlust. Kind of unbecoming of a cleric of Pelor, really.
Yeah, at this point, I'm usually the more domineering one, but I see the lust in his eyes, and I just do as he says, and I just let go of this creature, and I just get up straight away.
All right, so you hit it. Go ahead and roll damage on the wolf.
That looks like happy face.
So what'd you get? What? Yeah. Are you there? Let's go.
Oh,
Can you hear me?
Wait, just to
Hello,
be
senor.
sure, you're not talking to Moonbeard, are you?
No.
No.
Okay.
Rattan had struck this thing. He needs to roll damage. I don't know what he's doing over there.
Oh, okay. I thought that you had said. I thought you said that Leon had hit him. By the
no,
way,
Uh,
you'd hit him, but you didn't get the coup de grace. You just need to roll damage now.
oh, okay. I thought the kid had just jumped off and left.
no, it's
What it
going
was.
to flee after he releases him, but you still struck the creature.
Oh, okay.
So had you rolled
Sorry,
high
guys.
enough, it would have been a killing blow.
Okay, sorry, my bad completely.
That's fine.
I caused a silence. 7 and then 11 damage total.
All right, yeah, you come in and just crush on this thing right in its joint. You kind of shatter its knee a little bit, and as Leon lets it go, it just begins to flee and go to try and climb over the wall and get away. As it's leaving, leaving your threat, you can make an attack of opportunity, Rattan.
A crit.
All right, you don't even have to roll. How do you kill it?
Well, it's trying to run away. And you mentioned I'd hit it in the leg before.
Mm-hmm.
So I would like to swing around and hit that leg again, try to break his kneecap to land him on the ground.
All right, so you do that.
And afterwards, I'll step on that leg, kind of crush it a bit, and then make a final swing over towards the back of his head.
All right, you stave in its skull quite handily, as you still the sound of bone breaking and searing flesh as your holy silver mace penetrates its brain.
There's another one, brother. And I'll point at our dwarven comrade who has been wrestling with this creature the entire time.
All right, Leon will be next, but however, gentlemen, if you want to just take like a quick break, normally I wouldn't do this in the middle of combat, but I gotta piss something fierce, like bad. So yeah, if you guys want to just take just a quick intermission, and we'll get back to finishing this one off.
Hold on, we need elevator music.
Oh, I was just gonna get the Monty Python intermission.
do 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 do.
So how you guys feeling about this right now?
Honestly, I'm not sure how Moonbeard has survived this onslaught of a werewolf attack, but he has, untouched entirely.
Not only have you been untouched, you've done a ridiculous amount of damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm definitely liking Call Lightning.
Yeah, that's crazy. What did you do last turn? 24 damage.
24, yeah.
That's almost...
I'm using it on the level 3 slot. If I use it on level 4, I'd get an additional. I'd get 4d20 instead of, or 4d10 instead of 3d10.
At the moment, that's more than double my maximum possible damage.
But I mean, look at Leon. He's been the grapple master this entire time.
Yeah. Like I say, he's not much of a thinker, he's more of a doer. He's just like, screw it, I'll grab hold of it, you hit it.
Yeah, that's how I've pretty much always played any kind of D&D, is just run in, smash people up, and then figure out what's happened after the battle. So it's kind of weird playing the exact opposite and trying to stay on the edge of the battle and kind of shoot things in from outside. But I'm definitely liking it.
All right, gentlemen, I am back, and that was, sometimes you have those urinations that are better than sex. You know what I'm talking about? You ever have those? You're 2 cups of tea and a soda deep and been jitterlegged since the beginning of combat. Like I was like, maybe I can make it until we finish this last wolf. Nope, can't do it. I'm about to piss myself. All right, so that would be Leon. I believe you would be up next.
Right, awesome. The corpse of this wolf. I'd like to throw it at the other wolf.
Sure.
If that's
So
okay.
You pick it up.
I'm not like trying to damage it. I'm just like throwing it towards it as like a warning.
Right.
And,
Try to demoralize it.
yeah, like trying to intimidate it, like sort of let it know that if you don't back off, this is going to happen to you, sort of thing.
Absolutely. So you see, Leon, you hoist it up and go ahead and throw this thing. You just want to just hurl it, above your head, or any.
I was thinking more of along the
stank on
lines,
it?
just like grabbing its leg that's just been crushed. I just grab it by that and then just toss it across the ground to the wolf's feet.
Okay. Go ahead and roll an intimidation check.
You can do it.
22.
22, and we'll see if it's scared. That was a close one. It's a little putting off at this point, having been blasted from the heavens and seeing, its companion dead, skull caved in and a mass of blood, and having you three standing there and throwing a piece of its comrade at it, and it hasn't even been able to successfully land an attack on this frickin' dwarf. So it makes the leave. It doesn't want anything else to do with this, and it'll go to run and scamper back up the wall and leap off, disappear into the night.
Awesome.
And that'll be the end of that combat, gentlemen.
Why didn't you let him go?
Surely you know more than words.
I did.
It worked in my head, guys. I'll try again. Surely you know more than other people that all life is not equal. Maybe he will learn from this mistake. Maybe he will repent his ways. Maybe one day he will resent the curse that has become him. And maybe one day he shall become like you and I. Maybe one day he will be a servant of Pelor, instead of being strewn across the ground like some carcass that should just be discarded to the dogs.
Well, at least
Maybe not.
that way it'd be good for something.
All right, yeah. So he's I don't know. He's almost, is he feeling sympathy for this thing or something?
Well, now I'm wishing I went to Kathleen more and more. Remind me again while we're here, brother.
So are you done concentrating? The clouds dissipate, yes, overhead?
No, I would kind of keep having them, but look around to make sure that there's no other threat.
No, there's no more immediate threat at all in the area.
You could just be like a massive arse, and just as the wolf's running away, you're just like lightning bolt.
Sure, you know what? If you wanted to try and hit this thing as it scurries over the wall, you could.
Yeah, definitely.
As Leon's talking about, oh, maybe it can be redeemed.
Yeah. God.
Right, do I need to roll like a d20 for that, or?
I'll have it make the check with a disadvantage, since it's not even remotely trying to avoid lightning. It's just trying to get away.
The irony would be beautiful.
Yeah, it fails. So go ahead and throw some damage on it. Considering the amount that's been pouring out, it's probably going to explode.
That's a 17 damage.
Yes. So yeah, as it goes and it leaps off the wall to get away, and Leon's sitting there. Maybe it can be redeemed. Not all creatures. And a lightning bolt comes and just pierces straight through the back of this and out the front. and it falls noticeable in the air, just lifeless as it just falls and disappears over the wall. And you kind of hear the flop and tumble and a splash of water as it rolls down and into the moat.
Whilst he does that, I look over to him and I say again, "You did that on purpose."
He just kind of, Moonbeard just kind of chuckles. He's like, ha ha, Pedro must have been sleeping.
Oh, brilliant.
So with that, you gentlemen are free to do what you want, converse amongst yourselves.
Moonbeard will be like, we'll just kind of offer up cure wounds if anybody needs it. If not,
I only take spells and healing from those followers of Pedro. And then I'll turn around. We should be going then, and just prance towards the
I am.
double doors.
I wipe myself clean of any blood, and I offer to clean, my brothers and Moonbeard if they've got any blood on them.
Moonbeard's pretty clean right now.
And I'd like to just as a precaution, I'd like to use my lay on hands ability
Okay.
and spend 5 points to cleanse them of like any diseases or poisons or any ill effects on them.
Right. Yeah. Unfortunately, none of them managed to land a bite attack. I was kind of disappointed, so no one's affected with lycanthropy. Sad face.
But I don't know that, so.
Right. Matt. Yeah. You don't know that. You're not really well, I guess, book learned on these things. So, but Moonbeard would definitely know that he is completely unaffected by disease unless someone's been bit. Which again, sad face. No one has. Nobody has lycanthropy.
Are there any werewolf carcasses in this courtyard?
Yeah, the one that Ratan moved up on, and he crushed its leg, ripped it out of socket, just kind of blew through it with his mace, and then staved in the back of its skull. In fact, the hole is still smoking a little bit from the righteous fire and silver.
All right. Moonbeard's gonna go over and just kind of grab one of its fangs and just start wiggling it out of his mouth.
Oh shit! Okay. We'll get roll percentile.
$73.
73. Damn. All right. You don't cut your finger. You guys are killing me, man. Killing me here. All right. So you're good. You pull it out. Kind of a ballsy move, really. Start yanking on lycanthrope teeth. But, they don't call you Moonbeard the Untouchable for nothing.
And then, so once I've pulled it out of the mouth, I just kind of hold it up and I'm looking it over. And while I'm looking it over, I'm just kind of muttering a few druidic words, and then I just kind of slip it into my pocket.
Okay. All right. So you guys see Moonbeard go over there and yank one of these teeth out and mutter druidic and put this tooth away.
As I see him do that, I question his motives. I'm like, what are you going to do with that?
None, yeah.
My beard's been looking a bit sparse lately.
Nice.
I look at him, and then I look at his beard, and then I just kind of keel over and just think, yeah, I'll let this fly. And then I just walk away shaking my head as if to say, yeah, why didn't I see that one coming?
It's a completely realistic thing for you to think because pretty much every time Moonbeard even makes any sort of movement, you just hear like the clinking and clanging of all the ornaments in his beard as they rattle against each other.
Yeah. I'm not the smartest guy, but I know that messing around with lycanthrope teeth is not a good thing. But when I sensed evil and good earlier on, I could tell you was a good person, so I shouldn't be worried.
Or did you?
Or did I? That is the question.
All right. So you guys make your way towards the keep then?
Yeah. Towards you said there's two big oaken doors.
It's a large pair of iron-bound double doors They look um, like they're oak, or perhaps stained a deep red.
Yeah. Moonbeard's
So,
gonna walk towards it.
all right. So if you move up there, you're unimpeded. The wolves are gone. You don't hear any more howls in the distance. So you open the doors then, and as you open the large double doors, they're not locked, and you kind of push on them, and they squeal on their hinges, and as you see a large foyer with a grand double staircase that leads up to a balcony that goes around the room, and there's a door on either side of the main floor, left or right, and it mirrors the second floor of the balcony. There's a door on either side of the balcony, and there's another door again mirroring the bottom floor, um, against the far wall between the stairs, and one again above at the landing. And there's a few tapestries hanging on the wall, and a large chandelier with a few candles in it above you guys, giving off a faint light. And then you guys walk in, the doors kind of close behind you, again squeaking and shut. And
Could I try to stop them from closing?
you can try. Make a strength check.
10.
No, they kind of pull you along with them as you grab the iron rung, and they just kind of jerk you in as they shut. You're intelligent enough to know that it's definitely supernatural in nature. Something is wanting you in here, and it doesn't want you outside at all. As you hear a lock click.
When they're standing in kind of like the main, like the
foyer.
Yeah. Moonbeard's kind of gonna look at me like, "Are you sure we want to keep going? Once we get inside, I can't use that lightning again."
I keep pulling the door and it keeps rattling, and then I say to him, "Are you sure we can go back?"
How welcoming of our guests. And, well, if we're not going to Canterbury, then we might as well explore this place. And I'll send them off to the left room.
So
Having these double doors.
So again, there's two doors, one on each floor, left, right, and forward. So you are going to go left on the main floor?
Yes.
All right. So you see Rattan just move off to the left and head towards the door on the main floor. What do you gentlemen do?
I sort of walk into the center of the foyer, and I sort of go down to one knee, and I close my eyes again, and I sort of sense the area around me, and I try to detect for evil presences.
Okay. You can sense a malevolent presence in the keep. You can't exactly pinpoint where, but it's there's something definitely in here. You're not alone in the keep.
Do I have like a general gist of direction?
Go ahead and roll your d20. See
14.
14. All right. You kind of feel that it's not on the. There's nothing immediately on the main floor, but there's definitely something emanating from above you guys. So it's somewhere on the second floor.
I relay that information to my companions. I say, there's something with us. It is not near. It is above us.
That's funny. It reminds me of the Cardinal's wife. You remember, right?
I think everyone remembers the Cardinal's wife.
All right.
Do you want to go to the second
Moon,
floor?
Moonbeard is just kind of looking around uneasy.
Yeah, you definitely feel a little unnerved with everything that's going on here. You know, you're trying to steel yourself for sure, but a bit of ambient fear so creeping in a little bit. So
Yeah,
do
you
you
would
you
also
open the
say,
door?
oh,
I was just
I'll open
wondering.
that.
Oh, go ahead. So you
I'll
can.
open that door. Yeah, sure.
All right.
Moonbeard would
I'll
So
be
just,
brash.
A quick question: how long has it been since I granted protection from evil?
how long does it last?
10 minutes.
We'll say it's about halfway done. There's only about another 5 minutes, so there's a good chance that it's not going to make the entire duration throughout the keep. So yeah,
where we go, we should go soon. I don't like this place.
all right. So if you open the door to the left on the main floor, oh hi, kids. There's a hallway, a long hallway with about 5 doors on the right-hand side. On the left, there's a few windows, about 2 windows. Every 2 doors, there's a window. And there is a small table in front of them with a candle burning. Uh, no doubt that's some of the light you might have seen in the courtyard through some of the windows. And further down the hall, there's another door, probably about 30 feet. And it's as opposed to the keep, which is cobblestone, it's actually a nice wood floor. I guess I wouldn't say nice. It's definitely seen its use, but considerably speaking, it's in decent shape.
Well, it looks inviting.
And you guys kind of smell something not overpowering, but a little rancid in the hallway.
Could smell it, you say?
Yeah, not strong, but it definitely smells a bit spoiled.
Maybe you should pick up that perfume, huh? And give a nudge to my brother.
It's not my perfume I should be worried about. It's that god-awful smell on your breath.
So yeah, the brothers are bickering amongst themselves again, Moonbeard. This seems to just be pretty common.
We never outgrew the sibling rivalry.
No, you did not.
Yeah, at this point in their journeys, though, Moonbeard's kind of just ignores every time they argue. Just kind of laughs
Selective
it off a
hearing.
little bit, but
I think we all can relate to that. I'm sure there's someone in our life we all do that too.
Yep.
So what do you gentlemen do?
Well, Moonbeard, since you seem to be the most keen and archive, why not take the first step?
alright, so Moonbeard's just gonna kind of start walking down this hallway with his staff in his left hand and his right hand just kind of running it along the wall with him as he walks down the hall.
All right. So as you move down the hall, the floorboards squeak a little bit, and there's the sound of your footfalls echoing down this hallway, and your staff tapping wood on wood. But otherwise, you're unimpeded, and you'll see, about 8 foot in, there's one door, and then another door, directly across from one of the windows. And there's there's 2 other doors down the hall as well, so 4 total.
Is there
before you get to
one
the end.
door that is like looks any different from the other doors, or do they all look pretty similar?
They all look pretty similar, just standard wooden doors with a brass tarnished knob.
Is there
Ah,
one door that's like, are they all along the same wall, or is there one on a
yes,
different
they're
wall?
all along the same side because the other side of the wall is where the windows are that would lead into the courtyard, if you will. You can see into the courtyard and um, the surrounding area of the courtyard.
What's at the end of the hallway?
Another door, again similar in fashion.
Yeah, I guess I would just open the very first door that I come to and just kind of peek in.
All right, you open the door and inside you see what looks like a standard room. There's a bed uh, against the wall, and then on the other side of the wall there's a desk and a chair with an ottoman at the to the left of the door. And there's no immediate light, just what's peeking in, I guess, from the moon and stars and the candle. So you make that out.
I do have dark vision though, being a
Okay, yeah.
dwarf.
All right. So being a dwarf and having dark vision, you can tell that um, it's unused. It smells a little musty. But other than that, it is completely vacant.
All right. Is there any like chests or cupboards or anything I could open up?
Like I said, there's the ottoman and the desk you could check out. If you would like to roll a perception to search the room, you can.
All right. Yeah, I'll do that. That is a 25.
A 25, you say? All right, that was more than enough. As you're kind of ransacking the room, you decide it might be prudent to, you might as well check under the bed, and you lift up the mattress, and under the mattress you see what looks like a short sword, um, almost hastily put there. Or should I say, it almost looks like it was trying to be retrieved with the angle it's at, and it does have a silver blade.
All right. Quick, let me check and see. That would be a
Short sword is 1d6, and then it is silvered.
yeah. But is it a simple melee or is it a
It's a melee weapon, yeah.
okay?
Ish,
Is
yeah.
it simple or martial?
I believe
Yeah,
a short sword is simple.
Um, no, it's still martial.
Is it? Huh.
Yes. So I
Alright.
wouldn't be able to use it. I mean, well, because if you aren't proficient, you have a disadvantage when attacking, right?
Something like that, I believe.
Alright.
If you're not proficient, you just don't add your proficiency bonus with it.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
that's right. That's. I was gonna say disadvantage seems a little harsh.
Alright, then yeah, I'll go ahead and take that.
Okay, so yeah, you see him ransack the room and come out with what appears to be a new weapon in tow.
It just turns into Gandalf with spear with the staff in one hand, sword in the other.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
actually put the
and it
sword
did.
in my
It didn't
belt.
have. It didn't have a sheath, so it was just the sword itself.
Alright, yeah. He'll just kind of stick it inside of his belt on the other opposite hip of his scimitar.
All right, so yeah, you see, he comes out with a gleaming silver short sword.
Sounded
What?
like Gollum there.
That'd be my daughter being herself.
How many LOTR references can we get in here?
I stopped myself from doing another one. You know, when we was walking down the corridors. I was going to say, "Oh look, doors! Oh look, more doors! Even more
Yeah.
doors!"
So yes, there are 3 more doors along the wall and one at the end of the corridor.
Alright, I guess if they're kind of letting me take the lead here, I'm just gonna keep going down the hallway and checking in every door.
All right, again, you see almost identical rooms. You kind of gather that this might have been a guest wing of the keep where people would stay who were visiting for business or family or who knows. But you find nothing else of interest in any of the other 3 remaining rooms. That just leaves the 4th door at the end.
Cool. Quick question. The silvered short sword, does the fact that it's silvered add anything?
All that will do mechanically is, like, for example, the lycanthropes and things of the sort who are weak against silver, they can't ignore the damage. That's why when Leon was striking the wolf with much gusto, it didn't do any damage at all because it wasn't a silvered weapon. The only one that was actually bludgeoning it and hurting it was Catan, or Ratan, because he got the silver mace. That's why I had you guys roll percentile to see if anybody had some silver weapons with them. Luckily he did, or that could have been a little bit more of a nuisance, that fight. So yeah, you do have an additional silver weapon now.
Awesome.
Definitely helpful.
Alright, so you said there's
I
nothing
think
else
you'll need it, of course.
in any of the other rooms?
Nope, that just leaves the door at the end of the hallway, which you would be approaching now, no more than 5 feet from it.
Yep, I'm gonna go ahead and open it and take a look on what's on the other side.
As you open the door, you're immediately assaulted on the pervasive smell of spoiled meat and rancid produce invade
Lovely.
your nostrils. Roll a Constitution check. Probably anyone who's going to enter the room is going to have to roll a Constitution check.
I'm going to look at this room and go, eh.
All right, he's immediately put off. You hear the buzzing of flies droning in there, and what did you get for your Constitution save?
Moonbeer got 16.
16. All right, he kind of steels himself. You see him, kind of a little bit as the smell hits him, but he keeps his lunch down. Say hi, little monkey.
Bless.
And this is my monster that I deal with. So you should be sleeping. All right. So what would you guys like to do?
I guess I'll do produce light and shoot it into the room.
Okay. So you produce some light, and you see that it is the remnants of a kitchen. There is, some rotting slabs of meat hanging on meat hooks, and produce just rancid and slimy, and flies buzzing around this meat.
Alright, I'm just gonna kind of pull the door shut and turn
Okay.
back around to the other ones and be like, there's nothing in there, lads, just some rotten meat and vegetables.
Okay.
I can see that. Mm-hmm. Well, I think that we're not really finding what we're looking for here. You said you sent something on the 2nd level? Huh?
Yes, the upper floor is where they are. Well, the presence that I sense anyway. I don't know what they are, but we should definitely investigate.
We need to find some stairs.
I think we know where the stairs are, and just prance off towards that entrance, that foyer.
Yeah, I follow hastily behind.
All
We're
right.
getting kind of just like, always rushing everywhere.
All right, so you guys get back into the foyer, and again, there's the grand double staircase, and there's the door directly across the way as well. And up the stairs is 2 more doors mirroring the first floor, and one also as you hit the landing right there.
I'll walk up that that first set of stairs, and then take the left door on the 2nd floor.
Most definitely.
It's all good.
Yeah, I'll.
Just remember, you are the true American.
Yeah, yeah, she's something else, man.
I'm assuming being a dwarf and having much shorter legs, it'll take me a little bit longer to get up the stairs, but
Yeah, yeah.
I'll be
So you guys,
following them.
all right. So you guys get to the second floor, and again, there's the balcony. Just running along the side, and there's two large windows up there as well. And peering out those windows, you can see again. You can see the courtyard, but now you're elevated. You can see over the stone walls and see off in the distance, a short ways, the town of Hamlin. Uh, um, just fog creeping through the streets, and
What time of
again,
day is it?
it's still night. It's probably about 2 in the morning right now, roughly.
Ah, great.
We'll say between your trek there and fighting and everything else.
Maybe
Um,
Palo can speed you away.
so yeah, you would see the town of Hamlin, just still looking dead, and you'll see almost like unnatural shapes coalesce out of the fog, take shape, and almost just as quickly dissipate.
The shapes kind of unnerve Leon, and he just really wants to get to the bottom of this, and he just trusts his way along. He goes further into the keep.
All right, so you guys have a choice to go left, right, or straight at this point.
Um, as we come up the staircase, what is like directly? What would be the obvious way to go?
Well, I mean, as you come up, there'll be a door directly in front of you, and then also on the left side around the balcony, as you come around, there'll be a door just parallel to the one below, and same thing on the right.
Okay, I'd go through the center door. Well, I'd open it.
Okay. You go to try and open it, and it's locked.
It's locked.
I step inside.
Could I try and force the door open?
You can try.
That's a 14 on my strength check.
You bounce right off of it.
Great. It's not budging, guys. We must find another way.
Right then. And I'll go the opposite side to, I'm assuming it's a symmetrical layout, so I'm just going to go to that center door and try it myself.
So you're going where now exactly? So there's the door directly in front of you on the landing, and then another one to the left, right below the one you went in, and one to the right.
I'm going to the foyer, and then
Okay.
I'm going to the other side, the other wing, and I'm assuming that it's symmetrical. So there will be a
Yes.
center, left, and right choice, and I will try the center option.
All right.
I think.
All right. So if you go back down to the foyer and go through the center door, it opens, and there's a large dining area with a long table with about a dozen chairs on either side, then a large chair at the back, and the table's set, and there's a pair of large stained glass windows again on either side of this, depicting some heroic event that took place at some point in time, where it could even be the history of the place. It's hard telling, not being familiar with it. And there's some torches in sconces, about 3 on either side of the banquet hall. And there's no one there. Like I said, the table's set, but no food sits on these dishes. There's a few cobwebs hanging off of them, so they've obviously been here for a while.
Is there an obvious choice that leads upwards from this banquet hall?
There is not.
So I'll turn back and return to the others. Well, I found a way, but it doesn't really lead anywhere.
Wow, what did you find?
A banquet hall. Not
Is there
too
food there?
impressive. Have a look.
What was that?
Have a look. So,
No, what did Leon say?
I asked if there was food there.
Okay. So you go in, Leon, and you see the same thing. Go ahead and make a perception check.
Turn my
Moonbeard's also
lights
going
off.
to follow him in.
Okay.
Ooh,
Do you want me to make a perception check also?
We'll see what Leon gets first.
15.
Since he went in. 15. All right. Yeah. You notice while again, there's nothing immediately around the area, but you do notice that all of the plates and cupware and silverware are in fact silver in nature.
Are there any steak knives?
Sure.
Can
Forks, some soup spoons.
I take a silvered steak knife?
Sure.
Awesome.
It'll just act as a silver dagger. And there's probably, like I said, it was set for a dozen people, so there's a dozen of these things. And you would see the same thing, Moonbeard.
Alright.
Okay, and you say there are sconces with torches in them.
Yes, and they are burning.
Are they?
You can make an Arcana check if you'd like.
I don't think I should, but
I can make one. I have a
that'd be better.
pretty... Alright. Yeah, I'll go ahead and make an Arcana check.
Alright.
That is a 7. Just kidding.
7.
I got a 2.
2. Yeah, they look like torches.
Okay, in which case I'll grab a torch with my shield hand, and I'll grab on the shield, grab one of the torches.
Okay. So yeah, Leon comes back out with a newly acquired torch and some silver cutlery.
Has Moonbeard noticed this? You said it was like a mural type thing on the wall?
Uh huh. Well,
Yeah,
the stained glass is depicting some images.
Okay, yeah. Do you think with my history of the town, I would be able to recognize any scenes on here?
Sure, you can try. Absolutely.
All right. Would that be just a history check?
Yep.
All right. It's 13.
All right, you're not overly familiar with the immediate history of Hamlin, but you can kind of tell in one of the stained glass murals that it looks like what is the beginnings of a town with a figure standing atop a hill, almost pointing and directing, as some other people go about what would soon be construction on one of them, and on the one down from it, the next window in succession would kind of be what looks like the town of Hamlin built, though not quite as large as what it is now. And you see a keep also, this very same keep on the hill where previously the one man was standing. So it's definitely, you can tell it's depicting the beginning of Hamlin. As the town began and they settled down here. You don't recognize the man though in the first window who he is, but you could probably some common sense say that he's either the first settler or the first mayor, if you will.
All right. I'll go back into the foyer where everybody else is and kind of tell them about the mural.
All right. So yeah, he relays the information to you two.
It does sound interesting, but I don't think it helps us.
All right. So, oh, go ahead.
Where is this evil that you sensed?
It is definitely up here on the first floor, but I do not quite know where.
Second floor.
I
Second.
didn't take you as the dining type, noting the silver knives.
I hold the knife in my open palm, and I just say what's it. This is not merely cutlery. In the right hands, and I try and like switch it around in my hand between my fingers, and then I point it back at him because it is a deadly weapon.
You show boats with the steak knife.
Yeah. But I'm going to try and make it like a sleight of hand check to see if I actually do it.
Sure.
I roll 14, so.
All right. Yeah, he definitely rolls it around his fingers and flourishes it like some swashbuckler.
And then I not mockingly, how I say it, but I pull it across his eye where the scarecrow mauled him across his left eye, as to remind him. And then I like just like poke him on the nose a little bit with it.
I'll go to kick him in the leg and try to make him remember how small his legs are. Just friendly, but still. Well, I want to show whatever it is the light of paper and move on.
Yes, no more kidding around. Let us move.
All right. So where do you guys go? You went left and forward on the main floor. So there's the right door, and then the door on the landing immediately up the stairs is barred. So that leaves left and right up top, and right at the bottom is still unexplored.
Right is always right.
Moonbear's gonna go back up the stairs.
Okay.
And try. What you said that we've already tried the door in the middle.
Yeah, the main door immediately on the landing is barred. So there's left or right.
All right, I'm gonna go to the right and attempt to open that door.
All right.
Follow close behind.
Okay. So as you go upstairs and head to the right and open the door, you're greeted with a perfumey smell and an almost relieving gust of wind. Small gust kind of greets you, and the smell of flower petals. And you see the room seems relatively well taken care of, and there's a large, grand, double king-size bed off against one wall, and what appears to be with a canopy, four-post canopy, and there's two beautiful ladies sitting in the bed, naked, and they see you come in, and their faces light up, and they kind of just usher at you to come in.
And wait, so Leon is right behind me.
I'm stood right next to you.
Where's Rayton?
I probably would have followed them in all honesty.
All right, so Moonbeard just kind of stands in the doorway and just kind of looking at them, very confused.
Okay. So if you follow in, you're greeted with the same thing, and so Stormbeard, you were the first one in. So make a wisdom save, and who was right behind him?
Me.
Also make a wisdom save.
Are they saves against being charmed?
Yes.
Me and allies within 10 feet are immune to being charmed.
Are you? Okay.
With my aura of devotion.
Okay. So yeah, you kind of furrow your brow, Storm, Moonbeard, and Leon, as you notice something unearthly at work as they try to charm you with their wiles.
Moonbeard's just gonna ask them who they are.
Oh, they say, don't worry about who we are. Why don't you come lay with us? And just kind of rubs a bare spot on the bed, and again ushers towards you.
I cover my eyes and avert my gaze, and I say to the women, I goes, "For Pelor's sake, women, put some clothes on."
At the mention of Pelor, what were once nice, welcoming visages, they kind of sneer and snarl and stand up, and you see leathery wings unfurl from their back, and small horns sprout from their brow, and their fingers grow into nasty talons as a tail unfurls and waves behind them. And roll initiative. That sucks. You guys are immune to charms. That's unfortunate. Fucking paladin.
I do apologize. At least it's not the 3.5 paladin where they just survive everything.
Right. Yeah.
I can't remember where it came from, but there was something I read online. It was a joke about at the end of the universe in like Forgotten Realms, there is nothing apart from level 20 paladins just floating through time and space because they can't be killed.
Right.
It's true. It's so true.
They are pretty ridiculous. Now let's see what they get for their initiative. All right, so the order of the shtick will be Ratan. You get to act first, followed by Leon, and then the women, and then Moonbeard the Untouchable. I use the term women loosely. They are, in fact, if you want, you can make a religion check, or perhaps history, if you'd like to try to identify them for what they are.
Would I not know what they are just from seeing them?
Not necessarily, because like I said, there are shapeshifters and whatnot, but in your studies, you can make a religion check, as you've never personally encountered them, but you might be able to recall something from, your texts.
I never actually studied the text. I just kind of flunked through reading, and I rolled an 8.
All right, so you know that they're beautiful women with wings.
Beautiful.
I got a 14.
14, and what about Ratan?
I also got 14. I put that in the chat.
Okay, all right. You both know that they are in fact succubi, and they like to lure people in with their wiles and charm, and play with them for a while, and inevitably they do kill them, unless somehow the lever they found is fantastic. So, Ratan, you get to act first.
I'm going to slam that door shut. And after that, we mustn't look. I think there's something else this way, and point to just another direction.
Okay.
That's my turn.
All right. So he slams the door shut. Did anybody else? I guess in the order of things, Leon, you would be next, and Ratan immediately leaves and slams the door behind them, leaving you and Moonbeard in the room.
I didn't think we'd gone in the room. I thought we just like opened it.
Didn't someone go in, or?
Yeah.
If that's the case, if that's the case, then if no one went in, fine. I thought you entered, but.
If Moonbeard went in, then I went in also. I was staying with him, so.
I would say Moonbeard was just kind of standing in the doorway more than actually walking in.
Okay, that's fine. Absolutely. So yeah, Ratan slams the door and says, "There's another room over here."
Is there anything like to hand that I could use to help bar the door, like a candelabra or something of the sort?
A staff, maybe?
A staff?
I'll tell you what. Roll a d20. And we'll see where the door opens, and if it even matters.
11.
So 11. All right, it opens out, so you can in fact try to bar it shut with something. I mean, you could stick a knife in, the molding or something. Maybe some of that silverware you got.
Ooh, what do I have on my... Let's see. I'm going to roll a d6. 4. Okay, so I shove in my regular dagger. Or my
Okay.
throwing knives. And I use that to bar the door somehow. I
All
can't use
right.
logic to figure out how I do it, but I do it.
It'd just be like the door. Then you got the frame around the door, so you could wedge that between the frame underneath where it's been nailed against the wall.
All right.
To act as a makeshift lock. And yeah, you can hear them kind of hissing and scratching and banging on the door as they're trying to get out. So for now, I guess initiative doesn't matter. They're unable to get out for the time being. So fastest combat in history. So yeah, now what would you like to do? There's the door on the far side.
I'm sorry, I just need to laugh at that scenario.
Nope.
Yeah, you got like the 200-year-old druid dwarf just like, guys! Why not?
Yeah, well, I would say that Moonbeard's still a little bit, not necessarily charmed, but more just dumbstruck, because I definitely rolled a 2 on that.
Yeah, they were rather voluptuous, very busty, and pretty perfect features.
Yeah, so if Leon hadn't been with me, I would definitely be in the bed with those two right now. So.
Right. Fucking paladin taking all my fun away.
So yeah, I guess at that point, Moonbeard's just gonna kind of walk over to the other door and see what mischief lies behind there.
All right, so
We found out that's what we're looking for.
In the other door to the left leads down a dark hall with a few portraits lining its otherwise barren walls. Nothing is in any of the rooms. You'll notice that. God damn it. Well, one moment. This is most unfortunate. She should be in bed.
She just wants to DM a little bit.
A quick question, Paul. Do you know how many times of Channel Divinity I get, or is it?
Channel Divinity works twice per day,
Okay.
or long rest, but some are different. Like there's a feature that I have for blinding light, or here I'm looking at it right now. There's preserve life, no, same thing. Nope, divine strike is what I was looking at. Wrong thing. But no, so in general, it's twice per day. They're really powerful. Yeah.
Cool. All right. So yeah, you see, it's another long hall with a few tapestries and portraits on its otherwise sparse, barren walls, and two windows off to the left that lead down to another door.
You said it was a dark hallway?
Yes, other than the light.
So can I see anything different with my dark vision?
We see anything down the hallway?
You go. What's that? Do you see anything?
Yeah, can you see anything?
No.
She said there was 2 doorways at the end?
Just one.
Just one. Alright. Yeah, Moonbeard's gonna start walking towards that.
Alright. So you make it down there again. The only sound really is the footfalls and the fading scratching and hissing from the other side of the keep from the barred door. And yeah, it's definitely playing at your sense of fear. You know, it's pretty ominous. And you approach the door perfectly fine. Nothing tries to intervene with you at all. Again, it's just a single hallway, so
Are the other two guys behind me?
Yeah,
are they?
you're close behind.
Alright. Once we get to the doorway, I'll kind of look up at the paladin, Leon, and be like, maybe it's time you go in first.
I just nod nonchalantly and then just open the door.
All right. As you open the door, yeah, a musty stuff.
Before you say anything, as I open the door, I don't even look what's inside the door. I'm just still looking at Moonbeard as if like nothing's going to happen if I open this door.
Okay. So yeah, he's rather stoically just looking down at you as he just grabs the door, his gaze never leaving you. And as that happens, musty smell wafts over you, and the only light in the illumination in the room is again the moon and the stars through the window pane on the far side. And the shadows of beasts seem to edge forward towards whoever is looking in the room and grow as if to overtake them. And the room itself just seems to encompass on you and grow. The shadows within getting closer as the silhouettes of monsters seem to get bigger. And whoever is looking in the room, make a D20 roll, Constitution save.
11.
Is it just you peering in?
I guess so. Because, yeah, I guess Leon is still looking down at me.
Yeah.
And I don't know about
What about
Rayton.
Ratan?
20.
20. All right. So you seem unaffected. You know, you see a pretty normal room for the most part, other than that quick, like almost illusory sense of things, sense of fear creeping in when you kind of brush it aside. However, Moonbeard, he's I guess despite his impenetrable hide, is getting a little shaken up at this point. What's that?
Sorry to interrupt, but you get to add my charisma mod to your saving throw, which is you get to add 4 to it.
So
24.
I do apologize.
Oh, that's fine. For what it's worth, it's still slightly shy of the DC I had set in mind.
That's cool.
By 1, actually. It was 16. So yeah, again, Moonbeard is getting a little unnerved. You know, his nerves are on edge. What with the ominous town and the shadows and the scarecrows and the wolves and just this. It's not pleasant. It's not the woods, and he's noticeably shaken. And against his better judgment, goes to flee down the hall. So you see him just trucking along this hall to just get away as he sees that terrifying illusory image.
So yeah, he just gets to the end of the hallway and kind of stands by the other door, just kind of shaking and trying to regain his composure.
Mm-hmm. You would actually keep fleeing down the hall. You're trying to put as much distance between you and this thing as possible. You'd actually be heading towards the door of the concubines.
Could I try and restrain him?
You can try to make a reflex save to see if you can snatch him if you'd like before he flees.
Again, I rolled a natural 20.
All right, so before you even get a chance and ruin my fun completely, he grabs you, by the shoulder and just kind of holds you down, I guess, and tells you to steel yourself.
Could I try and persuade him to rethink what he is planning on doing?
Sure. Rattan, by the way, since you are unaffected, you got nerves of steel. You look in this room and you see that it's a trophy room. So there's stuffed bears rearing up on their hind legs, and the heads of boars and other elk and other game mounted on the wall, and wolves posed, leaping over logs and stuff. All kinds of different trophies in this room. And you can go ahead and make a perception check if you like, if you choose to actually.
So look at this room and go, nah, it doesn't seem to be what we're looking for. Brother, I think we look elsewhere. And I'll turn around and grab my brother by his pauldron and try to turn him around.
All right. So yeah, Leon, as you're trying to, what did you roll to persuade him? Is that?
I rolled 16 plus 7 is math. 23.
23. Yeah, you kind of shake him and bring him to his senses. So you can go ahead and talk him out of his fear if you'd like.
I just say to him, just look into my eyes. Just look into my eyes. There's nothing to be afraid of. No. Sorry, I just made myself laugh. Look into the eyes, not around the eyes, not around the eyes. Into the eyes, right, you're under. Sorry, no. Just look into my eyes. Everything will be fine. Just compose yourself, and we will get through this. We'll get to the bottom of this.
And accept the light of Palo.
And that.
So what do you make of this, Moonbeard?
He just kind of shakes his head and he's like, I don't have an easy feeling about this. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit.
I don't like a lot of things, but things have to be done. And for one, you have to compose yourself. Without you, we are nothing. We are a unit. Without the sun, there can be no moon, and without the moon, there will be no sun.
Nice.
He just kind of shakes his head and he's like, you're right. Someone's got to watch after you two boys.
All right. So
keep you from ripping each other's throats out.
You have no desire, Moonbeard, by the way, to go in this room really right now at all.
I'd like to try to trip him.
Trip Moonbeard?
His comment, yes. Or his comment.
Absolutely, go ahead.
What would you like me to roll?
Well, we'll say he's definitely, shaken up right now, so he's not paying attention. So you can go ahead and make a strength check with advantage.
19?
19. Would you like to make an opposing check with disadvantage since you're in a fearful stupor?
No, I mean, I'll just let it go.
All right, so you successfully sweep out his legs at this comment.
Oh, maybe Palo could have softened the blow.
Yeah. He just kind of stares at you pretty angrily and kind of huffs and puffs, and being a stout dwarf that he is, takes him a little bit to kind of push himself back up.
I say, look on the bright side. At least you've steeled yourself now. Let us be off.
That was the whole point.
Alright, if I could just imagine that these monsters were you, I'd have no problem bashing their heads in.
Ooh.
All right.
I just give like a sideways glance to my brother as if to say, did you really have to do that?
I'll just give him the shit-eating smile.
All right, so you gentlemen make your way back down the hallway after your bickering. And go ahead. Go ahead.
Am I right in thinking that we've only got one more door to search in the first floor?
Yes.
Okay. I assume that we're heading for the last door.
Yes, on the first floor. So if you guys make your way down there, you'll notice the scratching and clawing at the door has stopped. The knife is still in place. So nothing to fret about there. And if you were to proceed down the stairs back into the main floor of the foyer and head to the right, again, it's a hallway with just some tapestries and paintings, ornately, on the hall, depicting unimportant images. And you would, there's no doors, so if you were to proceed to the end and open the door, you would, again, there's a musty smell, but a different must, not the must of furs or something, parchment. And Moonbeard, with your dark vision, you would definitely see that this is a library. Rather modest, or I guess I'd say extensive library. It's a large room, too, with 15-foot tall case racks just lined wall to wall with books and various volumes.
Okay, I'll let them all know that we're in a library and that we need to be quiet, lest we wake the succubus librarian.
I look quizzically
that's brilliant.
Do what?
I didn't think of that, but that's brilliant.
Well, maybe it could have been a succubi, and it could have been an old what's it, succubi just prowling his books. He never had his way with the ladies. He always found himself stuck in a book instead.
Right, and an incubus would be the male version of a succubi.
You could just have it be a hag.
Yeah.
Yeah, she didn't quite fit in.
So yeah, you just see these rows and rows of books and volumes, scrolls. Again, there's no immediate light other than from the windows. So the torch and the dark vision of the dwarf would be what you have.
Yeah. I look quizzically over Moonbeard and say, a library what?
Wait, say that one more time.
I look over to you quizzically and I say, a library what? What is this place?
And he just kind of like smacks you on the back of the head and he's like, a library, books, scrolls. No wonder you've never heard of this place.
Reading was never his strong suit.
I just nod in agreement, and I pick up a book from the shelf closest to me, and I look at the words and look over and say, where are the pictures?
Yeah, alright, can I make a quick perception check just to see what kind of stuff I can find in this library?
Sure.
Alright.
In fact, everyone can if they would like to search.
Just a perception check?
Yep. It would be a standard perception with your modifier, searching.
26.
I'm going to choose not to because I don't think I'd be bothered.
Alright, the 26 is more than ample enough.
24.
And the 24, as you're looking around through some of the tomes, you do come across an old, what looks to be an old wizard's spell book tucked away behind another non-assuming tome. And it appears to be in relatively good shape. It's not a large spell book, so it's small.
And I'll pull out second flame and just burn the thing.
It's okay.
Instant reaction.
Okay, well, with the 26, we'll say that Moonbeard finds it first, and you're hot on his heels, so he is holding it. So it's like a pocket-sized spell book.
Range attack on that son of a bitch.
And immediately, Rattan is trying to destroy it.
This is what we're fighting against, black magic.
But do we know it's black magic?
No.
Sense the aura.
It's not the Necronomicon. It's just It's a spell book. But yeah, he seems pretty off put by this thing, and he's trying to burn it. So what does Moonbeard think of this?
Moonbeard's just kind of holding it in like, I mean, he doesn't have the height advantage, but he's just kind of trying to hold it out of Raycon's reach, and kind of trying to like look around it and see if he can read the front.
Yeah, it's
What language is it in?
Elvish.
Don't have that.
No. See, as you're trying to read this and hold him back, Ratan's is trying to like get over top of you and just smite this book with holy flame. No care in the world as to what it may hold.
What is your quarrel with this book?
It is not of our deities, and the bishops and such believe that these sorts of books should be burned, along with those who practice this sort of magic.
Moonbeard just kind of looks at him like quizzically, just almost like he's just insane, and continues to just kind of like rifle through the pages to see if anything sticks out.
I see both of these guys just like bickering, and I walk over and I just hold my hand up to Rayton, just to calm him down, and then I look at the book and I put my hand on it, and I detect whether I can sense if it's evil in nature or if it's.
No, and it's not evil at all in nature. It's a spell book.
Do I notice anything while I'm just flipping through the pages?
Yes. What languages can you speak?
I have Common, Dwarvish, Druidic, and Celestial.
All right. You do notice in Celestial a few incantations in there, and one of them sticks out, and it says a big header, I guess, followed by the incantation, "Open lock." And Ratan is trying to destroy it.
So I'm going to tell him that. I'm going to be like, look, there's a spell to open this door.
Are you holding it towards me?
Do what?
Are you showing it to me?
So yeah, he just kind of has the book open and is like shoving it in his face now. He's like, look, we can get through that door.
Ignite.
All right, he's going to try to ignite the book. So I guess you can make a reflex save to try to save your means of opening that door. One of your means, I guess I should say.
You best think of alternatives quick.
I was out of character. There certainly is an alternative.
There's always an alternative.
Yes.
Can I do Thunderwave at Rayton and just kind of shoot him back 10 feet?
All right, you two.
As I see these two start to cuffle, starting to escalate, and they're both starting to raise their voice, and then I can see he's preparing a spell. I'd just like to stand between both of them and just push them both back, and then snatch the book.
All right, so yeah, Leon interjects himself between you two as things get a little heated and a slight skirmish is about to break out.
And I raise my voice, almost booming, and I just yell at both of them to stop and listen. But as I said, I don't say anything else after saying listen, so it's just a dead silence.
Brother, this is what we were taught to fight against. Can't you see that?
Shut up, boy.
I can see that, Rayton, but can you not see the greater evil?
We
The
need
devil
this book.
in here needs to be defeated, and if the book is the only way to get to it, then this book is the way we'll have to use. Now, I do not like it any more than you do, but after we have used it for the greater good, then it can be destroyed. And then I look over to Moonbeard, and then I say again, then it can and will be destroyed.
I have no quarrel with that.
Then
All right.
Well, I didn't see it then. I'll turn my back as to not witness the book being read or used in any manner.
All right. So you have the book in tow and a means to pop the lock.
Okay.
So if you would
Let's-
like, oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, let's do this quickly and painlessly.
Moonbeard just kind of like and just storms off behind Leon up to the door.
I'll walk behind him with my hand on my mace.
And the whole way, Moonbeard just kind of keeps glancing behind to see how far behind you are.
Okay, when we get to the door, I'd like to ask, both my companions, after this has been resolved, there will be no further disagreements, will there?
Moonbeard just kind of mutters, well, he started it.
Again, I shout out loud, my booming voice. I said, there will be no further disagreements, will there?
Yeah,
Silence.
all
And then
right.
I raise my shield above my head, and then slam it 3 times, and then just a white light just expands out and encompasses all 3 of us. And then I say in a low voice, there will be no disagreements, will there? And I create a zone of truth where no monster can willingly lie.
Get your little baby butt
Yeah.
up here.
Moonbeard is just kind of pretty much like a little kid being disciplined, kind of like looking down at his feet and just kind of like, yeah, okay, all right.
Protecting heathens, I'll make sure to report this to our superiors.
Don't be snide. Don't be snide, brother. Answer me this. You know this is the right way we need to go about things. Do you not agree?
Good night. Go to bed, so if you want to go to bed with me.
You know there is a devil here, and it must be defeated. Can you suggest any other way we get to it quickly and swiftly?
I suppose you're right, but after this, we are going to Cantaloupe.
Well then, let's get this over and done with. Moonbeard?
Aye. So do I just start reading it out loud, kind of?
Yes. You can make an arcana check to try to properly incant this wizardry spell.
All right.
Let's see.
19.
Yes. Yeah, you incant the spell and start saying some flowery words in the celestial tongue. And as you do, ambient energy starts to just like float off the page almost and coalesce around the lock. And as you finish the words, the lock pops, and you hear it click.
Useful for something, I guess.
And then Moonbeard just kind of tosses the book back towards Rayton and just kind of crosses his arms and stares at him.
Igniting it.
All right, yeah. He immediately sets this alleged blasphemous book ablaze as you toss it to the ground almost immediately.
I put my hand on my brother's shoulder and I console him and I apologize for the way that I was. But he knows that I acted in kind.
Okay. So you guys are free to enter now, unless you would like to do some more brotherly bickering.
I actually think we were going to turn around and try to break open the lock on the front of the doors, the double doors, and just walk right out.
Uh,
I'm trolling.
I don't think we're going to do that. Your face was priceless today.
Okay, sweet
Yes,
guys.
cheers, guys.
Oh man. Okay. Yeah. Let's head into this room.
All right. So as you guys open the door, inside is a grand hall with tapestries and bearskin rugs with a grand chandelier hanging overhead and a high dome ceiling with a cloud motif painted on it, and more large stained glass windows depicting a great bloody battle sit on either side of this grand hall. An ivory throne sits at the head of a large round table across the way, where a brazier burns in the middle of the table. Various pieces of parchment lay scattered, and a large figure is at the far end. You can kind of make out behind the throne. His back turned to you, and he's chanting over a large fireplace, and he's saying, "Eduth eth nos ginner eth syncrad." And he repeats this chant, and as he chants, the torches seem to dim, and the chandelier looks to move overhead, move further away into the dome ceiling, almost sinking, taking its light with it as the cloud mosaic seems to move in front and consume the chandelier. And the figure turns to greet you, and he says, "Salutations. What brings you to my humble abode?" And you can see that he's wearing full plate, the color of blood, with long white hair pulled back into a ponytail, and his cape, a shade of deep blue or perhaps black, it's hard to tell, resting over one shoulder, and the large hilt of a sword peeks over his other shoulder, the detail of which are hard to see, but what looks like a skull-shaped pommel with tiny rubies stare back at you, and the large eyes man seem to look through you, peering not at you but at your soul, and sending a slight shiver down your spine.
Are we able to tell like what race he is?
Actually, you can make you can go ahead and make a perception check to see if you can tell anything about him. He looks human, a little pale.
17.
Okay. Anybody else?
17.
What about Ratana?
For a perception check.
Yep.
19, 24.
All right, you can tell Ratan. You can make out more details in him, but his pale skin is definitely not natural, and the look in his eyes, he's definitely an undead. And you would guess with that perception, you see the hint of fangs in his mouth as he talks. And I will upload an image of exactly what you see right there.
You need to give us permission.
What's that?
You need to give us permission to view the object.
What? Okay. How do I do that?
I've sent you a request.
Yeah,
It should show up as an email. But,
What's that?
You should just have to go to each email that sends you a request and then approve it by following the link.
Okay, well, son of a bitch. Slight falls in the action, I guess, to figure out how to do that. So if you're more familiar with Hangouts,
You have to go to your Google Gmail.
okay,
That's where the
Google.
request will be sent.
Okay, Google Gmail. I see that right there. And where would these requests appear at?
They should be new emails you received.
There should be, what is that?
A new email.
A
Because
new
when we go
email.
to the page to access this item, it says you need permission. So there's a request access option, and when you click that, it should send the person an email that can give you access.
Okay.
You might have it under if the email might have showed up in a different place.
I see it. I found it now. Excellent. All right. Let me give you guys access real quick. Open sharing settings for you.
You.
And I will try to open sharing settings for the rest of it. You see that okay now?
Myself, no.
These people would like to access these files. Sad. Okay. Let's try again. How about now?
Yes.
All right. Fantastic. Next. I'll have to make a note of this ahead of time if I plan on sharing images to do that for anyone who wants to look.
You could also
I did not know
that. You could search the image itself in Google. Drag and drop the image to the search bar in Google Images, and it'll try and find another one. And that way you can just send people a JPEG hyperlink or a link of some kind instead of having to go through all this.
Yeah. If I'd known it would have been that much trouble, I would have done that. But
I'm
for the
still
time,
not able to see it.
yes, I should be giving you access right now.
Okay.
All right, there you gentlemen go. Sorry about that brief delay. But yeah,
I still can't see it, by the way.
You still can't see it. Son of a bitch.
Here, I'll try to download it and then post it here.
Okay, we'll do that.
All right, I'm seeing it now.
All right, fantastic. So that's the figure you see.
All right, ready to use magic to kill him.
It's okay. I don't need the picture. You described it well enough.
Oh, well, I'm glad you enjoyed the description.
Check your Facebook, bro.
Facebook? What is this?
Yeah, that's something else you could do. Is if you know our Facebooks, you can just send it in the message box.
Yeah, I suppose I could do that too. I'll definitely make a note of that for next time.
Don't worry about it, man. It's all good.
Wow, he looks feisty.
Yeah, let's take this son of a bitch out.
All right, so yeah, like I said, he does turn and he asks you again. He says salutations, and he smiles, playing at the corner of his lips. He says, "What brings you to my humble abode?"
I just at this point I just slowly start to close my eyes, but before they even get half shut, they just snap back open, and it's like a ping of pain in my head, and my eyes start twitching. I look at him, and I just look at my comrades and said, "Now is not the time for talking."
All right, so Leon has no desire to converse with him. What about Rattan and Moonbeard? I'm sure Rattan will feel the same. So what about Moonbeard?
Moonbeard will kind of look between the two brothers, and he'll just kind of look at this guy and be like, "We are looking for the evil that plagues this town, and I believe we have found him."
he kind of looks wounded. He says, "Evil. There's no evil here. It's all about perception, friend." He says, "I'm in the middle of something quite important. Uh, if you would like, you are welcome to join me. And if anybody would like to make a persuasion check to have him divulge more information, you're welcome to, who's not in a fanatical rage." No, you absolutely still can if you care to at all.
No, I think fanatical rage. I think pretty much.
Covers that.
Yeah.
All right.
Is that both of the brothers?
I don't know. I mean, I just naturally assumed, considering Ratan's response to just a tome, let alone.
True.
Because also
Yeah.
I can sense evil pretty much, and Ratan actually noticed that he had white pale skin, and he can see like he's got fangs, and he knows that his white pale skin is not natural, and he could sense he was undead.
Yeah,
I also know that things
he's
that
definitely a
retire
vampire.
fangs.
He's definitely a vampire. Would you care to speak at all, Ratan? I'll at least ask. Try to persuade him to divulge more information.
I agree, brother. And smile.
So no. So Moonbeard, I guess it's up to you if you would like to.
No. Yeah, I'm definitely just gonna kind of.
If you start to talk, I'd like to interrupt you.
No, I'm gonna pull out my staff and the silver sword and just say, "Brace your steel, lads. The liberation of Hamlin is here."
Okay.
I say to what's it, Moonbeard? He goes, "What's it? Two times before you didn't tell me, but now I am ready for it. Get angry."
Fantastic. All right, so you can absolutely. You know what? No, he's going to tell you anyways. Just because I wrote the damn thing down.
Yeah.
He says, gentlemen, please, there's no need for hostility. He says, join me. So I plan to blot out the sun, that I may walk freely among men and spread my influence across
It's a
the
good thing
land.
I worship Selun, the goddess of the moon.
He just kind of, he nods his head. He says, it's a beautiful thing.
Meanwhile, I look at my brother and just like place my hand over him and create this holy aura of a sort of a shield that clamors to him, disregarding whatever this man's saying.
Okay.
As he does this, I slowly bring up my left arm in front of my body, brandishing my shield with the holy symbol of Pelor.
He carries on and berates you anyways. He says, and in time, spread my influence beneath it. He says, I offer you a chance to join me. So I will give you the gift of eternal life in return for your fealty. I will make you my personal envoys, elite soldiers, nay, generals in my army as we sweep across the land and conquer those who would stand against us. It will be a good thing as we spread the gift of eternal life to those deserving, to those willing to embrace us. He says, what say you?
Sacred flame.
Okay. All right. I figured that would be the response. What about Moonbeard? You swayed at all, buddy?
He spits on the ground.
Before he says anything, I look up to him. I say, "Do you know what nemesis means? A righteous infliction of retribution manifested by an appropriate agent, personified in this case by a servant of Pelor." And then I charge towards
he
him.
spits at the name of Pelor.
My brother couldn't have said it better.
What's this? What's this thing you got that makes people immune to being charmed again? What's that called?
It's let me find it. I think
Aura of
Aura of
protection.
Devotion. Aura of Devotion.
Devotion. Courage. Blah.
At this level, they have to be within 10 feet of me.
Selena!
Okay. Where does it say this at? I don't in the aura.
Just let me find it in the book for you.
Yeah, I'm looking at Paladin right now. I'm reading Oath of Devotion, or is it a?
Want me to read that one to you too? All
I'm
right.
not seeing anything about aura.
You got so many books to read.
Aura.
Yeah. Now, here. I'm not reading.
Just so I know exactly how this works, because he does in fact have a charm. I just want to make sure you're completely immune to it. You know what I mean?
Alright. Which one should I read first? Hey, which one should I read first? You choose
What
one. Up to it.
It's definitely somewhere.
I'm
Oh right, yeah, okay. Page 86. It's
Which one
because
do you
of
want me to read
the
first?
oath that I took,
Hey!
the oath of devotion.
Hey!
I've got at 7th level, I get the aura of devotion. Starting at 7th level, you and friendly creatures within 10 feet of you can't be charmed while I'm conscious. At 18th level, this increases to 30 feet.
okay. I gotcha. Fucking paladin fun sucking son of a bitch. All right. All
I'm
right.
sorry.
Party.
Fantastic.
But look on the bright side. I've charged him recklessly, and my party members are nowhere to be seen.
Yeah. All right. So, you guys, no desire to ally with him. So he reaches behind his back and unsheaths this great sword. The Fooler of the Blade, or Blood Groove is what it's commonly referred to for those not versed in proper weapon technicalities. Fun fact, it has nothing to do with blood at all. It's to make the blade more rigid. So yes. No, the Fooler is carved down the middle of the blade so that it's not. It's got more resilience. It has nothing to do with weight so much. It's just the resilience of the blade. It strengthens the blade so it doesn't
The more
snap.
you know.
Yeah, strengthens the blade so you don't have to use more steel or material, essentially. Use
Yeah,
less
that
material
too.
the same amount of strength.
So yes, the Fooler seems to be blood red, almost as if it's filled with blood, and you can see it kind of moving around inside this sword. And he just kind of holds it lazily at his side. And roll initiative.
17.
All right. So we got a 17.
Yeah.
Would you like to put it in the chat over there?
Sorry.
Oh, that's fine. So Joe, 17. Robbie, is that your current initiative? 7?
Yes.
All right, Moonbeard, not the most agile, but surely unhittable. Thus far, he may put you to the test.
Don't jinx it.
And Rick got a 15. No, that's your spell save. You say 13?
Yes.
Okay, 13. And let's see what he gets.
I am your parent. You are my child.
Hey, no one casts sleep on you, Joe. No one casts sleep.
All right, so the order of the shtick will be Leon, followed by Ratan, and then this vampire and Moonbeard once again coming in last.
Okay.
And he's about 50 feet away from you at the other side in this grand hall. Standing, he moved around to stand in front of this ivory throne, and he cuts a rather imposing figure. He's probably about 6.5 feet tall and pretty broad in that full plate that you've seen depicted.
Would I be able to get towards him and get a melee attacking?
Not without dashing, especially with you being in full plate. You'd have to dash to cover the distance to get on top of him to do that.
Yeah, I'm going to do whatever I can just to get towards him, just to attack him.
All right, so if you dash, that would, I think that'd be your action. I don't think paladins have an extra attack.
Yeah, we get 2 attacks.
All right, so you could make one attack on him if you'd like.
Okay, yeah, I'd like to do that. Get up to him, and I will smite him divinely, and I will cast it as a 2nd level spell. So I do an additional 3d8 radiant damage.
All right, so he's got to make is this a spell save?
No, I just channel the damage through my weapon.
All right, so go ahead and make an attack.
Okay, as I charge up to him and I hop across the arena in full play, ignoring that I'm wearing it. I leap and I just slice my sword straight through his waist.
Okay.
For 21 to hit.
That will hit. All right, so you come in and swing the sword. Comes crashing into his midsection, and
that is 10 points of slashing damage.
All right, you just see it just brush along his plate armor, and a maniacal smile just crosses his face as he looks down at you, and he says, "You'll be first." And
as he says that to me, I smile back at him, and then my sword explodes in holy fire and deals 21 points of holy damage to him.
You rolled 21 for the damage on that?
I rolled an 8, a 6, and a 7.
Ah, okay. All right, so he recoils a little bit at that, and but otherwise he's still looking quite smugly at you. And that will go to Ratan.
So seeing my brother move forward, and I'll follow a bit in his suit. I'll move up to 30 feet and stop at that point as my brother rushes in to deliver this powerful blow. And then I will, with my mace and shield in hand, I'll take my mace and do kind of a lash forward, and in doing so, aim to summon a sort of sacred flame around this creature that we see before us.
Okay.
So you need to make a dex save, and my spell save is 15.
What was that? 15?
Yeah.
That's 15, yeah? Okay. Yeah, he makes it. So he just kind of, does he take half damage on a save?
Nope.
Nope. All right. So you come in and he just, with an unearthly agility, just kind of sidesteps your blow and lets out a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha! You think you will be the ones to stop me? And is that if that is all you are going to do, it will be his turn.
Yep.
All right, Leon. He stays true to his words, and you will be first. And he's going to take his greatsword and with his just unearthly strength, he wields it in one hand and just brings it down in a swift chop over top of you. And surprisingly misses.
My 22, just an FYI.
Yes, he does miss, and then he will make a second attack, and this time, as you kind of reel back from the chop, he's going to lurch forward, fangs exposed, and try to bite you in the neck. You see, your armor class is 22 right now. How is that?
It's 20 from being my full plate and my shield, and then Rayton.
Yes, I
Holy shield.
created I used one of my spells.
Okay.
Shield of Faith,
Okay.
which gives him a +2 AC. But I'm the one that deals with the concentration. So if I get hit, I need to make the save for concentration. Otherwise, he loses that bonus.
Okay. I'm sorry. He will manage to hit just barely. Overcomes your iron-like defense and sinks his fangs into your neck. And he will do 17 points of damage, 10 of which is necrotic. The other 7 is piercing. And your hit point maximum is actually going to be reduced by a total of 10, equal to the necrotic damage. And he regains an equal amount of life. And that reduction will last until you finish a long rest. So your maximum hit points right now is 99. And then it will go to Moonbeard. Moonbeard the unhittable.
Alright. Moonbeard, standing right by the door still. And as the vampire guy is still kind of in the same spot.
He hasn't moved. Rattan and Leon just charged with reckless abandon at this figure and struck out at him. And you see a burst of holy fire as Leon strikes at him with his sword, and Rattan tries to blast him with some holy magic, but he sidesteps and takes a swing and misses, but sinks his fangs deep into Leon's neck.
Alright, so, yeah, Moonbeard's standing by the door, and he's just gonna start chanting a little bit in Druidic, and 8 bursts of black smoke are going to shoot out of his staff towards the vampire, and they start flying across the room, and when they're about 10 feet from him, they start changing from clouds of smoke into panthers, because he just cast Conjure Animals.
Okay, excellent.
So there are
What do
now,
these panthers do?
there are 8 of them, and he just kind of screams.
There's 8 fucking panthers.
Yeah, because they have 8 beasts of challenge rating 1/4 or lower.
Okay, sweet.
Yeah, 8 panthers, and Moonbeard just kind of screams, like, attack.
So what do they? Do you command them individually, or how is that going to work?
Well, it says the summoned creatures are friendly to you and your companions. Roll initiative for the summoned creatures as a group, which has its own turn. They obey any...
Go ahead and roll initiative for him real quick then, so I can get that in here, so I can have him get assaulted by 8 other things.
They get 17.
17, and they're even faster. Okay, so.
There's 8 freaking panthers, man. That's awesome.
Yeah, this druid, man. This druid. All right, so
I'll keep this in mind.
And they obey any verbal commands that I issue to them.
So don't even take an action to have these things attack.
Yeah, no action required by you.
That's ridiculous. All right, cool.
Not only am I not going to get hit, I'm also going to do crazy amounts of damage and summon the coolest thing you've ever seen.
Right. So yeah, you see, definitely see what his description he gives. These billowing tendrils of smoke erupt from his staff and coalesce into the forms of panthers that quickly encircle this large armored figure.
Hold on real quick. Okay, yeah, so they're
You
all...
don't want to summon a tornado or nothing?
He looks over at the vampire and presses Control Alt Delete.
Oh,
I mean, right now I can't really do anything else without endangering my comrades. So,
Okay.
not that I would feel bad about hurting Rayton, but Leon's been a pretty stout fellow.
He's been a pretty solid guy.
Yeah. So, yeah. So
Alright.
the way that works with the Panthers, do you just want me to, like, how do you want them to attack?
Well, let me, fuck, man. Let me just double check that spell myself real quick. What's it called? Summon animals?
Yeah, conjure animals. It is.
Conjure animals.
Yeah, are you looking at the player's handbook?
Yeah.
It's on page 225.
Okay, so I got this shit in alphabetical order. Conjure animal. All right. So in the meantime, I suppose they got initiative 17, so they'll act right after Rayton.
Okay, so they won't attack right now.
No, next turn, they will.
All right, sounds good.
So Rayton, you can go.
I
That's
think it's
right.
best.
Just to let you know. But so in the meantime, these creatures have been summoned. My brother's in the fray of things, and I'm going to place my shield hand to my face and murmur, in the days that are holiest, to our holiness we ask thee to grant us strength, Palo, for this great evil that we must fight must be destroyed. And cast out my hand above the, I guess, I'm assuming the Panthers have surrounded this creature, surrounded the vampire at this point.
So how did they encircle him then, Moonbeard?
Yeah, I would say they just kind of fanned out and are all around him now.
All right. So yeah, he is encircled by 8 large panthers, and
So on the
yeah.
opposite side of my brother, I'd like to have hovering, maybe 5 feet above the panthers, a floating disc that is in gold and has a glow in the center with the image of an old man with a large beard and graying hair. The sides of this floating disc-like weapon are all just they're all spikes, or can't find another way to describe this, like a spiked disc that is the symbol of Palor.
Okay. So it would just be, say, like
And this is the spiritual weapon.
Spiritual. Okay. So how does that? You make an attack with that, or does he have to make a
It
save?
is a bonus action, and when a creature is within 5 feet of it, I can use a bonus action to have it attack.
All right. You have this hovering. You said behind him.
Behind, on the other side of Rattan, so flanking is the idea.
Okay, I gotcha. All right, fantastic, great.
So that's that's my bonus action, and with that, I will also again hold out my mace, pointed towards this vampire, and it is only your time to burn in hellfire. And I will attempt Sacred Flame again, moving closer to my brother, about 10 feet. So Dex save is what it will require from you.
All right, so DC save 15, yeah. He's not so nimble this time. A little taken aback by the sudden appearance of 8 panthers encircling him. Yeah, he isn't quite nimble enough to evade your grasp this time.
Okay, so this will deal two radiant damage, and Sorry, I'm just trying to check if another one of my domains comes into effect.
Okay.
Yeah, it's an extra D8, and there's another below of this energy. So that's 2. So total 4.
So how much
4
was
radiant.
that?
4 radiant.
4 radiant, you said?
Yes.
Total?
Total.
That was... Alright. Nah, it's better than I thought it was going to be. Better for me. Alright, so after... Is that it then, Ratan?
Yep. Nothing else.
Is this vampire considered an undead?
Yes. I actually made a mistake. I'm sorry, I overlooked that. Leon, you should have went first. So you can go immediately after Ratan, and we'll get the order sorted back out. I'm sorry about that.
That's
I was
all right.
I was busy fretting over these 8 fucking vampires.
Yeah, I don't really. Kind of being a bad player at the minute. I'm just quickly checking something.
Oh no, it's fine. It's fine.
That's why. Right. Okay, that's cool. For my bonus action, I'm gonna touch the 2 wounds on my neck, and I just sort of finger the holes, and then don't laugh at that. I sort of finger the holes and then just sort of just close them back up, and I use 5 points of my lay on hands to remove any sort of disease that may have found its way into my system. And then I shall use my branding smite on this creature.
All right. How does this look? What's it do? Is it the flaming sword again?
Yes, it's the flaming sword. Again, I raise my sword above my head in preparation to bring it down upon him, and I chant several words under my breath, inaudible to anyone. And then the only word anyone hears is Pelor. And then the sword comes down, and as it comes down, it erupts in flame. It becomes like a 3-foot long column of fire, and it just scrapes straight across his chest.
All right. And, again, as you incite the name of Pelor, he just looks disgusted and hisses at you. Go ahead and roll
I roll
attack.
20 to hit.
That will hit.
Awesome. So takes 9 points of slashing damage.
All right. He seems entirely unconcerned and scoffs at the sword.
And he
but
takes
the radiant fire is another issue altogether.
Yep, and he takes 10 points of radiant damage.
Okay, fantastic.
Because the fire passed through him, he also glows with radiant energy.
Yeah, he's a little upset about this radiant glow emitting from him. All right.
And then my second attack.
Okay.
I would like to quickly try and give him a kidney shot with a silver dagger.
Okay. Excellent. Go ahead.
Is it okay if I make that a disadvantage because I haven't got it on me? I'll just quickly pull it out.
Yes.
Oh, nice. I rolled a 13 plus 20.
Is that with the disadvantage?
Yeah, I rolled a 19 and a 13.
Okay, so 20 will still hit. And
he takes 6 points of damage.
Alright, so yeah, you thrust the knife at him, and again, it kind of it finds a niche under the breastplate and digs in. But he just kind of sneers at this as well. And go ahead.
I leave the dagger in here. I don't retrieve it. I just leave it hanging in there.
Okay. Now it would be the 8 Panthers. 8 fucking panther. Let me double check this here. Yeah, if it doesn't, they all attack individually. It doesn't say anything about a unit. So, do you have the panther statistics, or do you need me to tell you?
I do.
You do? All right. Out of curiosity, I'm gonna go look and see what he's getting himself into.
Not anything great, I would assume.
Nah, it's just 8 free attacks, whatever.
There's 8 pretty big panthers.
And I guess too, it says they're fey creatures or something, and the spirits
Yeah.
in the form. So I guess for all intents and purposes, it would be magical attacks in nature. So
Yeah, I mean, the way I kind of saw
shirk
that
them.
was that like they're pretty much regular, except for in the sense that when they get down to 0 hit points, they just disappear instead of dying.
Well, the reason I say that they're magical in nature is otherwise they wouldn't even hurt this guy.
Okay.
So yeah, you got that going for you 8 times. Druids are OP.
All right. So yeah. So how did you want to go about this attack? Like just roll for all of them, all 8 of them?
Yeah, just roll each one individually.
And do I still need to do a d20 just for the attack?
Yeah, it'll be a d20 plus their modifier, I believe, which is 2.
The one I'm seeing on here.
Weapon attack is +4, so there you go.
+4 to hit. Actually, I'm trying. Yeah, I guess they're all gonna come try to bite. I guess.
All right, so roll 8 d20s, my friend.
All right, I only got 2, so I'm gonna go 2 at a time. First one is a not natural 20, but a 20. The second one is a 12.
So the first one was what again?
Yeah, I can put them in the chat.
Yeah, if you'd like to just throw those up real quick, and I'll tell you how many hit. Okay. All right.
Damn it. Alright. I think that's 1, 2.
2 more.
Oh, that's only 6.
It's only 6.
Only 6. These guys got 2 19s.
From the looks of it, 3 of them will strike true.
Alright. So now do the d6. So you said 3. Do attack?
Yeah, it'll be, they do 1d6 plus 2. So if you want to just roll 3d6 and add 6 to the damage. If they're biting, I would assume they're biting since that does the most damage.
Yeah.
Of course.
Alright, so let me do the 6-sided.
Okay.
Oh, you said plus another 6.
Yeah, it'll be +6 because you're adding +2 to each individual attack.
Yeah, that's the total then is 17.
Alright. So yeah, you see these 8 panthers just swarm onto this guy, clawing and scratching and just biting at him, and then just as quick as they came in, they kind of disperse and circle back around him again. And he's a little upset about this affront. So after the Panthers, it will be his turn. All right. He will, seeing that you decided to call for backup, he's going to call for some of his own. And you see him just kind of let out a shrill shriek. And After that, he is going to again bring his great sword to bear and try to rain it down atop Leon once again. As he keeps blasting him with holy fire. Which sucks a lot for this guy. And yeah, he crits. So this could be bad news bears for you. So let's see here. It will be a total of, let's see, maximize. So there's that, and then we'll roll the other two guys. For 27 points of damage, Leon,
Nice.
as he brings this careening down atop you and forcefully smashes it into your otherwise unblemished, just perfect armor, pristine. And now one of the pauldrons has a massive dent in it and is actually starting to crack open where the sword dug through and cut into your clavicle. And after that will be Stormbeard.
Oh, that's me.
Or I'm sorry, Moonbeard. I was still thinking about when you called it fucking Storm.
Alright, so yeah, since Conjure Animals is a concentration,
If you were to use another concentration, your 8 Panthers will dissipate. So go ahead and do that.
yes, I'm definitely gonna not do that.
Whatever.
Keep those around for. I can keep them up to an hour, so I'm gonna do that. But I'm
Okay.
gonna use cantrip. Or actually, I'm gonna go ahead and start to move my 25 feet across the room just to get closer, and do produce flame again, and just kind of shoot a flame ball at this vampire.
Okay. Does he make a save for that as well, or?
Yeah, I completely forgot. It's been a while since I used that, so I'm going back to it real quick.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. No, it doesn't say anything about a save throw.
So it's just an attack then.
Yeah, it's just an attack.
All right. Go ahead.
I think last time I did, did have to roll to see if it hit or not.
Yeah. I recall now. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
So I get a. That's a crit, natural 20.
Fucking crit city over here, man. The Leon's rolled about 20.
Oh, yeah, I rolled crits, man.
I mean, this is the first one I've hit though, so.
Jonathan, this dice I use, it's like the first one I ever bought from a dice shop. Like my friends took me over there, and it's the only one I bought there. And it's like a clear, crystalline dice. I absolutely love it, and it always rolls high.
Yeah,
like
even
my
wonder why you love
DM's
it.
Even my DM's like, you need to get that dice checked, and I'm sure it's rigged. It's like, I haven't done anything to it, I swear.
I have a set of dice like that, but they only work when I DM.
Really?
Yeah, man. It's horrible for players.
Alright, so, you do crits where you just max it and then.
First is max, then roll the second.
Alright.
So how much loads of damage does he take?
That does 13 flame damage.
Okay.
Damage, whatever.
Alright. Alright, so yeah, he gets pelted with a ball of fire from Moonbeard. And that is it. If he can do anything else. If not, it will go to Leon.
Nope, I'm finished.
Alright, Leon, so it's your turn. This guy is getting rather savage with you at this point, and he's messed up your favorite armor.
Where he struck me on the shoulder, I'd like to place my hand and rip off the pauldron, and then where he went into my clavicle, I put my hand over it, and then I heal myself for 25 points of damage.
All right. Not sure what that puts you at, but your cap is still 99 right now.
Yeah, I'm still well below that. And then I raise my sword like to the side of me, like pointing out towards one of the stained glass windows, and then the sky outside goes dark red as though a new sun has risen, and then you hear thunder and lightning clap outside, and then the stained glass window just shatters when a bolt of lightning hits my sword, and then I strike the vampire using Thunderous Smite, and then I strike him.
Okay, awesome. Go ahead.
That's 19 to hit.
19 to hit. That will connect.
Awesome.
Is there a save for this?
No, it's just extra damage on my weapon die.
All right.
So it's 7 slashing damage.
Slashing. Is this magical in nature?
Yes, this will be 9 lightning damage.
Okay.
And you can make a strength saving throw.
All right. So the slashing was what was that from exactly?
That was just my sword.
The sword. All right. So again, he just scoffs at your weapon, but he's cut a little short as he gets struck with lightning emanating. And he makes a strength saving throw. You say?
Yes.
All right. And your spell save is 15. You say?
Yes.
Yes. He fails the saving throw.
Okay. He gets knocked 10 feet back and he is prone.
All right. He's going to use his legendary resistance. And an aura of strength just emanates from him, and he will still take the damage. Though he just kind of powers through and ignores the force that would have otherwise propelled lesser beings back onto their ass.
Right, that changes things slightly. And seeing his feat of strength stopping being knocked back by this mighty attack, and seeing that he's not taking much damage from my sword at all, and starting to wane in my magical powers, my divine powers, I decide to go into hand-to-hand combat and try and restrain him. So
80s action hero move.
The last action hero. All right, so we're gonna try and manhandle him. He's made of sterner stuff than that werewolf.
Yep.
But you absolutely can try.
Awesome. So I'm going to. Is he holding his sword with both hands?
Just one hand.
Okay. Then the hand that he's not using the sword with, I would like to just put my body over it and then grab it and hold it from underneath, if that makes sense, and then try and like curl it the way it's not meant to bend behind his back and try and drag him down to the ground.
All right, go ahead and make a strength roll.
Does going prone provide opportunity attacks in your game?
19.
19. All right, you grab his arm and go to start trying to muscle it behind him, and he looks at you, dumbfounded, almost, and just kind of just shirks you away. Says you are not big enough.
Okay, I drop my weapon as he pushes me away.
Okay.
And that's the end of my turn.
All right, the 8 Panthers get to go now.
Alrighty.
So you go ahead and just roll 8 times and throw them up. start killing these things. That's what you should do.
Have you guys been forgetting my turn?
You should be.
No,
Because
the
actually,
Panthers are on 17
the Leon and the Panthers were actually before you. I messed up the order last time,
Okay, there we go.
so now it's actually in the proper order. You're right after the Panthers, but before the Vampire. And does going prone provide AOs? I would say no, but it definitely gives you advantage on the attack rolls. I could be absolutely wrong in that ruling, but as far as I
It's actually
know,
a house rule thing. Some people do, some people don't.
all right, I would say no, but I would definitely give you advantage on further attack rolls. I know it used to do that in 3.5, and like I said,
There's also things like drinking potions. Some DMs say that if you drink a potion, that you're
Oh,
opening yourself up to.
oh yeah, there used to be a build that you would specifically do that. It was built around like getting attacked, and you can make counter attacks. You just run into a mob of people and say, "I drink from my flask," and then they start counterattacking the fuck out of everything.
Sounds like a barb.
So let's see
All right.
here. 4 of those hit.
4 of them.
4 out of the 8.
One of them's a crit.
Yeah, great. Another one of those.
So I'll do the crit real quick, and then 3 more.
All right.
All right. So 28 total.
Fantastic. I mean, that's great. It's great. It's good news for you.
Good news for us all, I think.
Yeah, I would say so.
If you want to feel better, I've got 1 spell left and I'm running low on hit points.
Yeah. Hopefully, we'll see how this works here shortly. You might be able to put up more of a fight in a second. I don't know. So he's handily getting beat on. He's noticeably, getting bludgeoned around. His face is getting, some blood is coming down from wounds, and you can see, burn marks from all this holy fire and lightning that's coming in to just assault him from all directions, and the Panthers just swarming him like vicious predators after, raw meat. And he's pretty fucked up. So after the Panthers, if that is it, you can't do anything else.
Yeah,
It
they're done.
will be Ratan's turn. So you see this just happen right in front of you. They just congeal as a black swarming mass and rip at him, and almost just as quickly and savagely disperse. Continue to circle him.
How, when I look at this vampiric creature, is there any real noticeable signs that he is feeling the effects of what we're doing, that he's not at his tip to the shake at this point?
Yes, he doesn't appear fatigued per se, but he's definitely looking wounded. Like I said, you can see the sears and burns on his face, and he hasn't really been able to enact his regenerative powers at this time.
Brother, how long do you think you can hold on?
I shall hold on for as long as I need, but right now I need help. Just heal me, brother, if you can. Keep me in
Alright.
this fight.
So I'll rush to his side, and I'll place my shield and shield hand on his pauldron that had been removed and where he has this grievous injury. And I'll begin to chant, "Mend these wounds, Pelor. Show us that your light is truly the only light in the world that matters." So that's 14 hit points that you regain. I rolled max.
Oh, brilliant.
And at this point, there is actually nothing else I can do.
No, that has helped a ton.
What hit points are you at right now?
I'm a lot more healthier than what I was before.
Okay, cool.
All right. So as you heal your brother, he he's a little angered by this, having struck some fearsome blows on him, and you're just knitting him back up just as quick as he's cutting into him. And so he is going to strike out at you, Rayton, as he tires of this constant aid that you're providing.
As he moves towards my brother, I mutter under my breath, "I'm sure you said it was me that would be first." And then I strike him. 26 to hit.
Will hit.
And 7 slashing damage. Not that it's going to do anything, but...
Yeah, he just shirks it, doesn't even bother to look, and quickly retorts at you. He says, "You will have your time soon enough." And he will attack.
17 AC, just so you know.
Alright, he is going to strike true both times as he brings his greatsword in and his two chops left and right at you.
So these are two separate attacks?
Yes.
Okay. 19. 12. So, unfortunately, the protective shield around my brother crumples up. The glass shatters and falls to the ground until it disappears into nothingness.
Alright. As he comes down with those fearsome blows, he strikes Ratan for 24 points of damage. And as he's doing this, you start to hear the screeching of bats. And suddenly, all four of the stained glass windows shatters as a swarm of bats flies in, either one, and moves to strike back at these panthers. As he used Servants of the Night and managed to summon 4 swarms of bats. So they are going to act on his turn and attack the Panthers, Moonbeard, your precious Panthers.
Oh, darn. I can always conjure more.
Hey, don't play. One of y'all
16.
What is that? Is that a first level spell or something ridiculous?
I think it's a second level. Oh no, third level.
How many third level spell slots do you have?
I have 3. I've used 2.
Alright, so
Call Lightning was 1 and Conjure Animals was 1.
Alright, so you could effectively do it once more.
Yes.
So the bats will attack the Panthers. I guess it doesn't necessarily matter what Panthers they attack, but first attack. 20, I believe, will hit a Panther.
Mm-hmm.
An 8 will miss.
Yep.
Will a 10 hit? I think that misses too.
Yeah, misses. How many are there? Just
And an 18. He managed to summon 4 swarms of bats.
Okay.
And like I said, there were 4 large stained glass windows. They burst through. The glass shatters.
So only one of those groups hit.
2, I think. An 18 doesn't hit.
Oh yeah, it does.
All right. So they will do damage on a swarm of fucking bats. Off the top of my head, I honestly don't know. Okay.
Look at these foul creatures! Brother, we must defeat this foe quickly!
Alright, so the first swarm will strike one of the panthers for 5 points of damage, and the other one of the panthers for 4 points, and the other ones continue to fly around and swoop and bombard and harass them, but to no real effect. And then, let's see here. Can you do anything else? I don't think so. So I will move on to Moonbeard. I believe, yeah, legendary actions. I believe it still consumes a regular action. Is that correct?
Wait, what now?
If anybody's familiar with legendary actions, some monsters have them. I think it's still a regular action that it consumes. It just lets them do something fantastic so many times.
I actually haven't read the manual monster enough to know.
Alright, I'll just say it does at this point, so go ahead, Moonbeard.
Alright, so yeah. Guess he's gonna keep holding up the Panther spell, but you know, after the little exchange between this vampire and the 2 brothers, Moonbeard kind of screams out across the room like, "You beast of the shadows and master of deception, have you forgotten of the power of Saloon?" And just launches another fireball across the room towards him. 16?
16 will miss.
Ah, darn.
It's targeting AC, correct?
Yes.
So yeah, that will miss.
Alright. Yeah, that's all he's gonna do.
Alright, so you see Moonbeard go to hurl a bolt of fire at him and miss as he definitely ducks to the side. And you just see a grin spread across his face and shake his head and just mouth the words "no." And it goes to Leon.
Okay. I look over to both my companions and grim solace in my eyes. I say to them, "We may die in this encounter, but that is okay. We die in service of Pelor. But one thing is for sure: it is righteous to do so. But this creature must die." And as I do that, I put my hand on my shield, and again, a green flame, a flame erupts from my body, and like an aura just encompasses me, and I am now protected from evil. And
Awesome.
Again, this time, I charge at the vampire and I try to tackle him to the ground.
Alright, let's go ahead and make another strength check.
I've changed dice, by the way.
Oh, great.
That's not going to do. It might do. 19.
Just barely. You kind of exert some force on him as he's a little distracted by all this other stuff going on around him, and you can manhandle him a little bit. What do? You just grapple him?
Yeah, I don't try and I grapple him or anything. It's just like a flat rugby tackle, just from the side, and the kids just to tackle him to the ground.
Alright.
Try and mount him or something, like straddle him.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. You definitely get her to the ground. You have more of a side control right now than anything, as you bowl him over.
Okay, and as I do that, can I, instead of attacking, could I try and like restrain one of his arms or one of his legs or something?
Sure. You can try.
What would you like me to roll? Strength check?
Yeah. If you'd like to take a step further, restrain him. We'll go with another strength check.
And that's another 19.
All right. You managed to restrain a limb, whatever one you choose for the
I
time
choose
being.
sword arm.
Grapple master, man.
Yeah, that's the way to go.
And their advantage?
Yes, your 8 Panthers will have advantage, so you get to roll 16 fucking attacks and take the highest ones.
Good, 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 good.
Oh, no.
Uh,
If you guys don't mind, I'm just gonna go grab a drink of water while you do this.
yeah, he'll be here for a minute rolling dice.
Yep.
Ridiculous.
I'm sorry, Bruce. I am.
It's not your fault.
I've been there. I've been there, man.
I mean, if I'd have known that the druid was packing this kind of heat, I probably would have had him have at least one of his servants with him, one of the lesser vampires, coming in with
Know all that.
all these panthers and shit.
Well, this
Yeah,
is
it's
also
into-
the first time I've ever played as a druid, so I wasn't even quite sure what I was getting myself into.
Badassery is what you got.
Yeah, a little bit of that.
Well, I generally play campaigns that are 1 to 10 in terms of levels. Because once you get into those higher levels, shit gets really crazy.
Yes, it does. It certainly does.
Bring in the pain with some HTH. No, I messed it up. Aqua.
Alright, so how's that going over there with those fucking panthers?
Alright, yeah, I just need to pick the 8 highest now. So it's gonna be...
So yeah, next game I'll play, I'm being a druid.
Funny you should say that.
Alright, so...
How much did you crack him for? See here.
Yeah, let me see. I'm not sure what his AC is.
Just, I guess just to save me some trouble, and perhaps you, since that's a lot of fucking dice, you're looking for an 18 to hit.
Okay.
I still trust you guys. Honor system. Don't. I hope every roll's not magically an 18 or higher now, or crit.
Okay. So yeah, of the 8, 5 of them are gonna hit.
Okay.
And one of them is gonna crit. The other
Of
4...
course.
The other 4 are not. I mean, I was rolling 16 dice. The chances of getting a crit were there.
Is 1 in 20.
Alright, so... got. So I'm getting the advantage here because they kind of pinned down this guy, or at least one of his arms.
You got an advantage because he was prone.
Okay.
But that's only for attack rolls, not damage rolls.
No, yeah, I know for that. Alright, so I end up doing 32 damage. Or my Panthers do.
Jesus Christ. Alright, so yeah, you see, you're laying there, Leon, pinning him kind of down. You see this black mass just roll over top of you as all these Panthers just start to writhe around, tooth and nail, tearing into him. Somehow, when again, they just slide away from him. You are completely unscathed, but you were definitely in the middle of this.
Oh shit.
Alright, yeah, that's all the Panthers are gonna do.
Right, it will be Leon's turn, and yeah, he's looking a little worse for wear. He's not happy about these goddamn Panthers at all.
He should be. They are helping whittle this guy down.
Only a lot.
I mean,
what time is it? Like, in the day?
It's still dark out. It was about 2 when you guys got here, so we'll say it's probably about, in your exploration, about 2 hours have passed, so about 4 o'clock.
Do I reckon the sun will be rising anytime soon?
It will be shortly, but go ahead and make an intelligence check for me.
Cheers.
Yeah.
-1.
Sweet.
I rolled a natural 1.
Oh. So yeah, you're not even entirely sure at this point if there was a sun in this town. Because there was like 0 visible radiant sunlight due to the heavy clouds when you got here, and you're starting to questioning if it was ever real.
Okay.
So you don't know.
Am I still prone with Mr.
Yes.
Vampire?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Can I try to wrestle some more control over him and try and like wrestle the other arm from him?
Yes. Make a strength
Or
check.
even better, could I try and take the weapon away from him?
Yes. Make a strength check. If you're going to try to forcibly remove his weapon that he's gripping onto, go ahead and just make that one at disadvantage if you want to take the weapon. If you just want to try and wrestle further control at him, it'll just be a regular strength check.
I just thought because I was like trying to I was wrestling in his get control of his sword arm. So has he not dropped it yet? In which case, if he hasn't dropped it, I'll try and force him to drop his weapon.
Okay, go ahead.
Do you want me to make that with disadvantage?
Yeah, if you're gonna try to forcibly wrestle the sword away from him, you know what? Let's see here. Nope, you don't have to take disadvantage for this.
Oh, thank God. 26.
All right, you manage with some proper leverage in throwing your weight behind it and cranking to get him to release his grip on his greatsword, and it clatters to the ground next to him.
Awesome. And could I, as an attack, could I kick the sword away from him?
For this, no. Since your legs would be opposite of where his hand would be, but you did manage to disarm him.
That's fair enough. Do you want me to end my turn, or could I try and like get full control of him again?
Depends on whether you consider it an action or not.
Yeah, if you have that extra attack, you can try once more.
Yeah,
to gain
I've got
further
2
control.
attacks. Okay, so that's a 13 strength check.
13, no, it does not succeed.
Okay. Just so you know, because I've got protection from evil, he's got disadvantage against any checks he makes against me.
All right.
Just to keep in mind.
All right. So after Leon was the Panthers, Leon. So yeah, it will go to the vampire's turn. Okay. Despite this position, he's going to wrench around and try to bite you, Leon.
Fantastic.
So he lashes out once and misses, and a second time and misses as well. Okay, and then he will summon up some of his legendary reserve and make an unarmed attack against you, and that one will hit as he calls upon his inner strength from legends of old. And he deals 9 points of bludgeoning damage.
It's hard.
And that will be him. Then the bats will attack the Panthers and harass them. All right, so we have 15, 12, 14, and 12. Do those hit the Panthers?
Those all hit.
Those all hit the Panthers. All right. So the two that were attacking the original two, respectively, for 5 and 4 apiece, will hit them again for 6 and 7. So I believe it'll be 11 and 12 total. The Panthers still up.
Yeah.
All right, and the other 2 swarms will come in and join their brethren and attack those same Panthers for an additional 7 and an additional 7.
Alright, yeah, so 2 of them are dead now.
Yeah, so 2 of them dissipate into puffs of smoke as the bats swarm around and dive and claw and scratch at them. And then that will be it. And it will go to Ratan's turn. So your brother's down there just braving the dangers, almost foolishly again, but making good of it and wrestling this vampire. Managed to knock his sword out of his hand.
Whilst I'm tussling with him on the floor, I look over to you. I say, "Get the sword! Get rid of the sword!"
But the sword has been removed from his hand, though.
Yes, it clatters to the ground.
So he's restrained at this point. How vulnerable is he?
It would just be, if you want to do attack, it would just be an attack with advantage. He's still covered in head to toe in full plate, and he's naturally just resilient to most weapons. So he's not exceptionally vulnerable per se, but he's certainly easier to strike.
So I'll walk over and kick that sword casually, further away, however far it matters.
Okay. We'll say
And,
about 10. It goes about 10 feet away.
And with that, I will cover my head, close my eyes and then lift up my hand and point down at this vampiric creature with this swirling spiked blade just immediately flying down to slice at the man's abdomen.
All right. Awesome.
19?
That will hit.
So 9 for the first, and so that's 16 damage.
All right.
On its blow, the tips of these spikes begin to glow, and as they slice through him, they make a kind of chiming sound with the speed at which this swirling disc is going, just ripping up parts of his flesh.
Awesome. Is that just magical damage in nature?
Radiant.
Radiant. Fantastic. All right. So, 16, you say?
Yep.
All right. So it will be Moonbeard again, I believe, in all his splendor, still living up to his nickname.
The untouchable.
Hey, we got Mr. Grapple over here too.
Yeah, Sir Grabs a lot.
I swear that he's in like the WWE.
Yeah, there's an underground Pelor fight club, Bare Knuckle.
Shh. We don't talk about that.
Yeah, they don't talk about Pelor Fight Club. That's the first rule of Pelor Fight Club.
Alright, so at this point the vampire is kind of on the ground, right? Still, or...
Yeah.
Okay, and... So... Yeah, I'm gonna cast Poison Spray, which is a cantrip, and, you have to make or succeed on a Constitution saving throw, or take 1d12 poison damage.
Alright. Constitution save and your DC is what again? It's something like 14, I think.
Let me check.
Very well could be wrong. I could actually...
13.
13. Alright. So, yes, the poison seems to have no immediate effect on him. No blood courses through his veins.
Alright. Then that will be all he does.
Alright, Leon. Back to you.
Right. I've got a good feel of this guy. How hurt do I think he is?
Yeah, he's noticeably beaten up. You know, his once completely splendid Mastercraft armor has got some nicks and cuts in it, and you know his hair's disheveled. And, there's blood pouring from some cuts on his face, and a little bit of blood seeping from the crevices in his armor. As all this radiant magical damage coursed through his body and ruptured him a little bit. So he's definitely not the quite as intimidating as he was upon initial confrontation.
Does he have any like sidearms on his person that I can see?
Nope, just his mitts and his fangs.
Right.
And
Okay.
his greatsword that he had.
What to do? Okay, I'd like to like try and crawl over onto the top of him, and then with my dagger, I'd just like to stab him straight in his throat.
Okay.
Metal as fuck.
Mentor.
They call me.
Bacho.
I remember when I used to be able to do that. Chokehold, baby. Yeah, I'd like to get on top and, like I say, stab him in the throat with the sword. I'd like to, if I can, try to stab him in his mouth, around his teeth are scary. I want to try and get rid of
Okay.
that threat.
Go ahead and try.
Oh, that's not happening. I rolled a 5, so 12.
Alright, yeah, you gotta try and stab him in his mouth, and he just clamps down and catches the dagger immediately, and just kind of flicks his head to the side. Roll a strength check.
10, 17.
Yeah, he wrenches it from your grasp and just kind of chucks it a good 15 feet away, and
Okay.
it laughs at you. Silly man.
Okay, I'll like slowly start to stand up, and as I get like half stood up, I just slam straight back down and just slam my forehead into his nose.
All right. So you're gonna try to headbutt him?
Yeah, essentially.
Killed a man the other day, don't I? So as you stand up and dismount him, uh, with just supernatural grace and speed, almost he just leaves an after image as he kicks himself out from under you and immediately rights himself and dashes back about 30 feet, but in doing so, considering he's relatively close to the other end, he actually ascends up the wall, about 10 feet to the wall, and ascends up the wall about 20 feet. And yes, you can make an attack of opportunity. So go ahead.
Crit.
Of course. I'm getting real tired of hearing that. I'm fucking tired of hearing that.
A 24.
Alright, so both strikes will hit.
Mine is still an unarmed attack, isn't it?
Yeah. So
I
you
got 16.
Alright. 16,
Radiant.
what's that?
16 radiant.
With
That
the
blade
disc.
just goes around, just hits him one
Slashing.
time as he ascends.
Alright. So yeah, you go ahead, you throw the punches and you connect, but he doesn't even care about your puny little hands.
These are the hands of Pelor's finest. You will heed them well as they choke the life or unlife from your throat.
Yeah, he's standing, horizontal on the wall and glowering down at you two, and just kind of crosses his hands behind his back as he looks down, almost whimsically at this point. Not entirely sure what to make of you guys, but you've been putting up a hell of a fight. If that is Leon, then it will be the Panthers. And again, he is vertically ascended 20 feet, so I don't know if they can get up to him.
They have
They do have climbing, but they're also in a castle, so I don't think they're gonna be able to climb up stone walls.
Yeah, it's a pretty sheer surface. So yeah, I'm not sure if they could get up the stone wall. So there are the flock of bats.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Have them do is just go towards the flock of bats,
Okay.
and there are 4 of those bats.
Yes.
All right, let me. So, 4 of them will attack.
Okay.
So I guess each panther will attack one of the flocks.
Okay.
So one of the flocks will take 8 damage. The other takes 7. Another one takes 8, and another one takes 5.
Alright, you see them leap around in these swarms of bats and start swatting at them and biting a few, ripping them from the air. But they're still pretty thick and flying around. And if that is all Moonbeard will do.
Yeah, I'm also gonna leave and come back real quick to fix my mic.
Sure. Alright, so that will go to Leon.
Okay. So this guy's 20 feet up the wall.
Yes. Like Spider-Man, just standing vertically out on it, looking down at you. It's like it's just another day.
How high is the wall?
With the great domed ceiling above, it ascends about 50 feet at the peak of the dome.
So whereabouts is he at the peak of this dome?
He's not to the dome yet. He's just getting up the wall. It would take another 30 feet to get all the way to the center of the dome.
Okay. I'd like to sheath my weapon and say to him, and just like chuckle and say, I don't know why we're even bothering with you. You are not worthy of this fight. Because you taunt us with your power, and then you flee like a child. I would not have this. And I'd like to either like taunt him to like come back down and fight me, or to just mock him in some way. Or persuade him to
Okay.
come down.
He looks at you in an amused manner. A hand still crossed behind his back. He says, "Who are you to say that I flee? I am still here, in the same room. Fighting, are we not? 'Tis not my fault that mere mortals do not possess the capability to reach me. You are beneath me."
How do thrown weapons work?
Dex mod.
Dex
You have
mod.
your Dex mod instead, but there's a range, an effective range, and then a non-effective range for weapons.
Okay. How
I
far
think
away?
for daggers it's 20.
Nope, not daggers. How far away is his greatsword?
It was 10 feet away, so you could definitely reach it.
I'd like to walk up to it and pick his greatsword up.
Alright, as you grab the greatsword, make an intelligence roll. Or an intelligence save.
17.
Alright, you start to become overwhelmed with an unbridled rage, just a need to murder as this sentient weapon overtakes your consciousness. So do you still have an attack action left?
Yes.
And you didn't use all your moves, so you will move towards the closest ally and attack them.
Would I not have a chance to save from this because I have protect from evil on?
It was not an evil thing per se, I guess. Like the sword is evil, but it's dominating your will at this point, and you're shy of the DC save. You can definitely try again to resist it, or have them get it out of your hands.
The only better roll I can roll is a 20 on that. I rolled a 19 minus 2.
Right, and not if it you'd almost had it. So with that though, you will have to make an attack on the closest ally unfortunately.
Would I be able to get over to them?
Yeah, the sword was only 10 feet away, so you still have, even in plate, 10 foot of movement.
All right.
Brother, what are you doing?
I just don't respond. I just look blankly directly at him, and I swing my sword towards him.
All right, so go ahead and roll a hit.
It's a crit.
It's a crit. All
When you
right.
need him.
This sword, so you know, it's magical. It is a +2 greatsword, and the damage on a greatsword is 2d12, and it also applies a 1d6 necrotic damage, and the necrotic damage is drained as life to the wielder.
Do you want to roll the damage?
No, you can roll it. If you want to just use the dice roller app. Yeah, the first one is max, so it will be 18 plus whatever he rolls.
Trying to find a freaking D12 now.
All right, where's the dice roller at? If you want, we can just for funsies throw this up and see how bad you assault your own flesh and blood.
I rolled a 7.
You rolled a 7
Yeah.
with 3d6.
I thought that was a D12.
No, the greatsword is 2d6, and it also has a 1d6 necrotic.
All right, sorry. So the 2d6 is 8, and the 1 necrotic is 1.
Yeah, so he comes down, and as he grabs this sword, he just seems to go rigid for a moment and turn and rush and just with a great swing on Renat for 26 points of damage, I believe. And you will actually be healed for 7 points of damage, Leon, as you siphon your own brother's life force into yourself.
A single tear just trickles down my face.
You see the vampire up there just start grinning from ear to ear and let out a maniacal cackle. Food.
So I'll say that this was a pretty hefty blow. Maybe even like a stab through the gut.
Yeah, it's definitely, if you're wearing a half plate, it's definitely crushed into and sliced with its magically enhanced edge through some of your half plate and left a nice gash across your stomach. Perhaps
some of the
even
flesh going black kind of thing from the necrotic, just slowly.
Yeah, you feel it. You definitely feel the dark necrotic energy as it seems to siphon your own life force out, and the flesh kind of turns black and withers around the edges of where it struck you.
So, yeah, with that I'll just kind of stammer. What? Wait. Blood falling down my chin as I try to gasp for breath. The weapon just tearing through my insides.
How's that do on you? I mean, you don't got to tell me your hit points, I guess, or you can message
My
them
quarter
to me.
health.
Quarter health, okay. Yeah, keep rolling those crits, buddy. They're not so awesome now. So after that would be Leon, so it would go to the Panthers.
Alright, first of all, I don't know how I missed that, but why is he attacking his brother?
Leon decided that he was going to take up the vampire's sword, his great sword, and use it for himself, I would assume, to strike at the vampire. And
yeah, I was throwing it directly at him.
And it's a respectably powerful sentient weapon. And it dominated him as he took it in hand, as he failed his save, and it wants to simply strike down and drink the blood of any living being around
He's
him.
not like willingly doing it.
Not willingly, but there's nothing he can really do about it at this point unless he successfully either saves out of it, as he'll get a save on his turn to resist, at least for a few turns until it completely dominates him and just makes him his puppet, or you disarm him, which again, the sword is not one to willingly relinquish itself from the grasp of its meat suits, unless the person actually dominates the sword, which the vampire had dominated it. It was under his possession, and not the other way around.
Gotcha.
So yeah, you see him come around and just slash into the gut of his own brother.
All right. So it's the Panther's turn now, right?
Yes, and again, he is out of reach, I would imagine.
How far away is he?
He's 20 feet up the wall, and he is actually going to use a legendary action and ascend to the top of the dome.
Okay. What about Leon?
He is completely possessed by the sword right now, and just bearing down on his own brother, murderous intent in his eyes.
And how far away is he from the Panthers?
He didn't move too far from the spot where the vampire was, and neither did the Panthers. So probably about 10 feet away from the furthest or the closest Panther.
Okay. So one of the Panthers is going to attempt pounce, which if the Panther moves at least 20 feet straight towards a creature right before hitting it with a claw attack, the target must succeed on a DC 12 strength saving throw or be knocked prone.
Okay.
So the Panther's just going to kind of try to tackle Leon.
All right. So that's
I'll make 18 on the saving throw.
so you resist this tackle. I think.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah. So yeah. You see one of these Panthers rush in and try to pounce and bring down Leon, and just with like zealot like strength, he just kind of just shirks it aside.
Alright. So now the other 5 are going to keep attacking these bats that are flying around. Alright, I believe that 4 out of the 5 attacking will hit. So each one of the flocks of bat is going to be attacked by one of the Panthers.
All right.
The first one to get attacked is going to take 6 damage. Second one is going to take 5. And the next one is going to take 7. Or the third is going to take 7, and the fourth will take 6.
All right. So you're attacking all these individually, or focusing on one swarm?
No, each swarm is going to be attacked.
All right. So again, you see these Panthers just leap through this cloud of bats, slashing and clawing and biting.
Yeah,
and
at this point, each flock of bats would have been attacked twice.
Yeah, and their numbers have noticeably diminished, but they are still they're half a swarm at this point.
Yep, and that is it.
All right. So Leon, it is your turn again. You can attempt an additional resist if you would like.
Yeah, I'm going to do that, and I'm actually going to use my actual modifier this time.
Is it your intelligence modifier negative?
Yeah, it's -2, but if it was an intelligence saving throw, then it's +2. Did you want me to make an intelligence check or a intelligence saving throw?
It'd be an intelligence save.
Okay. That's all right then. It's just because of my paladin ability. I gain my charisma modifier on saves,
Right.
so it's
Right.
too. So it would have been 21 before, but hey ho. I nearly killed my brother. Nothing serious happened.
Nothing serious at all, mate.
Ah, there we go. I rolled a 16 plus 2 is 18.
All right. That is still not enough.
Ah,
So you are thoroughly dominated by the sword at this point. The number you were looking for was 20.
yeah. I'm sorry, man. 10%
So
damage.
so you are going to again have no choice but to strike out at the closest target, which is unfortunately your own brother.
Is it not a panther that just pounced on me?
I'll tell you what.
One on each.
Yeah, do one on the panther and then one on Rattan. And yeah, your brother is just this bloodlust in his eyes.
15 on the panther.
I believe that'll hit. And don't forget the sword is +2, so you get to add that to the attack roll.
And what was the damage of the greatsword? 2d6
It's
and
2d6 plus 1d6 necrotic, and whatever necrotic damage you deal, you regain as hit points.
okay.
So if you could dominate it, that'd be awesome. But it has dominated you.
So 7 points of slashing damage and 1 point of necrotic damage.
All right. And now onto your brother.
Again, another tear just trickles down my eye, down my cheek. That's 6 plus 15. 17.
You just hit.
Oh, that was the +2 on the sword.
It's all good.
8 slashing damage and 2 necrotic damage.
So what kind of slash did you make? Where did you make it?
Ah, yes. Reluctantly, I'm dragging the sword behind me, and I just look blankly into your face, and with no emotion, just my arms move and my head remains perfectly still, and the sword just comes up underneath me and then straight across from your thigh up to your shoulder, and then back down across your left arm, and then the sword just falls to the floor as it clangs against the hard stone floor.
Sorry, my best impression. But a grievous wound against your brother, who's probably fallen to the ground in shock after this blow.
Whilst this happens, I'm in my own thoughts, and I'm just thinking to myself, I am beyond redemption. I have become the very thing that I have sworn to destroy.
Does that drop Rattan?
No. I'm just having him, from the shock of the blow,
Okay.
fall over to his side. Trauma, man.
See, there is
Right,
nothing I can do
absolutely.
to repent. I'm beyond redemption. I do not deserve to live. There's Pelor, for the love that all is holy, take me. Take my life as penance for what I have done. To my own flesh, my own blood, my brother, and to you I have failed you. And then I remain perfectly silent. I have no more thoughts after that. I'm just perfectly silent within the abyss that has become my own mind.
And you say you couldn't write a book, man?
I can't write a book. No, not with words. I can't spell for shit.
So after Leon would have been Moonbeard, Well, no. It would have been the Panthers, but didn't you have them do stuff already?
Yeah, initiative's kind of been all over the place.
Yeah, I've been trying to keep it in order, but it seems like I think it happened when Moonbeard, when I'm calling them Moonbeard, and the Panthers are born, and I'm kind of confusing them, and I think they started acting kind of on the same turn order. So we'll skip the Panthers since they already went, and it'll be you, Ratan.
By this point, is there any visual things I can pick up on my brother and the blade and put together that since he's picked up this sword, he has done nothing but attack me?
You definitely notice that as soon as he grasped this sword, he kind of went rigid for a moment. You're not sure why, if that was because there's a quick and brief battle of wits. Your brother not the sharpest tool in the shed. And the sword dominated him, and when he turned to look at you, just a blank, emotionless face as he soldiered on, and just without warning, or any type of restraint, just hacked out at you, and it's been just relentlessly coming at you. Not a sign of emotion on his face, except for maybe a single stray tear rolls down his cheek, as somewhere buried underneath the domineering power of the sword, his consciousness cries as he hacks at his own brother.
So with that information kind of gathered, just reflecting on the past couple seconds, I'll hold my hands out from my side towards this weapon, and close my eyes, and looking down, weeping, and just sort of beg Pelor, Pelor, please remove this great evil from our route. It's done nothing but cause us harm. I beseech you. So I'm casting banishment on the sword itself.
Okay.
Now I need to make a saving throw, charisma saving throw, the DC chosen by the DM, to banish this for a minute.
For 1 minute.
To another plane. To either a demi-plane if this weapon has origins in this plane, or any other random plane if it doesn't have origins in this realm.
All right. Go ahead and make the roll. I have a DC in mind, and I'll let you know if you succeed. And I have a confidant that can confer.
Is that visible? I don't know.
What's 1 second? Is what visible?
Oh, awesome.
Really? Okay.
So that's 22.
All right. So you successfully managed to banish the sword, and what happens exactly? It moves to a separate plane of existence temporarily.
A demi-plane for a minute if it's from this realm, or any other plane if it's not from this realm. It appears in an unoccupied space after the minute.
All right. So yes.
If there's no unoccupied space, it is banished forever.
All right. So yeah, you successfully banish it for the time being to where you don't know. And Leon, you come back to your senses, and you were completely aware. The sword was absolutely letting you be aware of everything it was doing. So you knew and felt and seen everything that was happening to your brother, but there was nothing that you could physically do to stop it. And he's looking pretty fucked up.
Yeah, I just fall to my knees and just look at my brother and what I've done to him. And then I look behind me at the vampire standing on the wall. And then I look over to my brother again and I just bow my head, just sobbing.
Right.
So that I'll use his shoulder to pull myself back up, and I'll limp now with these new wounds on my right side. There is a greater evil we have to kill. just points up at this fiend who's probably cackling at this point.
Oh yeah, he's been up there avoiding, radiant damage and healing up. So what's going to happen on his turn is he laughs maniacally. Ah, foolish mortals! Look at you! You thought you could stop me. I didn't even have to try myself. My steel alone was enough. Turned against your own ilk. You call yourself a paladin of Pelor. I assure you, Pelor will not be pleased with this. You should be ashamed of yourself. And he will look over at the druid, and he will tell the druid, he says, your puny magics are not enough to stop the likes of me. And I assure you, should we meet again, I will not be so easy on you. And he turns himself, takes the form of a bat, and flies out one of the broken stained glass windows and forming in with the 4 other flocks of bats and taking off into the night. And that is the end of the combat, guys.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I need to sleep. Not my character. I need to sleep. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that ran a little longer than I thought it was going to, unfortunately. But that aside, I do. That will be the end of the combat, so you guys can converse, do what you want.
Did you want to just end it here and pick up another time if we were going to?
Yes, like I said, I would definitely like to do a trilogy out of this if you guys were interested in doing another session or two. And yeah, this will end here for sure. So Leon has some probably mental things to sort out. And I don't know how Rattan feels. If you guys would like to finish up with a bit of conversing amongst yourselves, or you can save that until next time if you'd like. So yeah, go ahead. What's that?
I said I think now would be best while we're in the heat at the moment.
I think so. So go ahead and get in character and we'll see what you guys have to say about this situation.
I'll let you go first. I'm just like resolute. I'm just in utter tears. There's nothing that I can do or say. I've betrayed my brother. I've betrayed my family. I've betrayed my God. I've done everything I said I'd sworn not to do and to protect, and I've just betrayed everything that I'd hold true to myself. And I take my dagger, and I just scrawl it at the front of my shield, and I just put a cross on the emblem that is the symbol of Pelor.
Well, I'd like to try and stop you as you do this. Grab your hand, rest my other hand on your shoulder. Brother, this is not the time. We've survived a great battle. We need to rest for sure. And I'd like to cast my mass healing word, but restrict it only to my brother and I, which is 1d6 plus 6.
Okay.
And after that resolute moment, I'll stand myself, or pick myself back up to my feet and try to hoist my brother up. Maybe wipe a couple of those tears off from the cheeks, and yeah, turn towards our druid friend, who seems rather unscathed.
And once again, he emerges from combat untouched.
Yeah, he just kind of starts walking towards you guys, and the panthers just kind of slowly fade into like smoke, and then the smoke just dissipates in the air into nothing. And he just kind of walks over, and Leon is still kind of on his knees on the ground, right?
As far as I know.
All right.
Ask him. Ask Leon.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was going for, but.
Sorry, also, Ritari, he just lifted me up. I reluctantly just followed him, but he's sort of holding me up. I have got no strength in me at all. It's all him. He's holding me up.
Okay, so yeah, Moonbeard kind of walks over to him and just kind of like, he can't really put his arm around him, like if he were the same height, but he just kind of reaches out towards him and with like a very soft and endearing look in his eyes, he's like, "It's all right, lad. You didn't know what you were doing."
I just look at him in his face and almost with a blank stare, and I just say to him, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I should have been better than this." And then my head just kind of droops. I look into nothingness. I just stare off into the distance.
Can't even look you in the eye.
Oh, damn. That's when Moonbeard just kind of grabs him by the shoulder and almost pulls him down and just looks at him in the face. And he says, "Now listen to me, lad. Being perfect is about being able to look your brother in the eye and know that you didn't let him down. Your brother's alive. You can be thankful for that."
As he's holding me down and I'm sort of looking blankly into his face, just a very small wry smile just appears on my face, and almost as though he's restored a bit of humanity in me, and that maybe there is a chance that I could redeem myself. And again, I just look at him and I say, "I'm sorry, but thank you."
If I've learned anything from being with you two Palor worshippers, it's that he's a god of forgiveness.
Is he?
At this moment in time, yes.
He's just trying to lighten the mood. I don't know.
Right. He's trying to make him feel better about almost murdering his own brother.
Yeah.
I
Yeah, he'll buy it. I'm assuming. I can do a charisma check if you need.
Oh, well, I guess that would be completely up to him how Leon feels about the situation. He's very, very disheveled and beaten up about what he just did, especially after all this talk of righteousness and then turning on his own flesh and blood against his will, and there's nothing he could do to stop it.
At the minute, he's very bare, but he's very suggestible. He's got no almost free will, as it were. He's just got no idea what to think. He's very conflicted, but he agrees with what Moonbeard is saying, and he knows that it could have been worse.
Right? He could be held in your arms, lifeless at this point.
Oh, okay, so yeah, at this point, Moonbeard would be like, "I think we better go back to the town and let them know that this danger is past for now."
That's probably best. Well, I think we should set off. The gate's
All
open.
right. Yeah, the way is no longer barred, and you guys are able to freely exit the keep and lower the bridge, and the fog is still clinging to the area for the time being. And at this point, as you guys exit the keep, the sun starts to crest over the horizon, and no clouds at this time impede it, as the unnaturalness of the weather that was stops without the vampire lord anymore trying to cast this ritual of darkness. They can't just hang out and stop this. So yeah, you see the rays beat down on your guys' face as you drag each other back into town. And we'll call it right there, fellas.
Alrighty.
So yeah, we definitely can pick this up again sometime. You guys have anything you'd like to say? Any input? Talk about the the game thus far, feel free. I hope you guys enjoyed yourself. And if you got anything you want to ask me or say, now's the time to do it. Go ahead.
Do you want to go off live for this kind of conversation bit?
Yeah, we'll do that. So yeah, anybody who's watching or going to watch, I hope you enjoyed, and stay tuned for part 2.